Tension and anxiety filled the air in the emergency room. All eyes of the doctors were focused on the patient lying in a coma, breathing weakly. Everyone rushed to provide emergency care while the sound of the ventilator and the beeping of the patient monitor echoed throughout the room. What's the patient's current situation? Lost a lot of blood. Blood pressure is dropping continuously. The chief doctor immediately instructed, urgent blood transfusion. An assistant anxiously looked at the patient monitor. Doctor, the patient's heart rate has dropped below average. The assistant continued to speculate. It seems to be an infection from the metal fragment we just removed. The chief doctor was startled. What? The assistant anxiously said, if we wait any longer, the patient will have a cardiac arrest. The assistant next to him quickly made a decision. I will perform CPR. A long beep echoed throughout the space, leaving all the doctors and nurses in the emergency room feeling shocked and desperate. The patient was no longer breathing, and all the indicators on the patient monitor had dropped to zero. The assistant sighed and reported, Doctor, the patient's heart has completely stopped. The chief doctor was forced to make a painful announcement. The patient is gone. Meanwhile, the patient's family outside the emergency room collapsed to the ground in worry. The elderly woman couldn't hide the pain in her heart, tears streaming down her face as she looked towards the doctor. Doctor, you can save my son, right? Please say you can save him. He has already suffered so much because of a useless mother like me. He can't leave yet. The woman burst into sobs, her cries echoing heart-wrenchingly. He is my only son, my everything. Thinking of her young son lying on the operating table, she tried to plead with the doctor, please save him. But it was too late. The doctor had tried their best. At this moment, in the emergency room, the chief doctor sadly announced, the patient passed away at 22:49. Cause of death is infection from external injury and brain death due to excessive blood loss. The patient's mother outside the emergency room still doesn't know that her son has passed away. The only thing she can do now is sit and pray in anxiety. Oh God, please. Her whole body trembled as tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps made her look up. A doctor hurriedly walked straight into the emergency room. The door to the emergency room was thrown open, surprising the doctors inside. The doctor who had just entered the room immediately instructed, the surgery is not over yet, everyone back to your positions. Prepare the indicator board and check the patient's vital signs. Dr. Lee, please transfuse blood faster. Everyone rushed to follow the instructions of the doctor. Start by checking the metal fragment taken from the patient and check for tetanus. We can still save him. It was surprising that the doctor who had just given such decisive instructions and declared with such confidence was a young man. The female assistant looked worriedly at the chief doctor. Why operate on a dead patient? The chief doctor calmly explained, no, this time it's different. You probably haven't heard of this doctor. This person is the gold standard of medical technique. I didn't know at first either. But he's the one who can bring the dead back to life. The chief doctor's words left the assistant astonished and in disbelief. He is known as the Hand of God, Shin Yu-sung. The surgery lasted until late at night, but it was worth the effort. All the doctors and assistants were now able to let go of the heavy burden in their hearts, breathing a sigh of relief. The doctor who completed the successful emergency surgery encouraged his colleagues, good job, everyone. Leaving the emergency room, popping open a can of cold coffee, the young doctor breathed a sigh of relief. Yu-sung wearily thought to himself, I won't be able to rest this time either. Stepping out of the hospital late at night, Yu-sung sighed softly. I thought I'd get a break, but I ended up stuck in the operating room all day. It's a stressful life, he thought as he looked up at the night sky of the city still lit by streetlights. Yu-sung pondered his nickname, the Hand of God. I am called by that name. Because I can save even the dead. A stream of thoughts flowed continuously in his mind. At first, I thought it was okay because the joy of saving people on the brink of death was my motivation to work. But I haven't had any rest at all after patients flocked in because of this rumor. Yu-sung seemed a little tired of his nickname. He fell into contemplation and perhaps a bit of dissatisfaction, thinking that he was being exploited. I'm always assigned to treat VIP patients. I'm treated like a portable medical device, to be used whenever they want. Looking at his gifted hands, Yu-sung felt uncomfortable. Since then, I started to think that the title of the Hand of God is meaningless. Even the doctors around me are scared and leaving the hospital. I'm basically a pariah now, walking home alone in the middle of the night. Yu-sung felt this sense of loneliness even more deeply. He asked himself, when was the last time I took time for myself amidst this stressful life and all these flattery? Well, making a lot of money is good, but I don't have time to spend it. Yu-sung sighed and pondered. He tried to force a smile and console himself. Maybe my life is doomed. I'll crack open a beer when I get home. Unfortunately for the talented doctor, his lament about his doomed life came true as a car suddenly rushed towards him. Yu-sung was startled and stood frozen. With a crash, after the sound of the collision, a series of images flashed before Yu-sung's eyes like a rewinding film. Another thought flashed through his mind. They say that before you die, your whole life flashes before your eyes, right? Yu-sung's bag was thrown 8 meters away, indicating that this was a serious car accident. He could hardly survive, and Yu-sung's last thought before saying goodbye to this life was, why do I only see scenes from the operating room before I die? The scene shifts to a magnificent building, looking like an ancient academy standing out under the sunlight. Its massive and ancient architecture exudes an aura of majesty, hiding behind it a sense of power and wealth. In contrast to that magnificent building is a small, simple house. Inside that house, a gentle voice called out, "Ray." The gentle voice woke Yu-sung. In a daze, Yu-sung thought to himself, whose voice is this? Didn't I die? Meanwhile, the gentle voice of a woman continued to ring in his ears. Oh, the boy is awake, look. He opened his eyes. Look closely at your hands. Yu-sung panicked. What is this? Why are my hands like this? Looking towards the sweet voice, he saw 2 complete strangers. The woman looked at Yu-sung with a radiant smile. Ah, our darling is awake. Startled and confused, Yu-sung's eyes widened as the woman said, oh my lovely Ray. I can't believe my Ray woke up so adorable. The woman gushed. The man standing next to her happily chimed in. He inherited it from you. The couple laughed and talked with each other, their faces filled with happiness. Held and cuddled in the woman's arms, Yu-sung, in the body of her beloved son, still hadn't come to his senses. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Searching his memories, Yu-sung could only recall, when I was going home from the hospital, I remember being hit by a truck and dying. How am I still alive, and who are these people? A series of questions bombarded Yu-sung's mind. Still trying to grasp his current situation, Yu-sung was further shocked by the father's excessive affection. The mother, seeing the baby's discomfort, said, honey, Ray, it hurts him, yet the father wouldn't let go, but he's so cute. With no mind to care about the couple's doting, Yu-sung was preoccupied with his miraculous rebirth in this tiny body. Why is my body so small? Don't tell me. Did I come back to life as their son? And these people, it seems like they're cosplaying something. Yu-sung gradually became aware of his current situation. The mother took the baby from the father's arms, examining the red mark on his tiny hand with concern. My little Ray, Daddy's beard must have hurt you, huh? Oh dear, look at the scratch on your hand. The father finally became worried. What? Ray is hurt. The priest. We need to call the priest to heal him. The mother immediately dismissed the idea. Oh, come on, it's just a little scratch, it's okay. I can heal him myself. Yu-sung was surprised to hear this. Heal me. Does she also know about medicine? This could leave a scar if she only uses ointment. However, the mother's healing action was completely different from what Yu-sung expected. A blue light emanated from her hand as she placed it on the baby's hand. After the flash of light, the scratch disappeared as if it never existed. Yu-sung continued to be amazed by this new world. The scratch, how did it heal instantly? This is not medicine, this is magic. The mother excitedly showed off her success to her husband. Okay, I'm done healing him, he's all better, completely gone. See, I told you I could do it myself, right? While the mother continued to be proud of her magic, the father breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, that's a relief. It seems like your magic skills are still working well. Hearing their conversation, Yu-sung became even more certain of his guess. Did he just say magic? I think, I've been reborn in a new world. 3 months later, one evening, as the couple drifted into a deep sleep, the house became quiet in the darkness of the night. Yu-sung, in the body of a child named Ray, lay restlessly in his small crib, lost in thought, unlike the usual demeanor of a baby. It's been a long time since I've been able to sleep this much, Yu-sung thought to himself as he gazed up at the moonlit night sky. After some time in Ray's body, Yu-sung gradually adjusted to his new life and learned more about this world. It's been 3 months since I reincarnated into this world. During that time, I've learned a few things. First, this world is different from my previous one. It's what you're thinking, a typical fantasy world. A world where monsters are a species similar to humans. Because of that, humans are attacked by monsters, and as a result, humans have to choose paths that require risking their lives to become stronger. Recalling the times his mother, Sane, used magic, Yu-sung realized something quite interesting. They'd rather decide to develop magic than science. Every time Sane heals my wounds. It seems they rely on magic instead of medical techniques for even the most ordinary things. The last thing I realized is that this is not a dream, but my new reality. However, for some reason, I can still retain the memories and knowledge of my past life. Looking out the simple window, Yu-sung felt particularly comfortable. I never thought I could be this relaxed again. Now that I think about it, I never had a chance to love myself because of my work. If it weren't for the car accident, I probably would have died from overwork. Yu-sung recalled his past life of toil and couldn't help but feel weary. Thinking about his past, Yu-sung cherished his current carefree life even more. Since I've been reincarnated, I should enjoy this moment. Who knows when I'll be able to sleep this soundly again. Lying down in the comfortable crib, Yu-sung quickly fell asleep. From this moment on, the doctor had fully embraced his new life as Rei. In his dream, Rei discovered something strange within his body. What is this? It's like a thin thread running through my body. What is this cool sensation? I feel so refreshed. A stream of energy enveloped Rei's body, then seemed to flow naturally into him. Is this the mana that Ale and Sane mentioned? It seems like it's not easy to control. If I force it, it will scatter everywhere. Let's try to focus precisely on where this mana thread starts and ends. Rei tried to find a way to control and manipulate mana with his mind. Mana should work similar to blood. Try to imagine the flow of mana like a bloodstream. Try to feel it filling your body, an endless stream of mana, just like that. No need to rush, slowly, slowly. And so, Rei silently practiced his ability to control mana, like a caterpillar cocooning itself. As time flew by, autumn passed, and winter arrived. 3 years passed. Rei had grown taller, his hands were much bigger, and his ability to control mana had developed to the point where he could release it, transforming it into flames. Finally, it worked. Rei cheered as he saw the small flame on his hand. To think I could do this. The technique to control the flow of mana to shoot fireballs, it was worth the 3 years I spent on it. Despite his initial success, Rei wasn't satisfied for long. He continued to bury his head in books to learn more about mana control. Even though I successfully understood the flow of mana and memorized the possible paths it can take, the problem is that I can't understand how this book explains mana control. Rei studied the book for hours but still had many doubts. The book tells me to store mana inside the body and control it when needed. Since mana is supposed to be drawn from around us, why does it need to be stored inside us in the first place? Moreover, this seems to limit what we can do with it once it's stored. No matter how you look at it, it's inefficient. After some reasoning, he tried to hypothesize, what if we let mana flow naturally without storing it? Wouldn't it be easier to draw mana from around us and use it? In that case, we wouldn't have to worry about the quality of mana anymore, and we could even avoid mana circles. Although this is a dangerous method not written in books, it's worth trying once. Thinking this, Rei boldly experimented right away. The positive results exceeded expectations, making Rei happy. I never thought it would bring results beyond expectations. I need to try it more. While Rei was engrossed in his research, Sane was overjoyed at his ability to learn independently. She boasted to her husband, "Look, I can't tell you how proud I feel whenever I see Rei reading a book whenever he gets the chance. I'm telling you, our child will definitely be a mage." Thinking differently from Sane, Ale expected something else from Rei. "What are you talking about? With his physique, he needs to train as a swordsman." Sane waved her hand, rejecting her husband's suggestion. "If that happens, our lovely Rei will be forced to become a lump of muscle like you." Ale still tried to insist, "At least a handsome lump of muscle." The couple was so engrossed in their argument that they didn't notice they were speaking loud enough for Rei to hear everything. "If they're talking this loudly, then what's the point of hiding it from me?" Suddenly, Sane said with a bit of worry, "Even though I feel proud of our little Rei, don't you think he focuses on books too much?" Ale was clueless. "What do you mean?" Sane explained, "Shouldn't children his age be going outside and playing with friends? I'm just worried that all our Rei wants to do is read books." Ale comforted his wife. "Come on, there's nothing to worry about too much. Most people are worried that their children don't like to read, right? You even said you wanted to raise our child to be a skilled mage, so what's wrong with that?" Despite being reassured by her husband, Sane was still quite concerned about this. Meanwhile, Rei was still focusing on his mana research. "This is still not enough. I need to create a perfect path for mana to flow through, as perfect as possible. I need to create a perfect path for mana to flow through, as perfect as possible." In the following days, Rei continued to persevere in finding a way to control mana effectively as he desired. One fine day, Sane flung open the door to Rei's room and said cheerfully, "Is our lovely Rei here?" Rei cheerfully replied to his mother, "Yes, I'm here." Sane became even more worried when she saw Rei still sitting in the same spot with stacks of books as tall as him. "He's reading again. Although I'm proud that he's here reading, I still want him to be able to meet friends his age and play." Looking at Rei's innocent face, Sane thought to herself, "Is it because I haven't had a chance to play with him?" Thinking that, Sane couldn't help but feel guilty and wished she could give her son the happiest and most carefree childhood possible. Sane approached and leaned close to her son's face and asked, "Ray, do you want to play with me?" Ray asked in surprise, "Play with you?" Thinking like an adult in a child's body, Ray interpreted Sane's words like this: "Is she trying to teach me magic?" "Yeah, I'm sure she's trying to play with me so she can teach me some things." Thinking of learning magic, Ray excitedly agreed right away, "Yes, let's play." Sane froze for 5 seconds before her son's excited reaction. Thinking that her son was so happy just because he could play with her, she should have asked him sooner. Sane hugged Ray tightly, almost suffocating him, with a series of question marks popping up in his head about his mother's strange actions and reactions. Then Ray started to feel that something was wrong. "Ah, Mom, the books, where are they? Why are we at the door?" Sane replied with a smile, "Right, you don't need to look at books today, we're going for a walk outside." Realizing he had misunderstood his mother's intention, Ray hastily refused. "Ah, no, I think I need to study more," he thought to himself. "I can't spend time playing outside when I should be training." Sane didn't understand why Ray was so eager to learn. She hugged her son affectionately and said, "I didn't think you'd be so eager to learn. What am I supposed to do with you? I'm so proud." "But today will be okay." Sane's next words surprised Ray. "Don't you want to see what it's like outside? Let's go outside and try to have fun." He suddenly realized, "Now that I think about it, I've never been outside since I was reincarnated. I don't even know what this world is like." "Alright, I can take a day off." Finally, Ray agreed with his mother. "Okay, let's go out and have fun." "Perfect, let's go right away." Sane excitedly pulled Ray outside. Seeing the new world for the first time, Ray opened his eyes wide, amazed by everything new and beautiful. This world seemed so peaceful with small, simple houses nestled close together, blue and red tiles intermingling under the golden glow of the setting sun. The surrounding greenery brought a refreshing feeling, completely different from the bustling urban scene he had seen in his previous life. Standing before such a poetic and picturesque scene, Ray lamented in his heart, "For 3 years I spent reading books at home. I never even thought about going outside. I was imprisoned by myself. I've never even thought about going outside. I was imprisoned by myself." Sane's clear voice interrupted Ray's thoughts. "Ray, what are you doing? Why don't you try exploring? Why don't you try exploring?" Sane's words reminded Ray that he had a new life and was a child who could enjoy all the pleasures of childhood. He started running on the vast green grassy hill. The feeling of being a child again was truly wonderful for someone who had experienced a lot of pressure in his previous life like Ray. He continued to stride across the grassy hill, freely letting his soul go with the wind and the scent of flowers and grass. Perhaps Ray had never felt such joy since his reincarnation. A look of delight appeared on Ray's face that his mother had never seen in the past 3 years. Running to a large lake at the foot of the hill, Ray stopped to admire the clear blue sky reflected in the crystal clear water. He was completely amazed by the peaceful beauty of this land. Admiring the beautiful scenery before him, Ray thought back, "Before I was reincarnated, I never had the opportunity to take care of myself. I was forced to live under pressure. Survival was the best I could do. I've never felt this liberated before. Survival was the best I could do. I've never felt this liberated before. However, I'm happy I was born into this world." Touched by this beautiful new world, Ray called out, "Mom." Sane was surprised. "Huh?" Ray turned back to look at his mother with a smile of happiness she had never seen before and eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you for taking me outside." The scene suddenly changed, back to the hospital setting with the tense and hurried atmosphere of doctors and rescue workers. An emergency patient, Yu-sung thought with disappointment that perhaps he had returned to his life in the modern world. Seeing himself again in the familiar surgical attire, with the scalpel in the hand of God, meticulously performing complex medical techniques, Yu-sung silently lamented, "A life of constant repetition where I'm with patients all day and in surgeries, I'm exhausted now." Just out of the operating room, a nurse announced, "Doctor, the next surgery will arrive in 5 minutes." Then came the sound of a patient pleading, "Save me." These familiar urging sounds kept echoing, despite him being so tired that he collapsed in a chair. "Doctor, you need to go." Suddenly, Ray woke up with a start, his face pale and drained of blood. The scene and the terrible pressure from his past life were suffocating him, making it hard to breathe. Seeing her son wake up startled, Sane stroked his head comfortingly. "What kind of nightmare did you have?" Ray thought to himself that he was lucky it was just a nightmare. It was a dream. Coming back to his senses, realizing he had fallen asleep on his mother's lap while enjoying a peaceful and tranquil life in the new world, he clicked his tongue and sighed softly. I had a beautiful time, and then I dreamed of something like this." Looking down from the hill at the beautiful town under the warm sunlight, Ray reminded himself that this was not a dream. That's right, I have been reborn into this world. And he also reminded himself to change his way of life so as not to become a medical tool like before. I will definitely not live the way I did in my previous life. Finally, the mother and son's outing ended in joy, and perhaps the biggest gain was Ray's new feelings about this beautiful world. We're back. Sane and Ray happily stepped into the cozy house, where a husband and father wearing an apron had prepared delicious dishes waiting for them. Welcome home. Did you have fun playing? Ray quickly replied, yes, I did. Oh, right, Ray suddenly remembered something. He tugged at his mother's shirt and called out, Mom, please teach me magic. Along with that plea were wide, sparkling eyes looking up at Sane. This made Sane's heart melt. Wait a minute. How can my child be so cute and adorable? Sane fell into her husband's arms, overwhelmed by her son's incredibly cute action. How could she refuse such a cute face and adorable request? You want to train yourself already. If you want, I'll always be happy to teach you. Ray smiled shyly, thinking to himself that Sane's reaction was a bit excessive. Haha, even though I've seen this reaction many times, I still can't get used to it. Sane said excitedly, since this is a request from Ray, should we start right now? And she immediately raised her hand, effortlessly creating a fireball. After a moment of silence, Ray reluctantly reacted to this fireball magic. He feigned surprise, letting out a gasp and widening his eyes as if he were incredibly astonished. Sane immediately noticed something strange in her son's reaction. She tried to explain further, Ray, this is fire, isn't it interesting? But the response was still a rather forced wow and a fake applause since Ray had been able to create fireballs himself for a long time. Sane guessed, is it still not impressive enough? Maybe it's because this is magic I've used a few times before. Sane thought that explaining magic in detail to Ray would take some time, and she suggested, we should sit down first. Then Sane kindly explained, the thing about magic is, with the magic you want to use, you transform it into mana. With an activation word like fire and an activation action, the result will be a fireball as desired. There you go, easy, right? As soon as Sane finished explaining, Ray said, Mom, I have a question. Responding like a typical teacher to a studious student, Sane replied, all right, student Ray. Ray presented his question, can you transform mana through a different method? Sane asked back, a different method. She seemed not to understand her son's point. Ray explained, well, I mean, taking fire as an example. You ignite mana, and you gather the mana you want to burn. And use friction. Instead of transforming mana 3 times, why not make it simpler? Although, if you do that, the mana will quickly disperse. Sane was surprised by the rather difficult question from her 3-year-old son. Oh my, an advanced question. Thinking for a while, she replied, that's right, and it's not impossible. Sane concluded, if those 3 things are combined and then stabilized, it could be possible. She also emphasized, that's in theory, it seems like no one has ever done that before, so I can't be sure if Ray's idea will be successful. Ray also understood that, so he could only respond with a smile. Ray, as usual, gazed at the ceiling and fell into his own train of thought, pondering. To stabilize it, that means. In a complete state, I can add more attributes, Unconsciously, while reasoning and experimenting with his hand outstretched, a light flashed in Ray's palm. He emitted a surge of energy that shot up, illuminating the entire surrounding space, leaving Sane astonished. Success on the first try. Ray's face lit up with delight. I did it. Ale, seeing the strange light, rushed out from the kitchen and eagerly asked, what was that? What happened? Sane, still overwhelmed, thought, right now, I have no idea. Staring intently at her 3-year-old son, Sane couldn't believe her eyes. For a moment before he used magic, I didn't notice. That when he uses magic, the flow of mana always moves. But have I ever not felt it? Sane herself was confused by her son's mana control abilities. Meanwhile, Ray was still immersed in his thoughts about the successful experiment. As expected, it's easy to understand when you think of it like an atom, and, if you start combining mana, like a compound, you don't need to add mana. Sane continued to focus on her son's actions and couldn't help but think, this child has so many strange things about him. Realizing that his actions were somewhat unusual compared to other children his age, Ray immediately looked at Sane, who seemed extremely worried. Oh no, I was too focused. He gave his mother a bright smile, trying to soothe her worries. Mom, is something wrong? Sane, caught off guard by her son's sudden question, stammered, oh, it's nothing, I'm just so proud that Ray can use magic. Trying to break the unusual atmosphere, Ray scratched his head shyly and said, "Really, looks like I'm a genius." Sane immediately chimed in with a round of applause. "Our son is amazing." That night, Ray pretended to be asleep and overheard his parents' discussion. Sane said to her husband, "It's a serious problem. What should we do if he's taken away to the academy at this age?" Sane worriedly grasped her husband's hand. Ale gently rubbed his wife's small hands to comfort her. "We have to do our best to prevent that from happening." The conversation also made Ray a little worried. He wondered, "Are they talking about me?" Ale said to his wife, "I know, it's not as easy as I say." Sane emphasized to her husband, "Ray is a genius that comes only once in hundreds, no, thousands of years." She hesitated, looking towards her son who was lying down, and said, if he gets noticed by the academy." Hearing his parents' conversation, Ray turned over, worriedly thinking, "I don't know what kind of place the academy is, but it seems like I could be taken there. To prevent that, as planned, I need strength. I wanted to learn magic for fun, but I've changed my mind. I need to achieve absolute power." Another peaceful morning arrived, the birds diligently waking up early to greet the dawn as usual. Sparkling rays of sunlight peeked through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Ray's window. On the table behind the window, a pile of half-read books and an extinguished candle signaled another late night of reading for Ray. Stretching and yawning with a refreshing air, Ray woke up. Looking out the window filled with sunlight, it's already morning. Ray scratched his messy silver hair, thinking to himself, "I'm such a sleepyhead. I can't believe how much time has passed." With a cheerful smile, perhaps Ray was in a good mood today and preparing for an exciting journey ahead. Should I go exploring now? Over the course of 12 years, Ray's experiments and research on magic escalated in level. And his talent for understanding mana proved his rapid development. Due to the immense amount of mana absorbed during this time, his hair had turned pure white. 15-year-old Ray confidently utilized his magical abilities and medical knowledge for an exciting journey of discovery. "All right, I need to take this too, let's get ready to go," he said, holding a wooden board in his hand. "I don't know how much of my medical knowledge I'll use, but let's just give it a try." The board had a few simple words written on it. "I can heal those who are sick," and that was Ray's goal, to continue the work of saving people from his previous life. With his preparations complete, Ray took a deep breath. "But before I go, maybe one last time." A flame erupted. Following that, air and ice also swirled at Ray's command. An explosion as he combined them all. With just a snap of his fingers, magic of terrifying power was unleashed by a mere 15-year-old boy. This was what gave Ray the confidence to begin his journey. "Amazing, it's perfect, I should really go now." The scene shifted to the central area of the city with houses close together and bustling streets. Placing the board on the road with a flourish, a thudding sound. Ray thought to himself, "This seems like a reasonable spot." Doing this for the first time, a hint of shyness flashed across his face. He cleared his throat. "Ahem, this seems a bit embarrassing." Amidst the busy flow of people, Ray shouted loudly, "I can heal anyone who feels unwell, bring any sick person here." After an unusual silence, the crowd burst into laughter. A man praised him, "What a kind young man," and the woman accompanying him added, "You're right." The laughter continued. They thought Ray was joking, and it was clearly unbelievable. The crowd laughed and said to Ray, "Boy, go play saint somewhere else, you shouldn't tease the sick like that." Hearing the crowd's chatter, seemingly not believing his claims, Ray froze, somewhat irritated. Who do these people think they are? But after a few seconds, he regained his composure and reassured himself, "No, I anticipated this. I won't give up just as I've started." He resolutely continued what he was doing, or just wait a little longer. As a result, from dawn till dusk, no patients came. Collapsing on the spot, the young boy encountered his first shock. "I can't believe no one came at all. I guess I can't help it. I should go home today," Ray decided after a sigh of disappointment, but he stopped as a figure in a dress brushed past him. The voice of a young girl rang out. "Can you really heal sick people?" She asked Ray, "No matter what the illness is, right?" Her eyes seemed worried. Ray, still surprised by the girl's sudden appearance, wondered, could this be my first patient? While Ray was still dazed, the girl urgently asked again, can you really heal them?" Overwhelmed by the girl's imposing aura, Ray finally managed to open his mouth and reply, "Well, I'd have to examine them first." The girl frowned, throwing a scrutinizing look at the young man before her, expressing doubt in Ray's abilities. Before Ray could even prove his skills, she uttered harsh words that pierced his heart. "It's absurd to think that an idiot like you could heal anyone." Really, unable to accept being openly belittled like that, Ray angrily shouted, "Hey, shorty." Feeling deeply offended, the girl spun around with anger. "What did you say, shorty?" Ray confidently replied, I may look like a useless 15-year-old on the street. But there isn't a patient in this world I can't heal. Stop judging by appearances. Ray's confident and assertive demeanor surprised the girl. He's a stupid brat. But what's this strange feeling of trust? For a moment, Ray's figure didn't seem like a boy, but like an adult. The girl, convinced by his trustworthy appearance, said, Right, you're right, I'm sorry. Let me formally introduce myself. I am the only daughter of Commander of the Empire Gade von Alicia. Alicia grumpily emphasized, Not Shorty. Ray hurriedly introduced himself. My name is Ray. Alicia asked in surprise, Why are you suddenly using such formal language? Just speak like you did before. Ray immediately agreed, Oh, all right. After introducing themselves, Alicia went straight to the main issue, the reason she sought Ray. Anyway, the patient I mentioned earlier is my father. Ray was a bit surprised. His first patient was someone of such high status, Commander of the Empire Gade. Alicia sadly recounted, before, the skin on his chest turned red and developed into a lump, then it swelled up like a ball. As a genius doctor, upon hearing the symptoms, a thought flashed through Ray's mind, could it be a malignant tumor? But, if it's a tumor the size of a ball, it might be too late. Not wanting to waste another precious second to save the Commander of the Empire, Ray and Alicia immediately ran off. Not long after, Alicia's footsteps stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. We're here, let's go inside. Upon seeing Alicia, the butler hurriedly called out, Young miss, you're back. Alicia grabbed the butler's hand, shaking it anxiously and asking, Butler, how is my father? The butler sadly said, Young miss, the Commander of the Empire, his condition suddenly worsened and he has passed away. Alicia was heartbroken and teary-eyed, unable to believe what she had just heard. Young miss, Alicia dashed away amidst the butler's desperate calls. No, in her heart, she kept denying this immense loss. As soon as she entered her father's room, Alicia couldn't hold back her tears, screaming out for her father in grief. Alicia completely collapsed when she saw her mother sobbing beside her father's bed. She rushed to her father's side. No, father, please. Alicia covered her face and cried bitterly. At this moment, Ray also ran in, rushing to the Commander of the Empire's side. May I take a look? Getting closer, Ray sensed a bad energy emanating from the tumor on the Commander of the Empire's chest. The fist-sized, bruised tumors, but beneath the ribcage, there seemed to be a pulse. Ray gently touched the Commander of the Empire's chest, using magic to feel the pulse of his heart. It was weak, but he could still feel it. He confidently declared, surprising everyone, he's still alive. The Commander of the Empire's family was completely shocked by Ray's firm assertion, and they also felt a glimmer of hope ignited by him within the mansion. With trembling hands grasping Ray's shirt, Alicia pleaded, Ray, please save him. Her tears flowed like rain. With a confident smile of victory, Ray smiled brightly, reassuring Alicia with his confidence, Don't worry. The captain of the night squad asked the butler, Who is that kid? The butler replied, I'm not sure, it seems he came with Alicia. Looking at the strange boy with silver hair, the captain suddenly remembered, Wait a minute, didn't he just say he could save the Commander of the Empire? The maid next to him suspiciously remarked, He's probably a scammer, maybe he intends to steal something valuable here. At this moment, the Commander of the Empire's wife spoke up, Right now, that doesn't matter, I just want to hold on to the last bit of hope that this boy might be able to create a miracle. Meanwhile, Ray was focused on examining the Commander of the Empire's condition, concluding, I can't believe this thing could grow so large and become so rotten and blackened. The critical situation forced him to start treatment immediately. He focused his thoughts. First, I need to concentrate mana to form a scalpel. Immediately, a scalpel appeared on Ray's fingertip. Everyone was shocked by the sight. The captain of the night squad immediately exclaimed, You, what are you doing? The captain shouted, startling Ray and making him cover his ears. Glancing at the captain with annoyance, Ray replied, What do you think I'm doing? I'm trying to heal him. The captain continued to yell angrily, Don't be ridiculous, how can you heal him like that? Ray sighed coldly and said, If you don't trust me, I can stop right now. No problem. The captain gritted his teeth, looking at Ray with resentment, This damn guy. Suddenly, the Commander of the Empire's wife shouted, Captain. She reassured the captain, For now, just trust this boy. The captain obeyed and lowered his head. I understand, madam. Hearing this, Ray waved his hand in front of the captain. Yeah, shut up and go away, you're bothering me. The captain was furious but could only clench his teeth and endure, this arrogant brat. Ray used the scalpel to make a small incision on the tumor. The result made him hesitate. When he poked the tumor, it oozed pus instead of blood. This is no longer a tumor, Ray hesitated and thought. This is a necrotic area due to toxins. Ray's expression became serious. Standing by the commander of the Empire's bed, Ray focused on controlling the flow of mana around him and prepared for the treatment. He rolled up his sleeves as a habit before starting surgery. All right then, now. Let's begin. Ray confidently held the scalpel and seriously looked at the tumor on the commander of the Empire's chest. First, I need to cut away all the necrotic parts. Ray quickly moved the blade to the base of the tumor, the incision close to the commander of the Empire's chest skin but not touching the healthy skin. Alicia was amazed by this special magic, while the butler nervously watched every step of this strange treatment that he had never seen before in his life. After completely removing the black tumors from the skin, Ray treated the damage inside the commander of the Empire's body. He made an incision in his chest area. Seeing the condition inside the commander of the Empire's chest left Ray stunned. Just as I thought, his lungs are also starting to necrotize. But from another perspective, you could say he's quite lucky, Ray thought to himself. This necrotic area isn't too large, so even if I cut it all out, he should be able to recover. Ray swiftly performed the complex surgical technique with the scalpel in his hand. After removing all the sources of the disease from the commander of the Empire's lungs, Ray pulled out a thread from his left 2 fingers. I'll suture the area that was cut. With mana thread, his hands deftly pulled the mana stitches through the commander of the Empire's wounds. This strange healing scene left everyone standing there in silence. The butler's comment broke the silence in the room. The boy young miss brought here. I'm truly speechless. He not only possesses an aura that no one of young Miss's age has, but the masterful movements of his hands are as skilled as a puppeteer's. While everyone was still amazed by Ray's aura and his skillful surgical hands, he was about to complete the operation. With only one final movement, Ray thought to himself, I'll finish by tying the knot. The butler looked at the back of the strange young man, pondered for a moment, and then changed his opinion. No, he's like a puppet god. That boy might actually be able to create a miracle. The butler's comment made the maid who had previously suspected Ray of being a scammer change her attitude, uttering words of admiration. I agree. Ray let out a sigh of relief, wiped the beads of sweat on his face, and said, all right, almost done. The neat stitches on the commander of the Empire's chest proved Ray's skill. The surgery was complete, and he thought to himself, now I just need to help restore his heartbeat a little. I'll use mana to perform emergency resuscitation. Ray placed his hands on the commander of the Empire's chest, applying force. Mana gathered under Ray's hands and flowed into the commander of the Empire's chest. With the medical knowledge from his previous life, he thought, I just need to help massage his heart. The result was successful. Just as he had expected, the mana created impulses that were transmitted to the commander of the Empire's heart, stimulating it to beat again. He joyfully exclaimed, it's done, he's alive. The surgery was a great success. Ray turned to look at the commander of the Empire's family, but their reaction was not like that of normal patients' families. They were completely stunned, their faces pale upon hearing Ray's good news. Ray also felt something was wrong with their attitude. He thought to himself, that expression of theirs, what's going on? Glancing at the commander of the Empire, he suddenly understood the reason. Blood was flowing from his mouth. Ray knew this was a normal phenomenon due to blood suddenly starting to circulate in the previously dead body, causing him to bleed. The captain of the night squad immediately gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, bastard. He pointed at Ray's face and yelled, I knew it. I knew you were just a quack. Ray thought to himself, this guy again, but outwardly, he still appeared conciliatory because the opponent was somewhat bigger than him. He raised his hand to stop the captain and said, excuse me, please let me explain a little. However, the captain resolutely refused to give Ray time to explain. He shouted, you're still trying to justify yourself. Ray patiently replied, but he's alive now. The captain became increasingly agitated, about to rush forward and grab Ray by the collar. He shouted, you're still trying to fool us. How is he alive? I only see a bloody body. Ray still tried to explain everything. That won't be a problem, he's really alive. Despite his efforts to explain, the captain of the night squad completely ignored Ray's words. He yelled, shut up. I can't believe you could cut open the body of a nobleman. Are you even human? Seeing this difficult to calm attitude, Ray sighed and said, wait a minute, well. As the two sides were arguing fiercely, Alicia suddenly spoke up, Ray, you told me you could definitely save him. She shouted with anger and disappointment, I trusted you. But now he's like this. Ray looked at Alicia and confirmed once more, wait a minute, he's really not dead. Alicia burst into tears, blaming herself in grief, my father died because I brought you here. Seeing Alicia crying like that, Ray became flustered. He asserted again, "He's really recovered, just wait and see." While Ray was lost in thought, wondering, why is everyone like this? Is it because they have no experience with surgery? Suddenly, a shining sword pointed at his chest, making him jump in surprise. The captain of the night squad raised his sword and scolded, "You lowly commoner, not only did you harm the commander of the Empire, but you also deceived young miss." The captain of the night squad, his face filled with murderous intent, charged towards Ray with his sword, continuing to shout, "Isn't it enough that you desecrated the commander of the Empire's body?" Standing before the sharp sword, Ray remained silent for a while, unable to believe that he had saved someone and was being repaid so generously. Ray's face hardened, no longer as gentle as before. He exhaled and said, "Ha, I spent so much effort to save him. But not only did I not receive a word of thanks, but you also pointed a sword at my face." Ray gritted his teeth and asked the rude captain again, "What did you just say?" "I'm a scammer and a murderer." His face then immediately turned sullen, his sharp eyes stared at the captain, saying each word clearly, "You guys messed with the wrong person." Ray's face darkened as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. He thought to himself, "I know their reaction is infuriating, but if you think about the standards of this world, this is actually quite normal." Ray tried to stay calm and asserted again to the commander of the Empire's family, "I will say it again, the treatment was successful. Just wait for him to recover, I'll be leaving now." As he spoke, Ray turned and walked towards the door. Before leaving the room, he gave the captain of the night squad a deathly glare and a threat that sent shivers down their spines. "And, I warn you, don't you dare try to stop me." The captain of the night squad gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, his face flushed with anger. He swung his sword towards Ray while yelling, "Take this, you arrogant brat." Not wanting to waste any more words, Ray didn't even bother turning around to face the captain's attack. He simply glanced at the captain, clenched his fist, and uttered a single word, "Bind." A mess of chains wrapped around the captain's muscular body, freezing him in the posture of raising his sword. The captain of the night squad struggled, trying to break free from the chains while screaming, "Binding spell, how can he use this kind of magic?" The surrounding soldiers panicked, not knowing what to do. The captain shouted even more angrily, "What are you doing? Catch him quickly." Despite his own panic at being tightly bound by a young boy using magic, the captain still tried to direct the soldiers. "He can't use many spells at once, hurry up," the confused soldiers replied, "Yes sir." While the others wasted time creating a commotion before rushing forward, Ray simply stood still, using just one move and saying just one word, "Bind," to deal with them. A series of chains appeared in the air, tightly constricting the soldiers' armor, rendering them immobile. The captain was completely shocked by this scene, stammering, dual magic. At this age, he can use dual magic already." Looking at the young man with the ability to control mana as powerfully and complexly as a high-ranking mage, the captain stammered, "Just what is this brat?" Ignoring the soldiers bound tightly in place, Ray continued walking and emphasized again to the commander of the Empire's family, "This is the final warning. Don't get in my way." He didn't need to raise his voice like the captain, but Ray's words carried an invisible weight that made everyone wary. Ray stepped out of the commander of the Empire's mansion as night fell. He sighed in frustration, lamenting, "Even though the differences between medical practices are vast, really, this is too much." As he walked home, Ray grumbled, "How dare they treat me like a clueless little scammer." However, he was also a little pleased that his first case in this world had been successfully treated. "That was the first patient I treated here," Ray thought as he opened the door and entered his house. After this first experience, Ray realized, just as I thought, my medical skills are useless here. As soon as Ray returned, Sane reminded him, "Ray, you're back too late." Seeing his mother's anger, Ray suddenly remembered, "Oh no, I was so focused on thinking that I completely forgot." Sane asked irritably, "What time did I tell you to be home?" Ray hurriedly replied, 7. Sane then launched into a long speech, like any other mother would when her child forgets the time while playing. "And what time is it now? Do you know how many bad people there are in this world? You'll be grounded for 2 days. Although he was unwilling, Ray could only accept his mother's punishment. Night fell outside the small house, carrying Ray's hazy thoughts after being reprimanded by his mother. "Even though I've come here, I'm still treated like a child." Meanwhile, at the commander of the Empire's mansion, everyone was still reeling from what Ray had done. Both the captain of the night squad and the soldiers were still tightly bound, everyone wondering in confusion, what the hell just happened? Who is that kid? Even Alicia and the commander of the Empire's wife were bewildered. At this moment, the commander of the Empire, who had been lying still on the bed, suddenly coughed. The movement from someone who was thought to be dead surprised everyone. The maid immediately exclaimed with joy, "The commander of the Empire is alive." The captain, who was tightly bound, couldn't see anything on the bed and stammered, How is that possible? Is the commander of the Empire really alive?" The commander of the Empire's wife, seeing that her husband was out of danger, suddenly remembered her family's rude behavior towards Rei. First, there was Alicia's angry shout, "How could you tell me to trust you?" But more importantly and worryingly, there was the rash act of the knight captain pointing his sword at Rei's face and yelling, "You lowly commoner." Surely those actions had offended the person who had just saved the commander of the Empire. The commander of the Empire's wife reflected on everything that had happened and began to feel guilty. She sighed and admitted, "I didn't even recognize my savior. I've truly made a grave mistake." Looking directly at the captain with a stern gaze, the commander of the Empire's wife demanded, "Take responsibility for this and go find him immediately. This directly harms our family's reputation." The captain was shocked by the madam's request. He stammered, "Me." At that moment, the binding magic wore off. The captain suddenly lost his balance and fell down. The madam repeated her request, "Find him and personally apologize for your rudeness." Faced with the madam's order, the captain reluctantly complied, "Yes, I understand." The butler maintained his composure and finally spoke, "It's truly fascinating how such a young man could accomplish such a miraculous feat." The captain suddenly made a statement that left everyone stunned. Could he be a saint? The commander of the Empire's wife, slightly surprised and confused, said, "A saint? But I've never heard of a saint who can use magic." The butler agreed, "Neither have I." The captain insisted on his opinion, explaining, "Look at the commander of the Empire's relaxed expression. He's definitely just asleep. Everyone saw it, right? If he wasn't a saint with the ability to bring the dead back to life, how could this be possible?" So, who are the saints? They are chosen by the gods, possessing immense divine power. They can also hear the words of the gods, are deeply loved, and are even considered representatives and reincarnations of the gods. The madam pondered, "But, is it really that boy? I've never heard rumors of our kingdom having a saint." The captain argued, "Then could he be an unknown saint?" The maid seemed convinced by this theory and agreed, "That's right. Wasn't this a disease that even the archbishops couldn't cure? The one who cured the commander of the Empire must be a saint." The butler looked at the captain with concern and asked, "So, how did you treat a saint, Captain?" The captain hung his head, remorseful, "I deeply apologize for my stupidity. I caused trouble for the commander of the Empire." The madam sighed and said, "No, weren't we all just standing by and watching? This is our fault." Alicia also acknowledged sadly, "Rei, no, that saint, we must go meet him and apologize." Suddenly, a warm voice rang out from the bedside, "What are you all talking about? Did you just say, a saint?" The commander of the Empire had woken up and could even sit up. He was utterly astonished to hear everyone discussing Rei as a saint. The commander of the Empire, regaining his strength, asked loudly, "I'm asking you, what the hell happened while I was unconscious?" Alicia stammered, Well, a saint healed you, father." The commander of the Empire gripped the bedsheets tightly, suppressing his anger and asking, "So I owe my awakening to this saint?" Looking at the captain, the commander of the Empire erupted in anger, yelling, "And you dare to be proud of your rudeness? What the hell?" The captain, being scolded, panicked and shouted, "Commander of the Empire." The shouting irritated the commander of the Empire even more, "Don't yell." The commander of the Empire didn't hesitate to give instructions, "Use all the manpower we have in this mansion, use every possible means to find him." Immediately, his shout echoed throughout the room, showing that he had recovered significantly. At the same time, Rei, who was reading a book, felt his ears itch. He muttered, "Did someone just mention me?" The next day, in a deserted forest, Rei and his mother were preparing to do something. Sane excitedly cheered, "Good luck, Rei." In Rei's hand was a broken twig. Rei spread his hand towards the broken twig and shouted, "Heal." But nothing happened. His magic fizzled out this time. Rei couldn't believe he couldn't perform the healing spell. He froze in shock. Sane took this rare opportunity to tease, "Oh my, you failed, how cute." Thinking there was something wrong with his abilities, Rei immediately tried to redo the magic he had succeeded with before. First, the fireball. Although it looked a bit strange compared to usual, it was still alright. Then the light magic. Perfect, no problem. Trying again, Rei pointed his hand towards the broken twig and shouted, "Heal." But this spell, it still fizzled out. He angrily waved his arms and legs around, wondering, "Why isn't this working?" "Why?" Sane cheerfully said, "Come on, let me explain, listen carefully. Healing is a spell that uses mana to enhance the target's vitality." Hearing his mother's explanation, Rei thought to himself, "That's too simplified. But he still patiently listened to his mother continue. Try to imagine using your mana to create a layer that envelopes your target. Like this, heal, Sane explained and demonstrated at the same time. Sane encouraged Ray. It's not too difficult, try again, you understand, right? Ray replied, yes, but it seemed like he wasn't quite sure about this knowledge. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the nearby bushes. Sane was startled and turned to look. What was that sound? She exclaimed, oh, it's a deer. It looks like it has a serious leg injury, how unfortunate. Sane looked at the deer's injury and had an idea. Perfect, Ray, why don't you try healing the deer? Ray asked his mother in surprise. The deer. Sane was confident about her idea. She said, think of it as practice, it needs help anyway. Ray thought about it and found the idea reasonable. I guess it could be better than practicing on a twig. Sane whispered to Ray, try to approach the deer without startling it. Ray felt a little strange. He thought to himself, why does it seem like Mom is enjoying this situation? They both held their breath to approach the deer without scaring it away. But Ray accidentally stepped on a twig. The movement startled the deer, making it look in their direction. Then it ran away into the forest. Ray exclaimed, it's running. Sane excitedly instructed her son, go, Ray, catch it. Still surprised by his mother's reaction, Ray hurriedly ran after the deer, the question ringing in his head, why do I have to do this? While running, Ray wondered, is it worth it for God's hand to put so much effort into learning healing? He asked himself and then answered himself, of course, I need to make sure I do everything I can to save as many lives as possible. Seeing the deer within range of his magic, Ray immediately reached out and used the binding spell. He recalled, if I think about what happened in the past. The people here, instead of understanding my modern medical knowledge, they feared it because they weren't sure. Thinking about the past briefly motivated Ray to learn healing magic, and he had also caught his target. Ray exclaimed, I got you. Ray scratched his head, looking at the deer lying on the ground. Seriously, it still ran well with an injured leg. He stroked the deer to calm it down. Now, lie still, I'll heal you. Ray was determined and highly focused. He thought to himself, if magic is what they often use, I will definitely succeed in this. While Ray was performing the healing spell, Sane, not far away, felt a powerful flow of mana. She froze and looked at Ray, wondering, this terrifying flow of mana, but how? Ray seriously poured all his mana control ability into this spell casting. He thought to himself, on the honor of a doctor, I will definitely reach the next step, and then he shouted, heal. As a result, after the earth-shattering scream, the deer lay dead. Ray tried to shake it awake but couldn't. Both mother and son were stunned by this undesirable outcome, silently gazing at the deer lying on the ground for a long time. Only after a long while did they react to this sad outcome. Ray's failure this time was utterly disastrous. Sane exclaimed in confusion, oh dear, it died instantly. What happened? Ray replied awkwardly, it was supposed to be healed. Ray sighed, thinking that he wouldn't be able to save a life like a doctor. He tried to recall the knowledge his mother had taught him, pondering carefully, using mana to lay down a membrane and enhance vitality. Wasn't that what mother said? Ray looked at his mother, still surprised by the deer incident, and wondered, why does it make me not understand how to heal, while all other mages can do it? Ray looked thoughtfully at his hand, or is it because of the mana path I have? He even hypothesized the situation that just happened, but not with a deer, but with a human. Ray imagined an old man leaning on a cane coming to him for treatment. Young doctor, could you please heal me? And Ray, with his compassion, enthusiastically agreed, of course. Wait a moment, healing. Afterward, the old man exclaimed, thank goodness, how can I ever repay you? But then he coughed up blood. And died instantly. Imagining the scene of using magic to kill someone, Ray broke out in a cold sweat and thought, I will have to stay away from healing magic from now on. I can't risk doing that to anyone who is injured. And so, Ray's healing magic practice ended in the forest like that. That evening, when Ray and his mother returned home, Sane specially prepared a lavish dinner, causing Ale to exclaim, wow, is there a special occasion? What's with the steak? Sane covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, about that. Her ambiguity made Ale even more curious. After hearing his wife tell about Ray's 3 failed attempts at healing magic practice, Ale had to hold back from laughing out loud. Wanting to tease Ray, Ale deliberately asked, what, our genius son can't heal? Sane joined in the joke while pinching Ray's cheek. That's what I said. Ho ho, so cute. Finally, the couple couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter in front of Ray. He was both angry and embarrassed, silently cursing, damn it. I will never learn healing magic from now on. The scene shifts to the Holy Empire of Gaia, where a magnificent and imposing castle appears. Inside the temple, a golden statue of the goddess seems to be emitting a blinding aura. The brilliant golden light illuminated the entire room. Suddenly voices echoed from the goddess statue, "Aya, my Aya." The Pope of the Holy Empire knelt at the feet of the goddess statue, looking up and asking respectfully, "Your Holiness, are you calling me?" The goddess commanded, "Find him. Find the new white-haired star." Elsewhere, as the army of the Holy Empire marched towards Scylla, the soldiers whispered among themselves. One asked, "Have you heard?" Another replied, "About the new saint." "Of course, I've heard about him. There's already a saintess." "I can't believe there's another one," another soldier said. "I heard this new saint is quite young." The other soldier then said, "What does age matter? He was chosen by the gods." This soldier said, "Well, having another saint must be good for us. Isn't this unprecedented in history?" Rewind time back to 10 hours before the Holy Empire's army was dispatched on a special mission. Early that morning, at the palace of the Holy Empire of Gaia, the Pope of the Holy Empire was kneeling at the feet of the goddess and respectfully thanking her for her manifestation. "Your Holiness, finally, the goddess has." Thank you, Your Holiness." After the ceremony, the Pope asked the purpose of the goddess's manifestation. "Do you have something important, Your Holiness?" The goddess commanded, "Go find the white-haired saint located in the country called Scylla." The Pope silently waited for the goddess's next instruction, but was met with silence. He cautiously asked, "Is that all, Your Holiness?" The goddess replied irritably, "What else do you want?" The Pope said in confusion, "But there are many people with white hair in Scylla. Can't you give me a little more clue?" The goddess remained silent for a while and finally revealed more information to the Pope. "This new saint is 15 years old. Find him and bring him to this holy empire." Hearing the goddess's irritated tone, the Pope panicked and hastily accepted the order. Yes, Your Holiness, I will find him right away." He immediately called out of the temple, "Iron, are you there?" A young man's voice echoed back, "Yes, Your Holiness." He hurried into the temple. "You called for me." The Pope waved his hand and commanded, "Go prepare a delegation immediately and send them to Scylla right away." "Go now," Iron replied. "Yes, Your Holiness, I understand." Despite having issued the order to search for the new saint, the Pope still seemed very shocked by what he had heard about him. Meanwhile, at Ray's house, his father was suggesting, "Ray, how about learning swordsmanship?" Ray glanced at his father through his glasses, surprised. Swordsmanship. Ale enthusiastically listed the benefits of learning swordsmanship to convince Ray. "Right, the more ways you know to defend yourself, the better." Resting his chin on his hand and thinking for a while, Ray thought to himself, "That makes sense. Compared to my previous life, where I could easily obtain daily necessities, this is a place where I have to risk my life just for an apple." Thinking so, Ray closed his book and turned to his father, saying, "All right, I really want to try learning." Ale excitedly replied, "Great, let's start right away." Clack, clack. Two wooden swords clashed forcefully. The sword movements were fluid yet powerful, as if tearing through the air. Ale advanced strongly, continuously swinging his sword towards Ray. "For a beginner, you're not bad at all." His father's relentless attacks made Ray a little scared. In his heart, he silently thanked heaven and earth. "Fortunately, I learned kendo before." While parrying the attacks, Ray shouted, "Wait a minute, I think you're being a little too aggressive. Is this all you've got?" Ray swung his sword forcefully, pushing his father back. Ale instinctively dodged and retreated a considerable distance. The temporary distance between them allowed Ray to consider a different approach to avoid being overwhelmed by his father. He thought to himself, "If that's the case." His hand tightened around the sword. His son's actions made Ale realize something. He deliberately provoked Ray. "What's wrong, Ray? Giving up already?" Meanwhile, Ray was focusing mana around himself. Ray slowly replied to his father, "No way." He channeled mana into his hand, creating a green aura that enveloped the sword. Once ready, Ray confidently raised his sword in a gesture of challenge, just changing tactics a bit. This surprised Ale. He thought to himself, using swordsmanship. Without giving his father time to guess his intentions, Ray leaped up. He lunged at his father, slashing his sword downwards. The powerful aura whizzed past Ale's face, leaving him stunned. Ray pressed his advantage, attacking relentlessly. His overwhelming momentum forced his father to dodge and retreat. Ale thought to himself, "If this continues, I'll lose." Determined not to lose to his son in their first sword fight, Ale gritted his teeth and thought, "I have no other choice, then. I have to use swordsmanship too." Ale's muscular hand gripped the wooden sword tightly, and a bright golden light instantly enveloped it. This powerful energy source surprised Ray. Ale stood still and swung his sword down, the power of the technique seemingly splitting the ground in two. The terrifying energy wave rushed towards the wooden sword in Ray's hand, and he could no longer hold it firmly. Ray's wooden sword and he himself were sent flying. Ray landed on his butt with a thud and let out a cry. Whoa! A cry startled Ale, realizing he had gone too far. He yelled, Ray, and rushed over to check on his son. Meanwhile, in the market where Ray had been looking for patients, murmurs and gossip arose among the people. Aren't those people from the Intelligence Guild? We've seen them a lot these past few days. A citizen glanced at the person in a brown cloak and said, I think the guild is looking for someone or something. In a corner of the street, a man in a cloak was quietly observing everything. When he didn't find what he needed, he silently left, flicking his coat. At the same time, in the center of the Intelligence Guild, a few men were discussing amongst themselves. One asked, Found anything? The other two shook their heads and replied, No, nothing yet. Seriously, how can we find someone if we only know their age and hair color? Another person in the guild complained, and being asked about progress every day is too much pressure. Just then, the captain of the night squad entered. A member of the guild said, Look, there he is again. The captain immediately pressed, Have you found anything yet? A member of the Intelligence Guild spoke up in frustration, Listen, Sir Knight, finding a needle in a haystack would be easier than this. A 15-year-old white-haired boy, with that little information, how can we find him? Hearing this, the captain of the night squad gritted his teeth and cursed, You useless bastards. The captain of the night squad recalled just a few hours ago at the commander of the Empire's residence, when he heard that the search for Ray had not yet yielded any results. The glass cup was thrown to the ground by the commander of the Empire, shattering into pieces, accompanied by the sound of his constant scolding, You mean you still haven't found him? What the hell are you doing? Facing the commander of the Empire's wrath, the captain of the night squad could only bow his head and accept his fate. I am very sorry, Commander of the Empire. The commander of the Empire continued to yell, Do you think he's just an ordinary boy? He's a saint, for heaven's sake. If people knew how badly we treated a saint, there will definitely be a war. The Holy Empire might declare war on us. Do you want to destroy this family? Go find him now, go. Under the pressure of the lives of an entire family and the safety of the entire nation, the captain of the night squad was forced to swallow his pride and say to the members of the Intelligence Guild, Please do your best, I'll pay any amount. The generous reward immediately attracted a member of the Intelligence Guild. He confirmed with the captain of the night squad, Did you just say you'll pay any amount? Then let me take care of this for you, he asserted confidently as if he already knew where Ray was. He then gave a sly smile. Back in the forest near Ray's house, where he and his father were practicing swordsmanship, Ray was accidentally injured by his father. He touched the tear in his palm and winced. Ah, that hurts. Seeing his son bleeding, Ale felt extremely guilty. He frowned and said softly to Ray, Damn it, that looks bad. I'm so sorry, son. Ray chuckled and comforted his father. It's okay. Hearing the loud noise, Sane rushed over to see what was happening and immediately cried out in worry when she saw her son's injury. Ray, what happened to your hand? Sane examined the wound on Ray's hand with distress, saying worriedly, It looks like it's broken. She didn't forget to turn and scold her husband for losing control of his strength and injuring their son. Honey. Ray reassured his mother, saying, It's okay, Mom, we can heal it with magic. Sane winced and was about to take his hand to heal him. Okay, I'll help you right away, but Ray unexpectedly refused. No, I want to try it myself. Ray tried to use healing magic on his own wound. He focused his mana and heal. The surrounding mana moved and surrounded his body, then concentrated on his injured hand. Sane was extremely surprised to see the result of this magic casting. Ray hadn't failed. Sane asked in amazement, It's completely healed, it's like it was never injured. But how? While Sane was still surprised, Ale asked, Didn't you say he couldn't do it last time? Sane recounted the incident that day, because he killed the deer with one hit. Hearing about the deer, Ale remembered the delicious steak from that day. Ray noticed his parents' surprised and confused reactions and thought to himself, I guess I have to explain everything now. He slowly said, Mom, Dad, I have some things to tell you. Sane curiously asked, What is it? Ray hesitantly replied, Actually, I am different from ordinary people. Ray's answer left his parents speechless. Silence fell upon the room for a long time after Ray revealed himself. After a while, the couple reluctantly returned to a more stable state of mind. Sane smiled gently at Ray. Well, even though you look like that, but Ale whispered something into his wife's ear. Darling, more importantly, maybe. It's unknown what they whispered to each other, but ultimately, they declared to their son with a firm voice, Ray, no matter what you decide, your father and I will always be by your side. Sane beamed and said, Even if you bring home an elf wife, if it makes you happy, we will accept it. Seeing his parents' reaction, Ray quickly stopped their strange train of thought. It's good that you're open-minded, but that's too much. After returning home, the family of three discussed in more detail the unusual thing Ray had mentioned. Sane and Ale now understood what Ray meant. Sane said, "Ah, so it's about your mana capacity, we thought." Ray explained more thoroughly. "Instead of using a magic circle to store mana in my body, I let mana form naturally." Sane gradually understood the benefits of this form of mana storage. She analyzed, "Pure mana is stronger than stored mana, so I understand why Ray's magic is so powerful." Ray continued, "So if I use healing magic on someone who can't withstand pure mana?" Ray stopped there, but everyone understood the consequences. For example, the deer from the other day had ended up on the dinner table after receiving pure mana from Ray. Sane broke the silence. "Son, I think you're a genius, but you used our family's secret technique to." Ale continued for his wife, "I think you definitely can't use it on ordinary people." Ray smiled wryly. "Ha, what a terrible talent." Ray fell into deep thought. "That's right. I can't use magic to save ordinary people. If I want to save more people as a doctor, I have to think more carefully." While his parents were still discussing Ray's special ability, he was lost in his own thoughts. "That's right, I need more surgical experience." Ray looked at his hand, clenching it as if he had found the firm direction of his life. Thinking this, Ray raised his head and said to his parents, "I'll be back soon." Hearing this, Ale immediately asked his son, "Where are you going?" Ray replied casually, "Just going for a walk." He thought to himself, "I can't tell them I'm going to perform surgery." Sane didn't forget to carefully remind Ray, "Don't follow strangers." "Okay." Ale also agreed and reminded him, "Yeah, you're at an age where you like to have fun." Ray smiled at his mother and said, "Mom, I'm a grown-up now. I'll be back soon." The scene shifts to Barlow Village, where two travelers had just arrived from elsewhere and were overwhelmed by the crowded area. The man wearing glasses exclaimed, "Wow, Barlow Village is bigger than I imagined." The bald man said, "I was planning to just pass through, but maybe staying here wouldn't be bad." As they were talking, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, traveler, can I ask you something?" It turned out to be the young man from the Intelligence Guild. He held a piece of paper in his hand and cheerfully asked the two visitors, "Have you seen a boy like this?" The man wearing glasses asked back, "A boy?" The informant immediately presented his clue drawing and added a description: blue eyes, white hair, handsome too. Suddenly, the atmosphere became gloomier. The man wearing glasses looked closely at the drawing and asked, "Handsome?" The bald man added a sarcastic remark, "That's a terrible drawing." Embarrassed and angered by the criticism, the young man from the Intelligence Guild yelled, "Rude, I'm just asking if you've seen him or not." The man wearing glasses also got angry and shouted back, "How would we know, and why are you getting angry?" Coincidentally, Ray arrived at that moment. Seeing the chaotic scene in the village today, he clicked his tongue. Seems like things are more troublesome. Or is it because there are more people? Ray wondered. Suddenly, a sentence from the informant caught his attention. "No, listen, the commander of the Empire is." Ray's eyes lit up. The commander of the Empire. The informant explained to the other two, "The commander of the Empire is offering a lot of money to find this person." The man wearing glasses continued to ask questions. "But who is this boy anyway?" The informant looked at him coldly and replied, "If I knew, would I be looking like this? It seems like he's an exceptional genius." Suddenly, the informant paused for a moment, as if sensing something. Ray was still eavesdropping on the conversation and thought to himself, "The commander of the Empire is looking for someone, is it me?" The informant suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute," and then stared at Ray from head to toe as he stood there listening. He leaned closer to Ray, frowning and scrutinizing him. Ray was startled and stammered, What is it?" The informant thought to himself, comparing each identifying feature of the young man in front of him with the person he was looking for. Blue eyes, white hair, found him, it's definitely him. Once he was certain, he turned his head and reported to his teammate, "Hey, tell the guild I found the boy." Then he turned back to Ray and said, "Hey kid, I'm not a stranger, I work for the Information Guild." Without needing to listen to the informant ramble on any further, Ray confirmed, "Got it. I'll go with you." The informant was bewildered by the casual attitude of the boy in front of him. He asked hesitantly, "Didn't your mother teach you not to follow strangers?" Ray looked at him with annoyance and countered, "Would a stranger ask such things? Then I won't go." Without waiting for his reply, Ray said, "You said the commander of the Empire is looking for me, right? I need to check on the patients, so I'll go." The informant didn't dare to say more, afraid Ray would change his mind. He said, Okay, I'll call a carriage, so wait a moment." As they traveled to the commander of the Empire's residence, the informant curiously asked Ray, "Hey, can I ask you a few things?" "What do you mean by patients?" "You mean the sick people at the commander of the Empire's place." Ray replied calmly, "Ah, well, yes. I really want to know what they're doing, Ray said with a mischievous smile, looking more like a grim reaper than someone who could save lives. The informant got goosebumps seeing Ray's smile. He thought to himself, isn't this kid a little crazy? The carriage quickly brought them to the commander of the Empire's residence. Ray was somewhat excited as he opened the carriage door. He urged, we're here, let's go. But as soon as he stepped towards the gate of the mansion, Ray was stunned by the scene before him. Suddenly, a servant of the mansion shouted, welcome. Immediately, a long line of servants in the mansion stood neatly at the gate and said in unison, welcome, your holiness. Greeted with unusual enthusiasm, Ray thought he had misheard. He asked in surprise, did you just call me your holiness? The way they welcomed him as if he were a saint right from the entrance of the mansion showed the respect the commander of the Empire's family had for Ray. However, this overly enthusiastic reception made him truly uncomfortable. Ray frowned and explained to the commander of the Empire's family, what I'm saying is, I am not the saint you are looking for. He clearly stated that while being treated to a lavish banquet filled with delicacies, as expected of a noble family. Seeing Ray's firm refusal to acknowledge himself as a saint, the commander of the Empire abruptly stood up and slammed his hand on the table in protest. How can you say such a thing about yourself? The commander of the Empire expressed his gratitude. You saved my life. No, you saved my family. You blessed a sinner like me. There's no way you're not a saint. Ray held his head in his hands, wondering how to explain the medical knowledge he retained from his previous life. It's just medicine. How do I explain this? While Ray was still confused, the commander of the Empire's wife spoke up and expressed her gratitude. Sir Ray, we cannot ignore the fact that you brought this family back to life. The madam thanked Ray and turned towards her daughter, who had just entered the room. Oh right, Alicia, come greet him. Wearing a lovely pink dress, a stark contrast to the first time she met Ray, Alicia said shyly, Sir, allow me to thank you for saving my father. Ray was slightly taken aback by the cuteness of the young miss in this dress. However, Alicia's beauty wasn't enough to make Ray forget their small feud from before. He deliberately teased her, saying, weren't you the one wondering why I was brought here? Ray's sarcastic remark left Alicia speechless. As for the commander of the Empire and his wife, they were terrified upon hearing Ray's reproach. The commander of the Empire immediately scolded his only daughter, Alicia, I thought I raised you better than this. The commander of the Empire continued to reprimand Alicia. I always told you to apologize whenever you do something wrong, now quickly beg for forgiveness for what you did. The commander of the Empire's harsh attitude towards Alicia made Ray tense. He quickly waved his hand and intervened. No need, it was just a joke. In the current situation, it seemed like no one was willing to listen to Ray's earlier explanation. He scratched his head in embarrassment and thought to himself, why is everyone acting like this? I already said I'm not a saint. Suddenly, Ray remembered something. Wait, come to think of it. He turned to the maid and asked, where's the person who came with me? The maid respectfully replied, I'm not sure, but it seems like he was in a hurry. At the same time, a figure was dashing through the forest. It was the informant. He ran and thought to himself, that's amazing. That boy is really a saint. His face was still full of surprise. He muttered to himself, this could be considered important news. I need to inform the guild. And so, the informant ran deep into the forest. Knowing that the informant had disappeared in a flash after arriving, Ray felt a little uneasy but thought, I guess nothing bad will happen, right? After the lavish banquet, the commander of the Empire kindly poured tea for Ray and asked, was the food to your liking? Ray replied cheerfully, yes, everything was delicious. Seeing Ray's satisfied reaction, the commander of the Empire breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, we prepared a lot to ensure you enjoyed the meal. I'm glad you liked it. Ray had thoroughly enjoyed the banquet. He couldn't stop praising it. I don't think there's anything better than this. Ray lifted the fragrant herbal teacup and took a sip, relaxing as he listened to the commander of the Empire speak. I'm grateful for that. You don't have to worry about anything, because you will enjoy such dishes every day in the holy country. Hearing this, Ray paused and immediately asked, what do you mean? The commander of the Empire was surprised by Ray's reaction and asked, haven't you been informed? Seeing that Ray still seemed clueless, the commander of the Empire immediately explained with great enthusiasm, I heard that the delegation from the holy country has arrived, ready to take you back. Ray stood up in astonishment, his face pale, and asked the commander of the Empire, who came here to pick up who, and before that, how did they know I was here? The commander of the Empire hurriedly explained, we've heard many rumors that the Pope himself received a message. Ray's jaw dropped in surprise. He pressed, what kind of message made him need me? Seeing Ray's shock, the commander of the Empire explained slowly and carefully, about that, the holy country is a nation blessed by the divine. When necessary, the divine sends messages to the holy children of the holy country. Ray wondered, can the divine communicate directly with humans? The commander of the Empire pondered and replied, communicate, not quite, more accurately, they leave signs or send dreams. The commander of the Empire described, I've heard that people suspected of being holy children have a halo following them. Ray heard this unbelievable thing and thought to himself, why is there even a halo? Ray was still confused. He asked, so, what will happen to me? The commander of the Empire responded enthusiastically, you will go to the holy country. Congratulations, Sir Ray. The commander of the Empire's firm statement was like a bolt from the blue for Ray. He seemed frozen in place. After the shock of that information, Ray returned home sluggishly. His dejected attitude worried his parents. Ale asked his wife, how is Ray? Sane whispered to her husband, he must be exhausted. He hasn't come out of his room. Ale looked at his wife and instructed, it's best to let him rest. At that moment, Ray lay in his room, his soul separated from his body. He still couldn't process the complex information he had received. He muttered, message, holy country. Exhausted from thinking about what he had heard from the commander of the Empire, Ray buried his face in the bed and cried silently. Outside, it was late at night, but Ray's mind was still swirling with many worries. He complained dejectedly, I just wanted to live a comfortable second life in this fantasy world. The next morning, at the Cilia Palace. At the detached palace, located quite far from the rest of the palace, everything was neatly arranged and airy. Two maids in the palace were cleaning, whispering and gossiping with each other. One asked, do you know who lives in the detached palace? The other girl replied, no, who is it? The maid then revealed, I heard it's the holy child of the holy country of Gaia. The other maid exclaimed in surprise, a holy child came to our kingdom. The other one continued, I'm curious about what kind of person she is. I heard she was blessed from a very young age. The other maid immediately said, oh, I've heard about that too. The maid imagined and described, the holy child has hair down to her waist, and eyes that sparkle like rubies. Rumor has it that she is so beautiful that it feels like a ray of light is always shining on her. The other maid listened with interest and said, really, I'm so curious. This maid also excitedly said, if we're lucky, do you think we could meet her? And the other maid immediately replied, that would be amazing. At that moment, in the holy country of Gaia, from the window of a room, the silhouette of a girl could be seen behind the curtains. From outside her room, a voice spoke up, young miss, may I come in? It seemed the girl had long, flowing hair. She replied, yes, come in. A follower appeared from behind the door, speaking cautiously, thank you, it's almost time for the banquet. The girl sighed, they really don't let anyone rest. The follower hesitantly said, if you could prepare. The girl replied, I understand. I will depart shortly. Ah, right, what about the news of the holy child I asked about? The girl turned to look at the follower, her beautiful face exuding elegance and nobility. She was the holy child Iriel of the holy country of Gaia. The follower quickly replied, ah, yes, I have good news. The follower leaned in and whispered into Iriel's ear. Hearing the information she needed, Iriel gave a mischievous smile and murmured, he has finally appeared. Someone who can understand me. That same morning, at Ray's house, the sun had risen to its zenith. After a sleepless night, Ray looked visibly haggard. He looked like a soulless corpse, his face drained of blood. Sitting at his desk, Ray held his head in his hands and thought, I've tried so hard but I still can't think of anything. If the Holy Empire catches me, it's all over. He imagined the scene of being caught by the Holy Empire and forced to become a saint. Just the thought of it made Ray shiver and break out in a cold sweat. He rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. This second life, which should have been peaceful, is going to be even harder than the first. Moreover, he thought about having to kneel and pray to a god whose face he didn't even know for the rest of his life. Ray cried out in panic, no way. Just then, his parents entered the room. Seeing their son's panic, Sane immediately asked with concern, Ray, what's wrong? Looking at his worried parents, Ray thought recklessly, should I tell my parents to run away with me? But then he dismissed the crazy idea, no, even if we tried, there's nowhere safe to escape to. Ray thought angrily about the arrogant Holy Empire. His hands clenched. He understood that how hard he tried to run, the Holy Empire would chase him to the ends of the earth. Seeing Ray remaining silent, his parents came closer and inquired, you've been acting strange since last night, what's going on? Ray still didn't know how to explain this to them. He didn't even know if he should say anything, so he just gritted his teeth and remained silent. Unable to find a good solution for the time being, Ray didn't want to face his parents now, so he dashed away, leaving his parents bewildered. Ray only said, I'll be back soon. Sane looked worriedly at her son's back and said to her husband, he must be going through something. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Intelligence Guild, The blonde informant had brought the hot news about Ray to a colleague in the guild. His colleague confirmed again. So this information is correct, right? That boy is the one the Holy Empire is turning everything upside down to find. Glancing at the drawing in his colleague's hand, the other man affirmed, that's the saint. His colleague stared at the drawing. Although it was a bit ugly, they could still visualize Ray's important features. The blonde informant looked at his colleague seriously and said, you know you can be sure you're the first person I gave this information to, right? The man with the goatee replied resolutely, of course, I already sold this information to the Holy Empire, now we just need to find out where this saint lives. Looking down at the bustling city below, the man with the goatee continued, I've sent people to search the outskirts of the city, as you requested, since it seems like he comes from a low-class family, he's probably there, right? The goateed man boasted smugly, unlike us, everyone else will just blindly search around this village, that's why high-quality information is so important, it saves time. The blonde informant replied, and as we agreed, I'll be back as soon as the Holy Empire pays the fee. Suddenly, the blonde man noticed the forest located far from the city. His sixth sense told him there was something special about this place. Seeing the other man lost in thought and gazing into the distance, the man with the goatee asked, what are you thinking about? The blonde man pointed towards the forest and said, have you investigated that forest yet? The goateed man asked with wide eyes, you want to investigate that area too? The blonde man calmly analyzed, that's why I mentioned it, wouldn't that be a very convenient place for the saint to hide? The goateed man panicked, thinking about the elf tribe that had dominated the forest for a long time. He argued, no way, if he tries to hide there, the saint will die. You know they hate outsiders. Hearing this, the blonde man frowned and nodded, you have a point. There's no way he's there, right? The scene shifts to the terrifying forest that the two informants had just mentioned. Ray was currently dragging his feet through the familiar forest, thinking to himself, I hope I can come up with something good while walking. Despite walking for a while, Ray was still stuck. He sighed, I still can't think of a way to escape those people. Ray seriously reconsidered the idea of running away. Is running away the only option? Looking at the dense forest with no path ahead, Ray felt lost as well. He exclaimed, but that means I'll have to run away for the rest of my life. I don't like that at all. He sighed and sat down on a large rock, telling himself, let's cool my head down for a bit. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from behind, startling him. Ray jumped up and looked in the direction of the sound, his eyes searching. He thought to himself, something is coming. The Holy Empire, so soon. Nothing had appeared from behind the lush green foliage yet, only the continuous rustling sound could be heard. Ray frowned and stared at the bushes, raising his guard and trying to scan his surroundings. He thought worriedly, I can't sense any presence anymore. At this moment, the sound came from another direction. The sound became clearer and closer. Suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed from behind a tree, a human. Ray was slightly shocked, having never been in this situation before. The voice continued to reverberate throughout the forest. Little human, what are you doing here? Ray chuckled dryly and said, I just want to rest for a bit, but in his heart, he was wondering, what is this, a forest spirit or something? The eerie voice immediately drove Ray away. Then leave, human, this is our territory. Ray nonchalantly ignored the threat and sat back down on the rock, saying calmly, alright, I'll leave, just let me sit here for a bit. The hidden entity was provoked and roared, I said leave now. Ray looked disdainfully towards the tree. After a few seconds of silence, he stood up, scratched his head, and complained in annoyance, first the Holy Empire, now this, nobody lets me be. Ray declared irritably, hey, I'm leaving now, alright, just like you said. He then pointed directly at the source of the sound and challenged, but let me see your face first. Waiting for a while without any response from the hidden entity, Ray casually sat back down in his previous spot and said while shaking his leg, otherwise, I'll just stay here, it doesn't matter. The hidden entity roared in anger, get out of here. Seeing this, Ray became even more smug. He leisurely stretched out on the rock, crossed his legs and taunted the hidden entity, saying casually, I don't care. The figure of an elf finally emerged from behind the tree. It growled, don't say I didn't warn you, human child. Ray ignored the threat and retorted bluntly, you think you have the right to drive me away while not even letting me see your face. But this time, the elf didn't say anything more. After a few seconds of silence, the elf suddenly rushed forward, raising its hand to attack Ray. Ray, who was on high alert, immediately widened his eyes. He quickly swung his hand to block the opponent's attack. The elf, caught off guard by Ray's counterattack, jumped back. Ray also stood up, ready to fight. He thought to himself, damn it, I didn't expect that thing to suddenly attack like that. If my mana wasn't active, I would be dead. Having prepared himself for a life-and-death battle, Ray was astonished when he looked up and saw his opponent. Green clothes, slender hands, long, pointed ears. He exclaimed in surprise, an elf. Ray scanned the elf girl from head to toe, thinking to himself, there are fairies here. Meanwhile, the elf girl was still surprised at how easily Ray had blocked her attack. She looked at the energy flowing in her hand and frowned. You blocked my attack. Clenching her fists, she looked up at Ray and questioned, you're not a normal human, are you? Ray scratched his head sheepishly and admitted, well, not exactly. The elf girl's expression soured. Immediately, she raised her hand, gathering energy and preparing to launch another attack. Then you can't stay here, she yelled, charging straight towards Ray. Ray was once again caught off guard, but he didn't flinch, immediately crossing his arms in front of his chest to defend himself. Boom! An explosion shook the entire forest. The elf girl was thrown back against a tree, clutching her head in a daze. Ugh! After regaining her senses, she looked towards Ray, surprised to find him completely unharmed. He was even standing in the same spot, calmly brushing off the dust from the explosion on his clothes. Wide-eyed, she muttered, he's okay. Impossible, a higher race. Hearing her words, Ray was also surprised. He asked, wait, what do you mean, higher? Ignoring Ray's question, the elf girl stood up and declared aggressively, I've changed my mind, human, follow me, and I'll let you stay in this forest. As she spoke, she beckoned him with her finger. Seeing her unstable mood, Ray chuckled and replied, it's okay, I have to go back now. He pointed in the opposite direction, indicating his refusal. The girl still didn't give up, determined to drag Ray along. She extended her hand again and explained, we respect strength. This is the law of the Grand Elf Forest Fairies. I invite you to our village. Hearing this new information, Ray thought in surprise, there's a fairy village in the forest. Looking at the elf girl who was still waiting for his response, he pondered, although she attacked me first, she doesn't seem like a bad fairy. Should I go? After a few minutes of hesitation, Ray decided to follow the girl to see what the fairy village was like. He proposed a deal. Okay, but you have to promise not to attack me. Of course, the girl agreed to Ray's request, and the two of them went deeper into the forest, led by the girl. On the way, Ray tried to get acquainted with the girl. He asked, just remembered, what's your name? The girl replied, I am FIA, from the Grand Elf Forest tribe. Ray exclaimed without hesitation, FIA, your name is so beautiful. He thought this was a standard compliment that would make any girl swoon, but surprisingly, FIA reacted completely opposite to normal. She glared at Ray and snapped, what? Although she yelled at Ray like that, as soon as she turned her back, FIA's face flushed red. She softened her voice and said, well, it's not that beautiful. This outward behavior contradicting her inner feelings confused Ray, who could only force a smile, with a huge question mark forming in his mind. To break the awkward atmosphere, Ray introduced himself. Anyway, my name is Ray. At that moment, looking ahead, FIA said, we're here. Sadly for Ray, FIA once again ignored his words, leaving him speechless. Seeing the fairy village for the first time, Ray's eyes lit up. Wow! He silently exclaimed, this is the fairy village. His eyes wide and mouth agape, Ray was still surprised by the simple and rustic village before him. He looked around and thought to himself, so they really live in the forest. I've never been this deep into the forest before. At this time, some other fairies in the village noticed him. They whispered and gossiped, it's a human, how can a human come here? Their attitude made Ray feel a little uncomfortable. FIA and Ray continued walking into the village, and the gossip around them grew louder and clearer. They said, FIA brought back a human. Why did FIA bring a human back? Ray carefully glanced at the fairies around him, thinking to himself, they are on guard. I already thought of this, but... Suddenly, a blonde elf girl came to talk to FIA. FIA, you're back. FIA quickly responded to her friend, Seely. Seely asked, who is this human kid? An assistant. FIA seriously spoke of Ray as a trophy. Yeah, his ability is okay, so I brought him back. Meanwhile, Ray was surrounded by a group of fairies, but they didn't seem to have any malicious intent, and Ray had begun to get acquainted with them. Seely looked at Ray with concern, judging his appearance, and said to FIA, you call him an assistant? Look at him, he can't even protect himself. Seeing Seely's doubts about her choice, FIA recounted, I thought so too at first. I tried to chase him away, but I couldn't. He's stronger than I thought. Seely said worriedly, your attack didn't work. That's impossible. Or, understanding Seely's implication that Ray might be from a stronger race, FIA explained, I tried to verify if he was from a higher race, but he's not. Seely was still apprehensive. She looked at Ray, who was chatting animatedly with her people, and wondered, really? FIA suddenly changed the subject, asking Seely, Ah, what about Era? Both girls looked up at a treehouse, which was Era's dwelling. The lovely house was closed and silent. Seely told FIA. She hasn't woken up yet, FIA replied. She hasn't woken up yet, I see. Seely suddenly remembered. Oh, right, the elder is looking for you. FIA, reminded of this important matter, immediately told Seely. Ah, yes, I'll go right away. Before leaving, FIA turned around and called, let's go, Ray. Hurrying after FIA, Ray complained. I knew the fairies would be wary of an outsider like me, but it's not that serious, right? FIA replied proudly, of course not, who do you think brought you here? Ray looked at FIA's attitude and thought to himself, I get it, you're saying you're a trustworthy person here, right? FIA led Ray to a large house. She knocked softly on the door. Then she called into the house, Elder, it's FIA. A beautiful woman with flowing golden hair opened the door and greeted her with a smile. Come in, FIA. Seeing FIA hesitate, the elder said gently, I've been waiting for a while, come in. While they were talking and laughing, the elder suddenly turned serious. FIA asked in confusion, Elder, are you all right? The elder replied calmly, of course. The elder looked towards Ray and asked FIA, is that boy a human? FIA answered, yes, I brought him here because he seems strong enough to be an assistant. Hearing this, Ray immediately interrupted their conversation, frowning and saying, no, wait a minute, I never said I would be an assistant or anything, did I? Afterward, FIA and Ray were invited into the elder's house to have tea and discuss the matter further. FIA tried to entice Ray, come on, there are many benefits. She then explained the benefits of being an assistant to him. First, you can come and go freely in the village, and you'll be considered a friend of the fairies. Seeing FIA talking to Ray, the elder just smiled and thought, their relationship seems quite good. Despite FIA's persuasion, Ray still refused. He showed a nonchalant attitude, saying, no, I don't need those things. Ray's blunt answer made FIA feel helpless. At this point, the elder finally spoke again. Oh, FIA. I called you here because there are some things I need to tell you. Keep it a secret from the other fairies, okay? FIA looked at the elder in surprise, her eyes wide. But just a second later, her eyes changed completely, and she replied with utmost seriousness, yes. The elder said to Ray, human boy, can you go outside? Ray had to leave the elder's house and wait for FIA outside the door. He leaned against the railing and complained, they told me to come in and then kicked me out, how boring. Only now did Ray have time alone to reflect on the decisions that would affect his entire life, the Holy One of the Empire or the assistant of the fairies. He frowned and sighed, my life is truly full of ups and downs. Meanwhile, at the Cilia Palace, Saintess Iriel was questioning her subordinates, is there any news of the Holy One? 2 followers were kneeling on the ground, fearfully replying, Your Holiness, I apologize, there is still no news. Iriel, with a stern and cold expression, scolded them, searching for the Holy One is the Lord's wish. Doesn't this show that you are being lazy in your search for him? The 2 followers trembled and replied, no, we have tried our best. Iriel looked down at the 2 subordinates and reprimanded them sternly, your best, but until now, there's still no news. If you've done your best and there are no results, it proves that you are all useless. The 2 followers looked up at the high and mighty Saintess, trembling and begging, please give us more time, we will definitely find him. Iriel gave them a scrutinizing and contemptuous look. After a moment of thought, Iriel declared, all right, I will trust you one more time. The 2 followers sighed in relief at having temporarily escaped a disaster. Before turning to leave, Iriel did not forget to leave them with a reminder, however, I am not as patient as the Lord, I hope you will keep your promise. The scene shifted back to the elder's house, where FIA shouted in shock, what do you mean, Chief Era died because of mana? The elder sighed sadly and said, her breath has ceased, she was also cursed, almost dead, then I saw that she didn't wake up again. FIA was both shocked and worried, speechless. The door of the house opened slightly, signaling the end of the conversation between the elder and FIA. She stepped out onto the balcony and stood beside Ray, letting out a sigh, her face clearly showing sadness. FIA thought back to what the elder had just said, and she couldn't help but feel anxious and worried about Chief Era, but she couldn't share it with anyone or ask for advice. FIA just stood there looking at Chief Era's house for a long time, feeling anxious and worried. Ray noticed FIA's bad mood and asked without hesitation, is the person in that house sick? FIA replied sadly and instinctively, yes, she's really sick. Suddenly realizing she had misspoken, FIA hurriedly asked Ray, wait, you heard everything? Ray honestly admitted, sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. As a genius doctor with a love for life, Ray looked up at the house of the seriously ill Chief Era and felt worried as well. FIA looked at Ray with suspicion. "You're worried? A human like you is worried about a fairy. We are different species." Ray pondered and replied, "You're right, we are different. How can we understand another species when we don't even understand ourselves?" Saying this, his hand gripped the railing tightly. He hesitated for a moment and then continued, "But that doesn't mean I can't worry about them. Who I want to care about is my business, even if they are from a different species." Looking at Ray's thoughtful face, which felt much more mature and composed than his age suggested, FIA suddenly felt a flutter in her heart. Afterward, FIA invited Ray to her house for tea. In the space with only the two of them, she kept glancing at Ray without saying a word. Ray lifted the teacup and took a slow sip, his demeanor elegant and captivating like a nobleman, his eyes closed so that his other senses could fully savor the taste of the tea. FIA stared at Ray intently, suddenly feeling that this young man had something quite attractive about him. As she thought this, her face flushed red, and she was startled to realize her own actions, which were typical of someone smitten with a handsome man. FIA turned away in embarrassment, covering her face and thinking to herself, "What's wrong with me?" Suddenly, Ray broke the silence in the house. "Ah, FIA, I have something I want to ask you." FIA replied in confusion, "Oh, just ask." Ray then said, "About the fairy, Era, you said she's dead, right?" He bluntly proposed, "Can I help her?" FIA was surprised by Ray's proposal and confident attitude. Seeing FIA's surprise, Ray explained, "I want to heal the sick, even if they are from a different race." Hearing Ray say that, FIA's expression immediately changed to anger. She snarled, "Do you think you're capable of doing that?" Ray calmed FIA's anger with a deep voice, "I'm not sure I can do it, but I will still do my best to help the fairy." FIA glared at Ray, "Your words are not trustworthy at all." Ray was silent for a while. Seeing FIA's distrustful attitude, he understood that this was a very normal reaction in this world, especially since he was just a 15-year-old boy. If he wanted to gain trust, he had to prove his strength, so Ray frowned and said, "All right." Without another word, Ray immediately raised his hand to the sky and conjured a blade of mana. FIA jumped up in surprise. "What's that?" she shouted, drawing her sword and getting ready to fight. Suddenly, Ray grabbed the blade and plunged it down. With a thud, the blade pierced deep into his thigh, blood splattering everywhere. Ray closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and pushed the blade deeper, crying out in pain, "Gah!" FIA panicked, throwing her sword aside and rushing to Ray's side. "What do you think you're doing?" She looked at the wide and deep wound on Ray's thigh, flustered. What should I do?" Ray didn't answer FIA's question. He just raised his hand, concentrated his mana, and shouted, "Heal." A powerful surge of mana swirled within the house, overwhelming FIA. She opened her eyes wide, witnessing a scene she had never seen before, murmuring, "Mana is." The accumulated mana flowed into the wound on Ray's thigh. He tried to clench his teeth to prevent himself from screaming. At the same time, the elves in the village saw the terrifying mana surrounding FIA's house. They asked each other in astonishment, "What's going on?" "That mana." Ray's mana was so powerful that it almost covered FIA's entire house. After a while of healing, Ray finally relaxed his body. FIA looked at Ray's thigh and shouted in surprise, "The wound. It's healed." Ray stood up, puffed out his chest confidently and asserted to FIA, "If there is someone in this world who can help the fairy race, then that person must be me." FIA was completely convinced by Ray's confident demeanor, charisma, and strength, so she took him to ask the elder for her opinion, but the elder's answer was, "I do not allow it." FIA couldn't believe her ears. She pressed the elder. "Why?" The elder gently explained, "That would be disrespectful to the reputation of Chief Era. Chief Era is a person who receives a lot of respect from others, even with good intentions, but using a method of unknown origin, I cannot allow that to happen to Chief Era." FIA pleaded with the elder, "But we really want to save her." The elder firmly dismissed it. "No more talk. Go back." The elder's determined eyes showed that no one could convince her to change her mind. FIA bit her lip and turned away, clearly unwilling to let Chief Era miss the chance to survive. Ray also showed dissatisfaction when he heard the elder's explanation. He thought to himself, "Respect, what good is that if she dies?" After that, FIA reluctantly led Ray away from the elder's house. She said sadly, "I'm sorry, we failed." She forced a smile and looked up at Chief Era's house. "I thought we could, but..." Ray optimistically comforted FIA. "It's okay, there will be a way to solve everything." Being comforted, FIA also felt somewhat less uncomfortable, but she still couldn't stop worrying about Chief Era. Suddenly, Ray smiled and asked FIA for permission. "Can I continue to visit the village?" FIA didn't hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. Of course, you are allowed to stay in the village. It seems that other fairies have accepted you. Ray smiled at FIA. Thank you. I think I'll go out later. FIA was surprised when she heard Ray say that and asked, What, really? Ray cheerfully replied, Yes, actually I still have a few things to do. FIA said dejectedly, If so, then I guess we have no other choice. Ray saw that and turned back and said, I'll be back tomorrow, so don't be disappointed. FIA glared and said, Who said I was disappointed? Go quickly, I'm changing my mind now. Ray hurriedly left but did not forget to turn around and say to FIA, Yes, see you tomorrow. Looking at Ray leaving, FIA replied softly, Yeah. Ray's back gradually disappeared towards the dense forest. Seeing that Ray had gone far away, the forced smile on FIA's face also disappeared, replaced by obvious anxiety. She also turned and left. But she didn't know that at this time, Ray suddenly changed direction, turned sharply to the left, and ran like the wind. Reaching a secluded area in the village, he kicked off the ground and leaped up. From the top of a tall tree, Ray silently observed the entire village of the fairy race. He held onto the tree where he stood, staring intently at one place. It was Chief Era's house. Ray resolutely told himself, I can't just stand by and leave a patient behind. Then he flew down, landing on Chief Era's house, and silently opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Ray was overwhelmed by the complete difference inside compared to the small exterior of the house. He gasped in surprise, It's so spacious here. Ray thought to himself, it must be as big as a tree house inside here. Ray continued to the second door of the house, after passing through a garden filled with light and the scent of flowers. As soon as he opened the door slightly, his eyes widened at the sight inside. Someone was lying still in the middle of the room, on a stone platform covered with flowers. Looking closely at the beautiful face of the white-haired female elf who was lying on the bed, Ray wondered, Fairy, is that Era? Ray carefully observed Chief Era, her slender hands resting lightly on her stomach. Her legs were as white as snow and seemed to glow. Ray unconsciously looked from head to toe at the chief. The chief lay there motionless and barely breathing, but even so, she did not lose her inherent beauty. Even lying still, she was as beautiful as a goddess. That undeniable beauty made Ray feel a little flustered. This was probably the first time he had met such a beautiful patient. He was lost in thought for a while. Then Ray patted his cheeks. So this is what it feels like to be captivated by beauty. Stay focused. Don't lose your composure in front of the patient. Ray focused back on the main issue. The reason he snuck in here was to examine the chief, and he had to diagnose her immediately before anyone noticed. Ray took Chief Era's wrist and carefully checked her pulse. Then he leaned closer to the chief's face to feel her breathing. After a physical examination, he concluded, her pulse and breathing are normal, so I have to check something else. Ray took Chief Era's hand. He thought to himself, I will use mana to examine her insides. His mana flowed through the chief's blood vessels. But he didn't find anything unusual. Ray frowned and thought, there's nothing wrong with her body. Is it just fate? No way. Ray scratched his head and muttered, I can't believe there's nothing I can do for this patient. I have to learn more about the diseases of this world. Suddenly, he noticed an unpleasant odor spreading in the air. Ray wondered, wait a minute, what's that smell? Ray looked at the chief and realized that the smell was coming from her body. He took a chance and turned the chief over to see. No way. A sight that startled him. The chief's back was covered with ulcers. He immediately recognized them as pressure ulcers. These necrotic areas were caused by the flesh being pressed between the protruding part of the bone and the hard surface outside for a long time. Ray looked at the wound with a frown, thinking to himself, haven't they ever checked her body during all this time? Respect. This is respect. Bullshit. Having discovered the cause of the disease, Ray immediately found a treatment. I have to find a disinfectant. He looked into the distance. Out there was a small, clear lake. Ray tied several large leaves together to form a bowl. He walked to the shore of the lake and scooped up a bowl of water. Returning to the stone platform, Ray put down the bowl of water, raised his hand to cast a spell, heal. He wanted to turn it into a source of pure water enough to clean the chief's wounds. He raised his hands in preparation for surgery, using magic to disinfect his hands, thinking to himself, it's too dangerous to use healing magic on her right away. I can only do it step by step. Then Ray scooped up the water from the bowl with his hand. As he raised his hand to clean the chief's ulcers, Ray remembered the words the elder had said. Chief Era is a person who receives a lot of respect from others, even with good intentions, but using a method of unknown origin, I cannot allow that to happen to Chief Era. Thinking of this, Ray was a little worried. He thought to himself, I hope they don't say anything about touching their deity. But looking at the wounds on Chief Era's back, Ray felt that he couldn't just leave her like that. Ray grumbled, they haven't done anything to save her, they just left her like this, they have no right to talk to me about it. Determined to treat the chief regardless of the attitude of the fairy race, Ray scooped up the water with his hands and washed the wounds on her back. He did so intently for a long time. When he finished the first step of the treatment, the sun was setting. Ray found a large piece of cloth, shook it clean while looking towards the setting sun. It's sunset already. Then he looked at the chief, thinking to himself, until I find out the real cause, this is all I can do. Ray said worriedly, I have to check her again tomorrow. The next day, at the Cilia Palace, it was still Iriel's two incompetent subordinates reporting the situation to her. Saintess, where is she? We will soon hear from the search party. They are combing the entire empire. It's only a matter of time now. Iriel said coldly with her chin resting on her hand. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? I told you I don't have much patience. Are you testing my patience? She threw a sharp look at her subordinates. Scared stiff, the two men begged, oh, no, please forgive us. Not wanting to hear any more pleas, Iriel stood up and said, forget it. I don't believe you anymore. She tossed her long hair back, looked into the distance, and said, I have to act on my own, get ready. At the same time, at Chief Era's house, Ray had secretly returned to check the condition of the ulcers. Looking at the chief's back, he breathed a sigh of relief. The ulcers are healing well, they should be healed by next week. After that day, time passed quickly. Every day Ray diligently came to clean the wounds for the chief like that. Ray recalled the past few days. I've been sneaking into Era's house and treating her. First, I wipe Era's body with sterilized water, then I help her stretch her contracted muscles. The rest of the time, I study the books in her library to learn more. While reading, Ray occasionally discovered some interesting details about the chief. He even joked with her even though he knew she couldn't answer. Did you draw this? It's so ugly. Looking at the still unconscious chief, he recalled, no matter how I try to talk to her, there's no answer, but I still continue to talk to Era. The things I saw on my way here, or the things that happened with FIA, even the smallest thoughts that flashed through my mind, I tell her. Just like that, a month passed. Every day Ray came from early morning and stayed to take care of the chief until sunset. Today Ray continued to take care of Era as usual. Era, I'm back. Ray excitedly told Era, FIA is off today. Before coming here, I had tea with her. But unbelievably, that smell appeared again. This startled Ray. He immediately ran to where the chief was lying and called out, Era. Ray looked at the chief in panic. Her breathing was getting weaker. Era was gasping on the bed, her breath was gradually fading away. The sudden critical condition of the chief made Ray panic. What should I do? I didn't anticipate this. As a doctor's natural reflex, he looked around searching, where's the oxygen mask? But Ray suddenly remembered, right, this is not a hospital. He clutched the blanket helplessly. The only thing I can do now is nothing. Ray anxiously bit his lip and looked at the chief. He looked at her, unwilling to let her go so suddenly. Ray shook the chief's body in agitation. Era, you can't die. Wake up, Era. He frantically reviewed everything. Why? What's the problem? There are no external injuries, no poisoning, essential organs are still functioning well. So why is this happening? Ray tried to recall everything he had read. There must be a way to help her, at least. Suddenly, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. One way. Looking at his hands, Ray wondered, can I use heal? He hesitated. Will Era be able to withstand my mana power? He chuckled bitterly. Ha, ha. Ray looked at the chief bitterly. I risked my life to become a doctor to be able to heal people, and now in this crucial moment, I can't think of any other way than to gamble with the patient's life. Unwilling to give up, he clenched his fist. All right. I have to try everything I can. Thinking that, Ray began to concentrate a huge amount of mana in his hand. He raised his hand to draw in more power from the outside. The powerful mana immediately spread outside the house. The elves in the village quickly noticed this strange source of mana. They murmured, that mana power, it appeared last time too, didn't it? Ray put all his effort into it. He looked at the chief and shouted, Era, I believe in you, please hold on. Saying that, Ray poured mana using healing magic on the chief. The mana wrapped around the chief's body. It lifted her into the air, and finally enveloped her entire body. At this moment outside, FIA realized something was wrong. She hurriedly asked everyone, what's going on? Seeing the mana emanating from the chief's house, FIA had a suspicion. Could it be? She shouted, Ray. FIA immediately rushed towards the chief's house in worry. As she ran towards the house, she thought to herself, that boy still hasn't given up on Era's case. Since when? A feeling of guilt suddenly welled up within her. A human like Ray is trying his best, yet my own kind, I mean the entire fairy race, what are we doing? The door to the chief's bedroom burst open. Seeing Ray using magic to treat the chief, FIA called out, "Ray." But in this life-or-death moment, Ray couldn't hear anything. He had only one goal at the moment: to succeed in his treatment. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength. Just a little more. Ray looked up at the chief, who was still enveloped by mana, wondering, is it done yet? He silently prayed, "Era, please." Suddenly, the mana shell shattered. The powerful mana blast threw FIA out of the door. Even Ray was injured by it. He cried out, "Ah," and collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, Ray forced himself to look up. Chief Era was slowly descending to the ground. She had fully recovered. She slowly opened her eyes, and for the first time, Ray saw her emerald green eyes. Ray smiled with satisfaction and called out, "A-I-R-A." Then he fainted. In his unconsciousness, Ray's body relaxed. He thought hazily, "Where am I? It's like being in the water, so comfortable. I want to rest, a little longer." Suddenly, in his daze, he heard Chief Era's voice, "Let me remind you, humans are under my protection." The elder stammered, "But Era, this is the one who..." "He even tried to do some unacceptable things to your body." Ray vaguely heard their conversation and thought to himself, "A-I-R-A, is that Era's voice?" The chief said angrily to the elder, "I don't want to hear it anymore. You have abandoned me for the past 20 years. This boy is the only one who decided to help me, the fairy race." The chief smirked sarcastically, "Isn't it funny? The only one who saved me at the last moment was not the one who always worshipped me with the words, 'We, the gods, respect you,' but this little human." Meanwhile, Ray was still in a daze, thinking to himself, "Her voice. It's really nice." After a while, Ray woke up from his daze, and the first thing he did after waking up was shout, "Era." Ray sat up abruptly and looked around in confusion. He looked at his hands. Was it a dream? Suddenly, the chief's voice rang out, "Human, are you calling me?" Ray looked at the chief in surprise. She was sitting right next to him, smiling gently. "I'm here." The setting sun illuminated the chief's beauty, making her even more stunning. Ray looked at the chief. "Era," he cried, tears of joy, still unable to believe that he had succeeded in his treatment. Suddenly, the chief leaned closer to Ray. She hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, "The drawing you saw in the book. I drew it while I was bored. Don't mind it." The chief's sudden intimate action made Ray blush. It turned out that she had heard everything he had said before. He asked curiously, "You heard me?" The chief replied gently, "Of course, I heard everything." Ray burst into tears upon hearing that. "Hoo-hoo." The chief gently stroked his cheek and asked worriedly, "Why are you crying?" "Thank you. You were the only one who agreed to take care of me at the end of my life. If you had given up on me, we might not be able to meet like this now. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name." The chief looked at Ray gently. Ray replied cheerfully, "Ah, my name is Ray." She pondered for a moment after hearing his name. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "Ray, that's a beautiful name." At this moment, the sky outside was getting dark, and the surroundings became even more tranquil. Ray stood inside the chief's house, looking out from the window. He glanced at the chief and hesitantly asked, "Era, since you're awake now, shouldn't we go outside? The other fairies are very worried about you." Hearing this, the chief stood up coldly and gently stroked her smooth platinum hair, replying, "Not bothering to see me once in the past 20 years, what's there to be worried about?" In stark contrast to her previous gentle demeanor, the chief revealed an angry look and said, "Do you think I'll calm down that quickly?" Ray looked at her, speechless. Well, he completely understood where that anger came from. To break the awkward atmosphere, Ray changed the subject. "When did you regain consciousness?" The chief replied, You mean did I regain consciousness on my own?" Ray asked in surprise. "You were unconscious but still conscious." The chief replied calmly, "I've been conscious from the beginning. I knew everything that happened during that time." Ray was shocked to hear that. He asked again, "You mean, you were really conscious while unconscious?" Ray said with sorrow, "So you just lay there, unable to move your body for all this time, just waiting. You really fought so hard and won." As he spoke, Ray took the chief's hand very naturally. The chief, from a feeling of slight surprise, gradually turned to sadness. She let go of her facade of strength and burst into tears, as if wanting to release all the pain and helplessness of being left to die slowly over the past period. And more than that, those were tears of gratitude and appreciation for Ray. The chief thought back to what Ray had done and thought to herself, "I hate humans. From the very beginning, humans were the ones who started everything, and they still haven't shown remorse. That's why I hate them so much." But she recalled the first time Ray came to examine her. "There's nothing wrong with her body. Is it just fate?" "No way." The chief recalled, "This person said he would treat me. He touched me. At first I was very angry, but he was different from those other humans. He didn't want anything in return. He gave me all the love and effort I had never received before." The chief imagined every day that Ray came to care for her. He always shared with her even the smallest things. Before coming here, I had tea with Fia. I think the taste of the fairy race is a little sweet, isn't it? During that time, the chief silently remembered everything. The taste of fairy tea is a little sweet compared to his taste. Ray also told the chief about the interesting things he discovered. There is a flower called dare in the book. It is planted in the front yard, right? The chief thought to herself, right, come to think of it, he is very similar to those flowers, sacrifice and smile. That is the meaning of the dare flower. Even when he laughed at the chief's drawing in the book, she still remembered. Ha, did you draw this? It's so ugly. At that time, the chief was criticized and felt a little sulky inside. I know I can't draw well, GRU, but hearing it so bluntly still feels a bit strange. Even though the chief couldn't see Ray while unconscious, she could still imagine him as a boy with a pure and lively soul. Thinking of his bright smile, the chief felt motivated to wake up. She thought to herself, to be able to respond to him even once, I have no greater wish. Recalling the month of conversations with Ray, which held more memories than the past 20 years combined, the chief's tears streamed down her face, and it turned red. She covered her face, trying to wipe away her tears, thinking to herself, thank you, Ray. The chief rushed forward and hugged Ray tightly. Thank you for not abandoning me. At the same time, at the commander of the Empire's residence, Iriel had arrived and pressed, do you really not know where the Saintess is? The commander of the Empire bowed his head and said cautiously, I'm sorry, but we really don't know. Iriel said coldly, then we'll be leaving, sorry for coming so abruptly in the middle of the night. Before leaving, she didn't forget to threaten, but, if you lie to me to help the Saintess escape, remember that this entire kingdom will pay the price for you. Holding the map in her hand, Iriel carefully considered, if we can't find any trace of her in this kingdom, then there's only one place left. Iriel pointed to the forest on the outskirts of the city, where Ray was indeed located. With sharp eyes, Iriel coldly ordered, we will head straight to the forest. Back in the village hidden within the dense forest, looking out from the chief's house, the moon high above cast sparkling rays down onto the tranquil surface of the lake. Ray pondered and asked the chief, but, how will the people here punish me? The chief put her hands on her hips and confidently affirmed, don't worry, you're the savior of the fairy race. You saved me, Ray. Seeing the chief's resolute attitude, still couldn't help but worry. He said, I know, but... Seeing that Ray was still not at ease, the chief emphasized, if anyone disrespects you, I will have a private conversation with them. Her eyes were extremely firm and resolute. Ray could only chuckle wryly when the elder assured him like that. He thought to himself, come to think of it, Era has woken up but I haven't seen any fairies come to visit yet. Ray speculated that if they didn't come here even though Era had woken up, it could only be because of the mana flow erupting out there. He frowned thoughtfully, it seems they are afraid of me or Era. At this moment, the elder interrupted Ray's thoughts. She took his hand and said, Ray, when you transferred your mana to me, you held my hand like this. I was very scared. No one has ever possessed the kind of mana that could affect my body before. When I felt the mana, I realized this, that there are still good people in this world. So don't worry too much, you can stay here as usual. Comforted by the elder's gentle words, Ray seemed to let go of the worries in his heart. He smiled and relaxed his mind. Suddenly, Ray remembered and asked the elder, I've been curious about this for a long time. How old are you, Era? The unexpected question embarrassed the elder. She stammered, This is a secret. It seemed Ray didn't know that one of the biggest taboos when talking to women is not asking their age. Like an innocent lamb who had not yet experienced life, not understanding anything about the psychology of women, Ray continued to talk incessantly. Fairies have a very long lifespan, so it must be around 200, right? The elder remained silent and avoided him. It was clear that she didn't want to answer this question. But Ray was still very stubborn. He guessed, so, 500, while the elder remained silent. So Ray was startled and said, could it be 1,000? The elder, annoyed, shouted, I'm not that old. The elder sulked, you think I'm that old? Ray quickly said, I was just kidding. Ray's words made the elder burst into laughter. That was funny. Her beautiful face became much brighter. I've never felt this before. Is this what happiness is? Ray also laughed. It's strange that you feel happy after crying, the elder then said. No, I'm really happy. She confided in Ray. The only reason I know this feeling now is because I never enjoyed anything before. Ray asked, so now you think you can be happy? The elder looked at Ray with affectionate eyes, her cheeks blushing. If I have you, Ray. Ray smiled at her, remembering the feeling when he was treating Era. It was helplessness. He thought to himself, maybe in my previous life I was the best doctor in the world, but in this life, I'm just someone who helps people with the hope of good luck. The most important thing in the process of medical examination is experience. This world will give me more experiences. Ray suddenly remembered what he had learned through the elders' books. At least there is still the holy nation with a modern treatment system. It seems they are looking for me, so I must become the Holy One, and possess all the knowledge and experience of the holy nation. Ray made a decision and then hesitated as he looked at the elder. But that means I can't stay by Era's side anymore, but I have to endure it. Suddenly, a noise from outside broke Ray's train of thought. He asked the elder, "It's too noisy outside, what's going on?" Outside in the square, the fairies were surrounding and criticizing the elder. "Elder, explain yourself quickly." Ray and the elder went outside and witnessed everything. Ray asked the elder, "It's still noisy over there, should we go down?" The fairies were still loudly questioning the elder. "Why did you hide the fact that Era was dying? What if that human came to attack us and cause our extinction?" The elder was helpless in front of the angry crowd. She lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Ray looked at them so angry and muttered, "It seems like the criticism is getting harsher and harsher. I guess I should wait and see for now." The elder then spoke up, "When I was bedridden, none of you came to visit." She openly expressed her disdain for the fairies. Disgusting. While Ray was still surprised by the elder's reaction, she jumped from the railing and flew down to the square. She landed softly. The elder saw the elder and was a little surprised. Era." The elder glared at the noisy fairies below and coldly ordered, "Stop it all of you." Seeing the elder appear, the fairies hurriedly knelt down and saluted. "Era, we respectfully welcome you, Era." The elder asked with contempt, "Stop with the empty words. Did any of you ever come to visit me?" All the fairies fell silent, their faces showing embarrassment. The elder frowned and judged. She began to criticize. "Look, none of you have made any effort to do anything. And now you come to criticize the elder, for what?" The elder's words left those kneeling below speechless, unable to refute anything. Suddenly, one of them tried to speak up. The elder glared at him angrily and said, "Yes, explain yourself." This guy dared to say, "If the elder had informed us, we would definitely have come to visit you. Did you tell the elder to hide it from us, Era?" The elder couldn't believe that guy dared to blame the chief. She hurriedly intervened. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ray still stood on high, observing and assessing the situation. "Well, they've complicated things." That fairy's excuse ignited the anger in the chief's heart. Already dissatisfied with the indifference of the fairy clan towards her for the past 20 years, she erupted in rage, glared, and spoke in a harsh voice. "Now, you dare to say such disgusting words." As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying stream of mana erupted from the chief. The powerful mana stream shot down towards the fairies, its overwhelming aura suppressing all. Her attack targeted the fairy who had just uttered the insult. He was thrown far away, only able to cry out in pain, "Kuhak." Then he foamed at the mouth and lay motionless. The chief criticized, "You are all a bunch of ungrateful people." She turned away, bluntly declaring, "If you still think this is my fault, then I will leave the forest as you wish." In a flash, the chief disappeared from the square amidst the elder's desperate pleas. "Era." Only then did the fairies admit their mistake, crying and begging, "No, Era, please forgive us." One of them even grabbed the unconscious fairy by the neck and scolded, What did you say?" It seemed they were begging, but they still didn't truly realize that it was everyone's fault, not just that one person's. Ray looked at the chief who had just returned, worried. "Era, will it be okay?" Ray looked after the chief with concern. A fairy village without a high-ranking fairy means they will be discovered by this world because there is no more protection. He was really worried about them, thinking to himself, "Era, do you really want that?" Back inside, returning to the quiet space with only the chief and Ray, she complained irritably, "Honestly, what kind of attitude is that? Why does a high-ranking fairy have to lower herself like this?" Ray then dared to ask, "Are you really going to leave this place?" The chief sat down dejectedly next to Ray, replying, "It's better than staying here and watching them fight. Besides, no one respects me like they used to," she said sadly. Ray wondered, "If you leave, where will you go?" The chief pondered, There's a place I've always wanted to go." She then lowered her head and sighed dejectedly, I just didn't manage them for 20 years, and now they've become this mess." Seeing that the chief's mood wasn't very good, Ray teased her, "It's only been 20 years, you're really 1,000. The chief immediately became enraged at the mention of 1,000. "Shut up." Suddenly, the fairies' pleading voices came from outside. "Please come out, Era, please forgive us, please give us a chance." The chief fell into deep thought once again, sighing with fatigue. Ray wanted to soothe the chief, so he asked, "You mean you just want to get away from all this frustration, right?" The chief replied, "Fairies don't lie. I really will leave the village." Ray looked at her and said, "Hey, you don't really intend to leave, do you? They are truly at fault, but you also know that they really need you. The chief replied despondently, I know. Yes, they still need me. Ray smiled encouragingly, then that's good. The chief hesitated for a moment and then said, Ray, if it's not too much trouble, would you like to stay here with me? She shyly proposed to Ray, her cheeks blushing. If we stay here together, we'll have so much fun. Ray was both surprised and a little flustered by the chief's proposal. However, he had to decline the offer. Thank you for the offer, but I can't. Hearing Ray's quick refusal, the chief asked, why not? Ray did not hesitate to express his intention. I need to go to the Holy Nation. The chief was surprised. The Holy Nation, Ray replied, yes, they are looking for me. The chief wondered, what do you mean they are looking for you? Ray sighed and recounted, phew, they say I am the Holy One or something. They say they received a prophecy about me or something. The chief was confused. God sent a prophecy about you, so you are really the Holy One, but you use mana, not holy magic. Ray shook his head wearily and said, they say it's because I haven't been baptized or something. I don't know. The chief looked at Ray, wondering to herself, a Holy One without holy magic, this is a huge difference between ordinary people and the Holy One. She continued to ask Ray, so you used magic to heal me? Ray slowly recounted, I used healing magic, something like that, I'm not sure either, I didn't intend to use it, but it was an emergency situation, so. After listening to Ray's story, the chief pondered, my illness made me unable to use mana, and it also caused me to retain my consciousness for no reason. It was almost a curse, but he used healing magic to save me, with just a simple magic spell of a first circle mage. Just that was enough to overcome all other kinds of magic, so that's why he became the Holy One even without holy magic. Ha! Looking at the young man in front of her, the chief guessed, perhaps he will become the legendary Holy One in history. The chief suddenly burst into laughter. Ray looked at her in surprise, and she said to him, I was struggling to decide whether I should leave or stay in the village. Now it's clear, let's go. The chief looked at Ray with a mischievous smile. Below in the square, the fairies were still kneeling, pleading with the chief to stay. She was ready to make her decision. Before announcing, she sternly asked, do you have anything else to say to justify yourselves? The fairies bowed their heads. We were too disrespectful, we apologize. You protected us from danger, and yet, we sincerely apologize for our behavior, they said in unison. Please don't be angry with us anymore. Moved by their pleas and repentance, the chief replied with compassion, if that's the case, I will retract my statement about leaving the village. The chief explained, I understand why you are angry with the elder, but she did nothing wrong. If the fact that I was dying were revealed, she feared humans would find out and come to destroy us. Hearing the chief's reasoning, Ray could only smile wryly, you're also a human. The chief judged, but this is also your fault. You made no effort to find out the truth yourselves. Because you are all at fault, I will resolve things on both sides. There would be no extraordinary fairy village without the elder's presence. The fairies below replied in unison, we understand, Era. Having resolved the issue satisfactorily, the chief smiled with satisfaction. She suggested, now then, since I'm no longer angry, you should hold a feast to welcome my savior. Ray asked in surprise, a sudden feast like this? Meanwhile, outside the forest's edge, screams rang out, ah! Several soldiers of the Holy Empire were struggling against a giant monster. One of them yelled when he saw his comrade being trampled to death, you damn stupid monster. At this critical moment, from behind the soldiers, a voice shouted with urgency, don't hold back anymore, focus on clearing the way for me. We must enter this forest today, Iriel said, waving her hand and casting magic to deal with the giant monster. A long, arduous night passed. The next morning, a subordinate reported, Saint Iriel, it seems we will be able to reach the fairy village by the end of today. Iriel calmly raised her teacup, scolding the subordinate, even though our army is a bit small, isn't your work speed too slow? She glared at him and asked, what do you think? The subordinate explained fearfully, this area has a lot of monsters, so we encountered many problems, but we really did our best. Taking a sip of warm tea, Iriel said nonchalantly, if I went alone, I would have arrived by now. The subordinate bowed his head and cried, I'm sorry. Placing the teacup on the table, Iriel stood up and said coldly, we've rested enough, let's continue. At the same time, in the fairy village, colorful triangular flags were hung up. Ray looked at the scene with a bit of confusion. He wondered, what are these? Under the lush green canopy, the fairies were dancing happily together. Suddenly, a hand patted Ray's shoulder. FIA said cheerfully, you're finally here, Ray, everyone's waiting for you. FIA excitedly urged, what are you standing here for? Let's join the party. Ray, still surprised, said, I thought it was just a small party. FIA smiled proudly, it's thanks to me dragging you here that we have this happy occasion today. she praised Ray, "You're the savior of the village. Unfortunately, I have work to do so I can't play with you, but I think you can go on your own, right?" Ray wondered, "Where are you going, FIA?" FIA gripped her sword tightly and said, "Whenever there's a festival like this, the village's security system becomes much weaker, so I have to do my job, right? Have fun, see you later," FIA said, waving goodbye to Ray and heading into the forest. Feeling a little uneasy, Ray looked at the party and thought to himself, "I hope everything goes well." Then he called out loudly, "FIA," causing her to turn around in surprise. Ray shouted, "See you tonight, let's go eat something together." Seeing Ray ask her out for dinner, FIA suddenly became enraged. "Wait, what?" FIA rushed over and grabbed Ray by the collar, shaking him vigorously. Her face flushed red as she asked, "Really, are you serious?" FIA said, both shy and excited, "This is the first time someone has asked me out like this," but her embarrassed expression, it was strange. Ray was shaken until he was dizzy, thinking to himself, "That's right, she always hides deep in the forest." FIA then realized she had overreacted. She stammered to Ray, "My hand slipped, oh, remember to come." Embarrassed, she left Ray there and ran away, not forgetting to threaten him, "If you don't come, you're dead to me, you promised." Sprawled on the ground, Ray forced a smile. Well, as long as FIA is happy. Looking at the grand feast that the fairies had prepared, Ray thought happily, "I guess I have to join the fun." With the beat of the music, the fairies danced enthusiastically to the familiar rhythms of their kind. Seeing Ray arrive, several beautiful fairies rushed to pull him in. "Why don't you come join us?" The young man, surrounded by such lovely ladies for the first time, blushed involuntarily. At the banquet table, Ray was treated to all sorts of delicious dishes by the guys there. They eagerly brought him his favorites. "Hey Ray, this dish is delicious, try it, eat this too." Ray chuckled wryly, "I'm really grateful, but this is exhausting." At this time, in the fairy village, only the chief's house was quiet. The door was slightly ajar. It seemed that Chief Era wasn't very interested in lively parties, so she was enjoying tea alone in her house. Seeing Ray stop by, the chief teased, "What brings the center of attention here?" Ray scratched his head and confessed, "I'm so tired, there's nowhere to relax except here." The chief smiled and said, "Really, then come in and rest." Suddenly, Ray smelled a strange scent. He asked the chief, "What's that smell in the room?" He excitedly guessed, "The scent of dare flowers, right?" The chief kindly poured tea for Ray. "That's right, today is a special day for you." Taking a sip of tea, Ray pondered for a moment and then asked the chief, "Why don't you go outside?" The chief replied, "I didn't expect you to bring up such a sensitive topic while having tea." "Oh, well, if it's too difficult to talk about, you don't have to answer me." The chief said while pondering, "Well, I don't need to hide it from you, let me think about where to start." He began to recount, a long time ago, there were some conflicts between fairies and high-ranking fairies. The ranking fairies were recognized and placed in a higher position than other fairies of the same kind from birth, therefore, regardless of their age, they always received respect from other fairies. However, there was a fairy who was prejudiced against young high-ranking fairies, so that high-ranking fairy decided to leave the village. At this point, the chief paused and said to Ray, "I'm sure you understand what happened next." Ray listened intently and thought, I see, so to prevent that, Era hid here to end it all." The chief slowly continued, and then. Suddenly, the chief sensed something dangerous. She immediately jumped up, looking out tensely. Her sixth sense told her something bad was happening. Ray, seeing the chief's strange reaction, asked worriedly, "Era, what's wrong?" The chief worried, "It seems like something is happening outside the village." Ray asked anxiously, "Outside, what?" The chief frowned and thought, "Uninvited guests." Ray was surprised, uninvited guests. He suddenly realized something, thinking in panic, it can't be. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the fairy village, FIA was in a state of readiness for battle. She asked her opponent with high vigilance, "Why are humans here? And with soldiers like this?" Iriel and the Holy Empire's army lined up as if to surround the village. The Holy Prince of the Holy Empire said arrogantly to FIA, "We are not here for war. To meet the Holy One, that's all we want." FIA looked at Iriel tensely, not understanding who the Holy One she was referring to was. FIA asked again in a harsh voice, "What are you humans doing here?" None of the soldiers answered FIA. Instead they dared to whisper and gossip about the fairies. "It's a fairy, it's a fairy, I've only heard stories about them." FIA lost her patience and gripped her sword tightly. She asked again, "I'm asking why you're here." Iriel finally spoke up, "We are here to meet the Holy One." FIA didn't know that the Holy One they were looking for was Ray, so she immediately chased them away. "There's no one like that here, go away." Iriel stepped forward, I want to talk to you. Have you seen a white-haired boy? Hearing that, FIA was startled and immediately thought of Ray. She thought to herself, a white-haired boy. Iriel smiled slyly, as I expected. You have met the Holy One. FIA immediately denied. I don't know who your Holy One is, Iriel said cunningly, so if it's a white-haired boy, you know, right? FIA, her thoughts having been guessed correctly by the opponent, couldn't refute. Iriel said arrogantly, we are not here to fight, we are just here to escort the Holy One. We'll be leaving as soon as we're done. If you help us, we'll reward you. Ignoring Iriel's temptation, FIA took a defensive stance, preparing to draw her sword and attack. Seeing this, the soldiers of the Holy Empire also raised their guard, preparing to receive the attack. Iriel, seeing that she couldn't convince FIA, sighed, if you keep being so stubborn, bloodshed is inevitable, can't you just hand that person over to us so everything can end peacefully? FIA remained unfazed before the numerous enemies. She declared, he once saved us, so if it's his wish, we are ready to fight you. Iriel's face darkened, her eyes sharp as she looked at FIA. Iriel issued a warning, if you obstruct us, a holy war will occur here, do you want that? FIA was startled when she heard the words, Holy Nation. She thought to herself, these people, they're from the Holy Nation. Gritting her teeth, FIA's decision seemed unshakable even if it was the Holy Nation. FIA, without saying much, drew her sword and prepared to fight. Iriel coldly confirmed with FIA, so you choose to accept the battle. FIA angrily replied, isn't that what you humans always want? Iriel, challenged, was extremely indignant. She pointed directly at FIA and ordered, clear the way. The soldiers, receiving Iriel's order, immediately responded in unison, yes, they raised their swords aggressively and charged towards FIA. FIA stood alone against the numerous enemies, but the disparity in strength did not faze her. She also rushed forward to meet the challenge. FIA disappeared from the enemy's sight, causing the soldiers to panic and ask each other, she's gone, where is she? While they were off guard, FIA suddenly rushed in, her eyes filled with murderous intent, cutting the throat of one of them from behind with a single sword stroke. FIA darted away, heading towards another target immediately after taking the life of that soldier. From afar, Iriel was silently observing everything and thinking, from what I've observed of her energy, I think she's very strong, but this can't be the beginner level of aura swordsmanship. While FIA was skillfully wielding her sword, easily injuring the bulky soldiers, on the other side, several girls were joining forces to perform magic to support the soldiers. May God bless us, blessings. Grant us bodies of stone so we won't be injured by the enemy. Holy armor spell, please heal the soldiers who have been injured by the enemy, heal. Seeing that the support from the rear of this army was causing a lot of trouble and reducing FIA's ability to inflict damage, she rushed to attack the mages standing behind. The soldiers, panicked by FIA's powerful combat abilities, immediately had to change tactics. They shouted to each other, the enemy is faster than we expected, quickly form a formation. Before they could finish speaking, another soldier was slashed across the body by FIA. He cried out in pain, Arc. A mage immediately healed the soldier who had just been slashed. And then the mage also became FIA's target immediately, but the wounds of these people were quickly treated on the spot by their teammates using magic. FIA was panting. She was starting to get tired. There are too many of them, and that healing spell makes them as tenacious as leeches. FIA worried, at this rate, they will easily break into the village. So that means, thinking of this, FIA rushed to attack the leader of these people. She stepped on a soldier's head to gain momentum. Then she lunged straight at Iriel, a dagger radiating murderous intent in her hand. Several subordinates shouted, Saint Iriel. Then, with a swoosh, FIA widened her eyes and gritted her teeth, unable to believe what she was seeing. Iriel had easily blocked FIA's attack with just one hand. Iriel grabbed the blade with her bare hand and squeezed it tightly, preventing FIA from pulling it out. Iriel smiled contemptuously, this is the difference in class. Saying that, she easily crushed the blade. With her other hand, she gathered her strength and threw a punch towards FIA. Iriel punched FIA directly in the chest. The punch was so strong that FIA was sent flying several meters away. FIA fell down, rolling several times on the ground. Iriel asked arrogantly, do you still want to continue? FIA struggled to get up, supporting herself with her hand. She clutched her chest, suppressing the pain and swallowing the blood in her mouth, resolutely refusing. I can't let you in. Iriel said with a sarcastic smile, so stubborn. You don't need to be so foolishly stubborn, you just need to hand over the Holy One to us. Ignoring Iriel's advice to surrender, FIA firmly said, no. Then she grabbed a nearby branch. FIA channeled her energy into the branch she had just picked up. Although blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth, Fia continued to stand up in a fighting stance, holding the branch as a sword. She asserted, "I will not hand him over to you." Back to Ray and the chief. At this point, the two had left the chief's house and were rushing through the forest. Ray asked, "Is it still far?" The chief replied gravely, "I can sense them. We're almost there." Ray was skeptical. "How many people are there? They wouldn't bring an entire army just to capture me, would they?" As soon as they arrived, both of their faces turned pale. A horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Blood was everywhere, splattered on the ground, staining the surrounding flowers and grass. The green carpet of the forest was dyed with patches of red. Standing amidst the bloody mess was Fia, using only a branch to defend herself against a mighty army surrounding her. Ray called out loudly, "Fia," but she didn't respond, seemingly devoid of any strength left in her blood-soaked body. Ray rushed into the encirclement in panic, pushing the burly soldiers aside. "Get out of the way," he shouted as he ran. "Fia, didn't you listen to me?" Only then did the soldiers notice him. They murmured in confusion, "White hair, a young man. Holy, the Holy One." Without anyone telling them, the crowd automatically knelt down and saluted. "We are honored to meet the Holy One." Stepping over the pool of blood on the ground, a pair of high heels approached. Iriel solemnly introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Holy One. I am Saint Iriel Belly Eyes. I apologize for my somewhat disheveled appearance." Ray glared at the people of the Holy Empire. They looked elegant and polite, but they ganged up on a defenseless girl. In his heart, he only felt that these people were hypocritical and despicable. Seeing the chief approach coldly, Ray called out to her, "Era," but received no response. The surrounding soldiers, seeing that the chief had no intention of keeping her distance, shouted, "Stop, you cannot approach the saint." The chief shot a sharp glare at the enemy. "If you don't want to die, don't stand in my way." The soldiers, intimidated by the chief's overwhelming aura, retreated a few steps. The chief and Ray supported Fia's weak body. "Are you all right?" Fia, at this point, had almost lost consciousness of everything around her. She kept repeating one sentence, "Must stop them, can't let them reach the village, must stop them." As soon as she finished speaking, Fia staggered and collapsed forward. She was completely exhausted. Ray cried out in alarm, "Fia." Ray looked at the unconscious Fia with immense pain, her shoulder covered in blood. How could she endure this much alone? Ray discovered that Fia's shoulder was dislocated, yet she had stood strong until this very moment. He immediately took her hand to treat it, gently saying to her, "I'm going to reset the bone, so it will hurt a little." Fia moaned in pain in her daze. "Ugh, ugh." Meanwhile, Iriel continued to monologue, "Holy One, come with me to the Holy Nation. Tens of thousands of people are waiting for you." Ray ignored the arrogant woman as she continued to ramble. He just wanted to bandage Fia quickly. Tearing off a sleeve, Ray carefully bandaged Fia's wounds. Iriel, on the side, was still talking incessantly. "Because God has guided you, you will achieve accomplishments worthy of those things. It's time to step into the world." Ray couldn't stand this bragging anymore. He angrily yelled, "What? Accomplishments? What accomplishments are you talking about now?" Iriel, arrogant and unaware of her wrongdoings, continued to preach as if it were the right thing to do. "That's right. Isn't following the will of God an accomplishment? The great work we've always strived for is just beginning." The more Ray listened, the more his blood boiled. He glared and asked, "Work, great work?" Looking at Fia lying motionless in pain, Ray questioned Iriel, "Is this current situation a great matter to you?" Iriel replied with a blank expression, "I clearly asked for help, and she refused. One cannot back down before the will of God. Rewards were offered, and I even warned with force, but she still didn't listen, right?" Iriel shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Besides, she's not dead yet." This indifferent attitude towards a life enraged Ray. He criticized, "So if you're not allowed, you'll just invade their territory and use force to take me away?" Iriel replied coldly, "There's no other way." Ray continued, "Do you think I'll just obediently follow you?" Iriel frowned and threatened Ray, "I don't want to use force against the Holy One." The chief, hearing Iriel threaten Ray, could no longer remain silent. She stood up, walked towards Iriel, and warned, "I am speechless, causing chaos in our territory and even daring to use force against my benefactor. Then I will show you that proud power of yours." Iriel looked at the chief and scoffed, "A fairy can speak such threats to our holy nation." The chief, filled with murderous intent, stepped forward, her eyes blazing with anger. "Whether my words are courage or arrogance, you will soon find out." The soldiers of the Holy Empire, hearing Chief Era insult their saint, rushed forward in a rage to attack, shouting, "You dare do that to the saint? How dare you speak such nonsense to your superior?" But the swords of these soldiers, as soon as they were raised, were shattered into pieces by an invisible energy. The chief didn't even need to touch them to turn those weapons into scrap metal. Chief Era glared at them and asked in a stern voice, "Want to try some more?" The soldiers were so terrified that their armor rattled against each other, they stammered, unable to utter a word. These cowards immediately knelt down and begged, please save us, please spare our lives." Chief Era looked at these cowardly soldiers and mocked Iriel. "This is the force you're so proud of. Can you achieve greatness with these people?" Iriel tried to find an excuse. "They are those with easily shaken faith." The chief continued to mock. "How ridiculous, you are truly stubborn. It seems that God only granted you strength, yet you are unaware that you are trapped in your bond with the divine." Chief Era's scathing words made Iriel so ashamed that she turned angry. She clenched her fists, preparing to throw a punch at the chief. "Enough talk," Iriel said as she lunged to attack the chief. Chief Era didn't bother dodging the opponent's attack. She simply cast a spell, Bind. Suddenly, a bunch of chains wrapped tightly around Iriel's body, rendering her immobile. Iriel struggled with all her might, but it was useless. Chief Era looked at Iriel's helpless expression and sneered. "How does it feel to have the power of the holy nation, which you so deeply believed in, bound by a mere fairy?" Iriel was still unwilling to admit her mistakes. She argued, "The power of the holy nation is not just this." Iriel shouted at the top of her lungs, "At any cost, we will bring the Holy One to the holy nation, even if only his body remains." Slap! A loud, sharp sound interrupted Iriel's words. A slap mark appeared on her cheek. The chief angrily criticized, "Don't speak carelessly with that filthy mouth." Chief Era glared at Iriel, who was stunned by the slap. "The body of the Holy One that you want to take away is more important to me than my own life." Iriel began to feel panicked as the chief threatened, "Even now, I want to wipe your disgusting kingdom off the map." At this moment, Ray suddenly spoke up to stop the chief. Enough, Era, I already said, I will go to the holy nation." The chief frowned at him, while Iriel was excited and gloating. Then, not letting Iriel rejoice for more than 3 seconds, Ray continued, "But, with conditions." Ray reiterated, "I will go to the holy nation, but with conditions." Iriel asked in surprise, "Conditions?" Ray began to state his demands. "First, I will not become Majesty's imperial edict for God's sake. I will become a saint by my own will, and I will stop whenever I want." Iriel was completely stunned when she heard the first condition. Stop being a saint, that's not possible." Ray ignored Iriel's reaction and continued, "Second, if something like this happens again, I don't know what will happen." Iriel didn't understand and asked, "What will happen?" Ray shrugged and replied, "I said I don't know, but I might leave the holy nation and try being a saint of the enemy nation." Iriel cried out in panic. What? In her head, she thought, a saint betraying God, it's okay. Anyway, if he betrays God, he'll lose all his holy magic. With an impatient expression, Iriel asked, "Anything else?" Ray crossed his arms and replied irritably, "Of course there is. Third, give me access to all the libraries in the holy nation." Iriel breathed a sigh of relief. "That's simple." Ray continued. Fourth, his list of conditions seemed long, making Iriel ask impatiently, "There's more?" Ray calmly demanded, "You have to pay me for the time I work, that's a given, but also clothes, food, housing, you'll provide all of that for me, right?" Iriel asked with a frown. "Pay you? What do you mean, pay you with what?" Ray replied, "Come on, you even have to ask. Of course, pay me with money." Iriel was completely shocked upon hearing this, as if her soul had flown away. At this point, 2 of Iriel's close subordinates also protested fiercely. "Enough, saints have a very noble status, why should we accept these conditions?" They continued to complain. "That's right, besides, what saint asks for money? Surely God has made a mistake." Ray knew the extent of these people's delusion, so he threatened them. "You dare say God was wrong?" The 2 men trembled upon hearing this, sweating profusely as they said, Please forgive us." Iriel, after regaining her composure, reluctantly said, "Among the conditions you just mentioned, I'm not sure about the first one, but I will accept all the other conditions." Ray shrugged again and said nonchalantly, But the first condition is the most important one." Iriel was stunned by Ray's demands. She sighed, "Oh my God." But Ray didn't stop there, he continued, "And fifth." He pointed to Fia, who was covered in wounds and leaning against a tree, and demanded of Iriel, "Apologize to Fia. Sincerely." Turning to the chief, Ray said, "Era, release her." As soon as she was released, Iriel lost her balance and almost fell flat on her face. After regaining her footing, she stammered, "Apologize, I can't." Iriel put on a pitiful expression and said to Ray, "Please understand, I am just a saint carrying out God's orders." Ray sighed and asked, "Understand you, so who refused to stand in the fairy's shoes and consider their perspective before threatening them?" Iriel still tried to justify herself. I had to do that to take you away, because you ignored all our requests before. Ray asked one last time, so, ultimately, you can't apologize, right? Iriel replied bluntly, right. She explained, if it was just a matter of apologizing, I would do it 1,000 times over, but our responsibility is immense, even a single word could incur God's wrath. Ray, hearing Iriel say that, no longer cared. He said indifferently, is that so? All right then. Ray turned his back and walked away. Then it's over, go back and tell your God to find someone else to be the saint. Iriel froze, huh? Ray said to the chief, let's go, Era, we still need to treat FIA. The chief immediately agreed, all right. Seeing the three of them preparing to leave, Iriel stammered, wait. Hey, wait a minute, she tried to call after Ray. Iriel expressed her sincerity, although I can't apologize. I will do my best to help her, so please be generous. Ray glanced at Iriel and said firmly, no one needs your help or anything. I just want you to apologize. Iriel stood there helplessly, not knowing what to do. Carrying FIA on his back, Ray said to the chief, who was still wearily glancing at the people behind them, Era, let's go. The elder asked Ray worriedly, will it really be okay? It's not too late now, just say yes, and they will welcome you immediately. Ray replied, I have no regrets. If that's a place full of people who don't know how to apologize for the things they've done, I'd rather not go. Chief Era asked Ray curiously, why would you sacrifice yourself for those who are not your own kind? Ray smiled and said, I just want to do what I want. The chief continued to ask, what do you want? Ray told her, a happy life. The chief looked at Ray and said, then you should become a saint even more. Ray confided in the chief, being a saint is good too, but even small things bother me. Helping those who are sick or in pain, living like that isn't bad either, right? Looking up at the sky, Ray smiled serenely and replied, living in a small place but feeling happy is enough to satisfy me. Chief Era also smiled at Ray with affectionate eyes. She was silent for a moment and then commented, you are truly special. Back to the forest where the Holy Empire's army had just been frightened out of their wits. Ray and Chief Era had left for a long time, but Iriel still stood rooted to the spot. She recalled the words Ray had said before leaving, then it's over, go back and tell your God to find someone else to be the saint. Iriel continued to bow her head in contemplation. A trusted subordinate cautiously approached Iriel and said, Saint, there must be some mistake, right? Otherwise, how could such a person become the saint? Iriel took off her armor and said to her subordinate, a mistake. Seeing Iriel throw her armor to the ground, the subordinate asked in surprise, Saint, what are you doing? Iriel instructed, you go back first. Looking into the distance, she said, I will go to the fairy village. At this time, Ray and the chief had brought FIA back to the village. Two fairies standing guard outside worriedly said to each other, will FIA be alright? The other fairy replied, it's hard to say, FIA's condition is very serious. Suddenly, the two male fairies became vigilant as soon as they saw Iriel approaching. One raised his bow, the other drew his sword. They warned the opponent, stop right there, human, you are not allowed to take another step. Iriel raised both hands in a gesture of peace. I'm not here to fight, she explained to them, I'm here to meet the saint you admire. The two male fairies looked at each other in confusion. Our village has a saint. Despite hearing the reason, due to the safety of the entire fairy race, these two guys still firmly stopped her. Even if what you say is true, we cannot let humans into this village. Get out of here immediately. If you take one more step, we will consider it an attack. Iriel abandoned her arrogance, for the first time showing humility before the fairies. She pleaded, if that's the case, then please at least help me convey a message to that saint that I have come to see him. However, these male fairies were still very vigilant and refused. We do not agree, go away. Iriel lowered herself and begged, then please let me wait here. I absolutely will not harm you. The two guys finally relented and allowed her to stay. Then wait over there, far away. If you come any closer, we will attack. Iriel bowed politely, thank you, I won't come any closer, don't worry. The two fairy guards carefully watched Iriel move away. Then they discussed with each other, Saint, could it be Ray? Iriel found a place to sit a distance away. She put her backpack on the ground. She took off her shoes, and then knelt down and clasped her hands in prayer. Iriel muttered something, and a bright light emanated from around her. The two fairies then agreed, first, let's inform Ray. Meanwhile, at FIA's house, Ray finished bandaging FIA's wounds and sighed in relief, phew, for now. She's out of danger. Ray stood up and cracked his knuckles, thinking to himself, now I can breathe a sigh of relief. A knock came from outside. Ray, are you in there? Ray opened the door and asked, what's going on? The male fairy replied, someone is outside the village looking for you. Ray panicked, thinking, they even came all the way here. He turned and ran out of the village. How many people are there? 10 or 20? The other guy replied blankly. There's only one person. This answer made Ray equally confused. He asked in surprise. Only one person. By the time Ray reached the outskirts of the village, night had fallen. Ray called out to the fairy guards. I'm here, a guy happily replied. Ray. He put his arm around Ray's neck and teased. Where did the host of the party disappear to? Ray quipped. You guys are having fun without me. The other guy cleared his throat. Ahem, well. Ray suddenly looked up and asked, by the way, is someone looking for me? The other guy hesitated. About that. Then he pointed to a corner of the forest, over there. Ray looked at Ariel, who was sitting and praying, and thought to himself, what is she doing all the way here? He walked towards Ariel. Hey, Saint, looking for me? After a long time, there was still no response from Ariel. A fairy said, it's useless, she's been doing that since sunset. It's been at least 3 hours, right? Ray looked at Ariel suspiciously, wondering what her intention was. He thought to himself, she'll probably get up soon, should I wait? A quiet night passed, and the dawn light peeked through the lush greenery. Finally, Ariel moved, sighing, phew. While stretching and rubbing her neck after a night of prayer, Ariel suddenly heard Ray complaining, how can there be someone in this world who can pray all day like that? Ariel opened her eyes and was surprised to see Ray right in front of her, his eyes dark circles from waiting for her to finish praying all night. She stammered, holy, holy. Ray coldly dismissed her. Holy what? What are you doing here? Ariel hesitated and replied, I have something to tell you. Ray raised an eyebrow and asked, here to apologize? Ariel looked pitiful and said, I can't apologize, but instead, I want to do something to show my sincerity here. Ray asked irritably, so you refuse to apologize, and that's why you came all the way here to salvage the situation? Ariel said flusteredly, I don't mean that at all. Ray asked angrily, then how do you intend to show your sincerity? Ariel explained, because of my position, I cannot say I'm sorry, but I will stay here and atone until all the fairies forgive me. Ray questioned Ariel, if you are absent, the holy nation will come looking for you, right? Then the two sides will fight again. Have you thought about that? Ariel replied cautiously, of course I have, that's why I'm praying, because I have spoken to God, the holy nation won't be able to come looking for me so easily. Ray continued to ask questions with suspicion, so how can I trust you? Ariel lowered her head sadly and said, it's true, there's no way for you to trust me. But if I were lying, wouldn't the fairies here be able to tell if I'm lying or not? Moreover, the number of people here could easily suppress me in an instant. Ray, listening to Ariel's explanation, hesitated, to trust or not to trust. After much thought, he said to Ariel, all right, do as you please. Ray set a condition, but in return, whatever you do has nothing to do with me. If the fairies tell you to go back, you have to do so. Ariel's eyes lit up, and she replied cheerfully, okay, thank you very much. Ray turned to leave, but Ariel called out again, hey, Saint. Ray turned back irritably, what now? Ariel covered her mouth shyly, the thing is, if I want to take a bath, where should I go? Ray grumbled to himself upon hearing this, she's really troublesome. Time passed. A few days later, on a bright morning, the sun peeked through the leaves, pouring life into the forest. Ariel was kneeling in the same spot, outside the fairy village, still praying sincerely with her hands clasped as she had done in previous days. In the distance, two fairies were silently watching Ariel's actions. One male fairy said, from yesterday until today, she's been kneeling like that all day long. The other guy wondered, doesn't her knees get tired? Just then, Ray arrived with a bag. The cheerful fairy called out, oh, Ray, are you going home? Ray replied happily, yes, you all have worked hard. The other fairy unconsciously asked Ray, but Ray, that girl, are you just going to leave her like that? Ray looked towards Ariel and sighed softly. He silently observed the young woman praying devoutly. Looking at her now, no one would know the terrible things she had done before, in that blind faith of hers. Ray thought to himself, what is this God that she has to go to such lengths for? The memory of Ariel's cold indifference and disregard for life at that time still haunted his mind. Putting aside the past and his worries about Ariel, Ray walked briskly home. He flung the door open and shouted, I'm back. However, his timing seemed off. Ale and Sane were both startled, their faces frozen in awkwardness as they asked, oh, Ray, you're back. Ray smiled suggestively and said, you two can continue whatever you are doing. Then he dashed up to his room and quickly closed the door. Ale stammered, no, that's, while Sane cried out shyly, hoping for a chance to explain this embarrassing situation, Ray. Ray dropped the bag onto the floor. He sprawled on the bed, groaning and complaining, so tired. I have no energy at all. Lying on his back and looking at the ceiling, Ray recalled. That time, Chief Era had told him, Ray, I hope you will go to the Holy Nation, Ray asked in surprise. What did you say? Chief Era tried to persuade Ray. You are Staff's younger brother, so I cannot take responsibility. I'm glad you think of us, but seizing opportunities when they arise is very important. Now, Ray thought to himself, Era is right. I promised I would go to the Holy Nation to study medicine and cure all the incurable diseases here. Thinking of this, Ray sat up, seemingly having made a decision. He thought to himself, that's right, I must. I can't miss such an opportunity. That evening, Ray revealed his decision to his parents. His mother exclaimed in surprise, What? Sane was so shocked that she dropped her fork on the floor. What did you just say? Sane asked worriedly. You will become a saint, and you said you must go to the Holy Nation. What do you mean? Ray remained silent, his resolute gaze speaking volumes. Sane, still in shock, asked with tears in her eyes, Are you serious? Ale was also surprised, just like his wife. When will you go? Won't you be able to come home? Ray answered his parents, I plan to leave tomorrow. I'm not sure when I'll be back, but I will definitely return. Upon hearing this, Sane burst into tears and buried her head in her husband's shoulder. No way. Ale hugged his wife sadly and asked Ray with doubt, Saints have to live their entire lives in the Holy Nation, don't they? Ray resolutely assured his parents, I will come back, for sure. Sane cried and hugged Ray tightly. Why do you suddenly want to become a saint? Ale tried to be strong and said to his wife, Honey, he's about to leave. Why are you crying? You'll make him sad. Despite trying to be tough, Ale couldn't hold back his tears either. He sniffled and advised his son, Until you return, I'll take good care of your mother, so don't worry about anything, just go and come back, son. Ray was also sad, his eyes welling up. He forced a smile and promised his parents, I will take care of myself. Ale took the opportunity to tease Ray. You didn't cry when you were little, but now that you're grown up, you're crying. Ray shyly denied, I'm not crying, and you shouldn't say that either, Dad. The next day, the familiar scene in the deep forest, outside the fairy village. Iriel still sat there persistently, having just finished her prayer. Suddenly, Iriel's stomach growled loudly. She clutched her stomach and groaned, Ugh, ugh. Iriel recalled the events of the previous day with frustration. Ray had casually pointed to some weeds and told Iriel, that grass is edible, you can eat it. Self-sufficiency is happiness. He didn't even wait for Iriel's reply before waving goodbye and leaving. Iriel looked at the strange grass that Ray had pointed out to her, full of doubts. Eat that. She mustered up her courage and plucked it. Oh. Looking at the strange clump of grass in her hand, Iriel gritted her teeth and gulped. Then she gathered all her courage and put it in her mouth to chew. The taste of the strange grass filled her mouth, making Iriel's eyes widen. Iriel opened her mouth wide, her eyes rolling back. Ugh, it's so spicy and bitter. Her stomach growled even louder. She clutched her stomach, her face pale, beads of sweat covering her face. Not far away, the two male fairies also paled as they watched Iriel eat the grass. What? She's eating it raw. Is this what it means for humans to go through a life of hardship? Meanwhile, Iriel was frantically running around searching. Water, water. There it is. Iriel rejoiced as she saw a clear blue lake. She ran towards it at full speed, and then jumped into the water with a splash. Iriel plunged her face into the water, drinking deeply. As she gulped down the water, she complained to herself, Saint, what on earth did you make me do? A while later, Iriel lay sprawled listlessly on the grass by the lake. She thought dejectedly, should I just give up and go back? Looking up at the clear blue sky, Iriel could only sigh. She thought miserably, no, this is a test from God. I must be patient. Just as Iriel was losing heart, Ray's shadow appeared. Hey Saint, get up. He looked down at Iriel and said, Get ready, we're going to the Holy Empire. Iriel asked in a daze, what? She couldn't believe that Ray had suddenly agreed to go with her. Ray put his hands on his hips and repeated, I said get up, we're going to the Holy Empire. Iriel hesitantly asked, Does that mean you forgive me? Ray replied, Of course not. Iriel gave a wry smile, I knew it. Ray sighed and instructed Iriel, Get ready to leave first, I need to say goodbye before we go. Ray entered the village, and a young fairy ran up to greet him. Ray, you're back. Ray replied, Yes, how is FIA? The girl happily informed Ray, We were actually waiting for you. I heard that FIA just woke up, go visit her. Ray ran straight to FIA's house, calling out loudly, FIA, FIA. He opened the door and rushed into FIA's house, his face beaming with joy. FIA greeted him in surprise. Ray, feeling relieved, said happily, You're awake, I'm so glad. Ray asked FIA, Are you alright? Are you feeling better? FIA smiled and replied, Fortunately, yes. At this moment, Chief Era also entered. It's good to know that you've recovered faster than expected. Ray asked the chief with a smug smile. Did you also come here because you were worried about FIA, Era? The chief, embarrassed and unwilling to admit it, said, I'm just fulfilling my duty as chief and taking care of the other fairies. Seeing the chief's visit, FIA hurriedly got out of bed to bow. Chief Era, I'm sorry. The chief waved her hand to stop FIA. It's alright, don't move, you haven't fully recovered yet. Suddenly, the chief noticed the backpack on Ray's shoulder. She smiled with amusement. It seems you've changed your mind. Ray admitted, yes, I'll go to the Holy Empire. This opportunity may never come again. I think I'll follow your advice and do what I can. The chief smiled, but with a hint of sadness. Good decision, then, leave soon. FIA, hearing Ray's decision, cried out in surprise. I'm sorry for shouting in front of you, Chief Era. FIA glanced at the chief, covering her mouth worriedly. The chief replied, it's alright, don't worry about me. Suddenly, Ray changed his tone to break the tense atmosphere in the room. He spread his arms, imitating the chief's posture when she addressed the fairies. Well, if you have any questions, ask me. Seeing Ray imitate her, the chief frowned and said, are you mocking me? FIA also glared at Ray. How dare you? Ray quickly bowed his head. I'm sorry. FIA immediately asked Ray, where are you going? I thought you were staying here. She worriedly told Ray, don't tell me you're going to follow those people to the Holy Empire. Ray slowly explained, I'm not exactly following them, I was planning to go anyway, but, you're right, I will go to the Holy Empire. FIA asked further, for how long? Ray replied, I'm not sure, but probably a few years. FIA looked at Ray and pondered for a moment. After a while, she forced a smile and said, all right then, I was worried for nothing, travel safely. Ray looked at FIA's reaction with a bit of confusion. Oh, I'll be back. Then he suddenly remembered, thinking to himself, I forgot that forest fairies have a different concept of time. The chief still had some questions, so she suggested, is that all you have to say? Can we talk a little? Ray readily agreed, yes. FIA waved goodbye cheerfully, and Ray returned her smile. See you later, FIA. Ray and the chief went to her house to talk. The chief said, I want to give you this, please accept it. Hearing this, Ray asked excitedly, you want to give me something, what is it? Chief Era held out her hand and said to Ray, give me your hand. Ray gently placed his hand on the chief's hand, like this. The chief took Ray's hand and said, this is my mark, and it will be proof that I will always be with you. As soon as she finished speaking, a beam of light emanated from the chief's hand. Ray looked at his right hand in amazement. There was a small, glowing mark on it. The chief said confidently, it's me. Ray looked down at the mark on his hand, then looked up at Chief Era. His head was still full of question marks, completely clueless. Suddenly, Ray's face turned pale with fear. He thought to himself, this is the kind of contract that forces humans to serve forest fairies as masters, right? I heard they use this to enslave humans until they die. Seeing Ray's panicked expression, the chief reassured him, whatever you're thinking, it's not like that, it's just my mark, don't worry about it. Ray asked in surprise, a mark? The chief explained, yes, it's a mark made from my magic that I placed on you, like I'm giving myself to you as a gift. The chief looked at Ray affectionately and said, I think humans call it possession. Ray blushed involuntarily upon hearing that it was possession. The chief expressed, I will always be with you, I hope it will protect you on your journey. Ray silently admired the mark on his hand. He suddenly smiled and promised the chief, thank you, I'll see you again soon. By the time Ray left the village, it was dusk, and the crimson sunset was gradually disappearing behind the trees. Iriel was overjoyed at this moment, perhaps because she had finally been able to complete the mission entrusted to her by God. She followed Ray, her face beaming with joy. Ray glanced at Iriel with annoyance and asked, why are you so happy? Iriel replied excitedly, of course I'm happy, how could I not be happy when I can finally return to the Lord? Ray looked at her with exasperation and thought, living in the wilderness must have been tough for her. Suddenly seeing Ray slowing down behind her, Iriel urged, let's go, Saint. Ray looked into the distance and replied with a grunt, yeah, let's go. He was looking up at the sunset in this forest one last time before having to leave it for a while. There is only one sun, but the evening glow in each place is different. Perhaps Ray was wondering when he would be able to return to admire this peaceful scenery. Seeing Ray hesitate, Iriel asked, do you have any regrets? Ray smiled confidently and replied, I'll be back here too. Ray suddenly turned back and asked Iriel, the conditions I mentioned still stand, right? Iriel said cutely, I might have to discuss the first condition with you a bit more, but the others are fine. Upon hearing this, Ray immediately became grumpy, growling in annoyance, but then he reluctantly put the issue aside. Ray turned away abruptly and said, let's go. Their figures disappeared into the sunset. Ray thought to himself, this will be a long journey. After leaving the forest, Ray and Iriel arrived at a village on the outskirts of the city. Ray walked while looking at the map in his hand, his eyes searching for something. Where is it? Iriel mentioned a place we need to visit before heading to the sanctuary, he thought. A few minutes ago, while looking at the map, Iriel told Ray, first, we'll go to the royal capital, not the sanctuary. Ray asked in surprise, the royal capital. Iriel explained, exactly, because our companions are in the royal capital of Cilia. We'll go to Cilia and join forces with them, and then we'll all head to the sanctuary together. She exclaimed, well then, we'll have to travel with passion. Ray, seeing Iriel's excitement, thought to himself, why is she so enthusiastic about this? Ray scratched his chin thoughtfully. It takes about 3 days to reach the royal capital. If we use mana to travel quickly, it will only take about a day. I'm not too happy about it. It feels like we're taking a detour for no reason, he thought. Ray then started doing some stretches. He thought to himself, if we're going to be running all day, I need to stretch a bit. Iriel, who had just gone somewhere, returned and saw Ray stretching. She asked in surprise, what are you doing? After a few seconds of observation, Iriel realized Ray's intention. She looked puzzled and asked, are you planning to run? Ray replied innocently, wouldn't it be faster to run? He thought to himself, what a strange question. Iriel, hearing Ray's nonchalant response, exclaimed, oh my goodness. Iriel looked at Ray with concern and said, even using my divine power to travel like that would be a risky challenge, and of course, it's impossible with the mana of a saint who hasn't yet acquired divine power. Ray continued to ponder, if it's my mana path, there's no reason why it wouldn't be possible. It's even faster than riding a horse, but she bought that horse for a comfortable journey, and it would be rude of me to disregard it. Ray sighed and shrugged, saying, so what, we don't have to sweat a lot, that's good. Iriel jumped onto the horse's back and said, I only bought one horse as a backup in case of emergencies, is that okay? If you feel uncomfortable riding together, Ray immediately replied, anyway, I don't know how to ride a horse, so I can't go alone. Ray then climbed onto the horse as well, and Iriel immediately commanded it to go. Looking towards the distant foothills where the sun was setting, Ray thought to himself, let's go, to Cilia. A few hours later, as dusk fell, Iriel stopped the horse at a flat, open area. She told Ray, we'll rest here tonight. Ray replied, oh, then I'll cook. Wait a moment. Pointing his finger at the pile of dry firewood he had just gathered, Ray chanted, fire. A fire instantly erupted in the pile of wood. Iriel was amazed and exclaimed, activating magic with just the starting word, you're very skilled compared to your peers. Are you the commander of the second squad? Ray proudly replied, what, of course not. As he spoke, he pulled out a small pot from his backpack. Hanging the pot over the newly lit fire, he pointed at it again and conjured a pot of water. Ray thought to himself, the pot is ready. He then picked some wild herbs nearby and thought, and now for the ingredients. Seeing the wild herbs that had almost caused her to choke to death from their spiciness, Iriel panicked and stopped Ray. Wait, don't put those in. But it was too late. Ray had already added the herbs to the boiling water. He looked up and asked Iriel, why not? They're delicious. Try them. Iriel's face turned pale as she recalled that spicy and bitter taste. Delicious. Ray sighed and asked, have you ever eaten the roots of these herbs, or just the leaves? Iriel's eyes widened and she said, of course, that's. Ray explained, originally, only the roots of this herb were eaten, even though its leaves have more nutrients. He continued, but because they're so bitter and spicy, they're impossible to swallow. Iriel looked at Ray in confusion. No, then what now? Ray scooped a bowl of the soup he had just made and handed it to Iriel. Relax your face and try it once, it has a special flavor. Iriel carefully took the bowl of soup with both hands. Thank you. The hot soup in Iriel's hands emitted a faint aroma. She thought to herself, it smells good, and it looks delicious. Scooping a spoonful of the thick soup with a hint of herbal fragrance, Iriel no longer hesitated and brought it to her mouth. After trying the first spoonful of soup, her eyes widened, sparkling with excitement, and she exclaimed, it's delicious. Ray watched Iriel hurriedly slurping down the soup and thought to himself, why is she eating so fast? There are more things that surprise me than I expected. Ray reminded her, eating like that will upset your stomach. Slow down, Iriel replied, yes, but she continued to scoop the soup into her mouth without stopping. A few days later, they crossed the rolling hills and arrived at the royal capital of Cilia. From the top of the hill, overlooking the bustling city with its well-built houses lined up below, Iriel said to Ray, look, that's the royal capital of Cilia. As they rode into the city, Iriel nodded in admiration. The scale of the market is quite large, it truly is the royal capital. Then she turned to Ray and asked, it's completely different from the outskirts, isn't it? How about we do some sightseeing? Arriving in front of a magnificent castle, Iriel said. We've arrived at the royal capital. There will be an army here. Ray looked at the splendid building and thought to himself, so this is the royal capital of Cilia. He thought to himself, this is my first time here. I hope there won't be any problems. Then, the two of them stopped at the castle gate. A guard bowed respectfully to them and said, Young miss, you've arrived. The guard politely asked, May we know the identity of the person behind you? Iriel glanced at Ray and replied, A divine being. She turned to look at Ray, smirked mischievously, and asked him in a teasing voice, Right, Saint. Although Ray was annoyed by her attitude, he reluctantly introduced himself, Saint, I am Ray. The two guards hurriedly said, We apologize. We didn't know. Please come in. The castle doors opened, and Ray followed Iriel inside, crossing a grand hall with a red carpet. There, the Holy Emperor's envoy was waiting. He and his subordinates bowed respectfully to Iriel and said, Welcome, young miss. You must be tired after such a long journey. Iriel ordered the envoy, The mission in the royal capital of Cilia is complete. I will leave here tomorrow and head to the sanctuary. Please inform the home country that I will return with the saint. The envoy respectfully replied, I understand. I will inform the sanctuary and prepare for departure. After everything was settled, Iriel turned to Ray and said, Well then, Saint, please rest first. I will show you to your quarters. Iriel led Ray to another room in the castle. As he stepped into the spacious and luxurious room with expensive furniture, Ray exclaimed in surprise, Wow! He looked around the room, thinking to himself, Isn't this the level of a luxurious 5-star hotel? I couldn't visit such places before because I was too busy, but now I'm standing here. Seeing Ray's happiness, Iriel asked, satisfied. Ray replied as if he were standing in a hotel and he was the guest, I will spend a lot whenever I'm satisfied. Seeing that Ray was satisfied, Iriel said, The saint needs to rest now. I'll be outside. Before Iriel left, Ray asked, We're going to the sanctuary tomorrow morning, right? Iriel replied, See you tomorrow morning. She didn't specify what would happen the next morning, but the way she looked at Ray and smiled mysteriously sent chills down his spine. Watching Iriel leave, Ray was confused. What does that mean? He wondered to himself, what is it? Something feels strange. After taking a bath and changing into his sleepwear, Ray comfortably plopped down onto the soft mattress. The days of continuous travel had left his body exhausted. He immediately lay down and pondered, Tomorrow I will really go to the sanctuary. The sanctuary is the place where I will live in the future, but what will it be like? Lost in his thoughts about the sanctuary, Ray drifted off to sleep without realizing it. The next morning, at the royal capital of Cilia, Ray had woken up early and gotten dressed, ready to depart. Just then, Iriel knocked on his door and called out, Saint, are you awake? Ray, still a little sleepy, replied, Yeah, I'm ready, let's go. Iriel looked at him, smiled mischievously, and said, If you're ready, let's go. To greet the king. Ray, still drowsy and not fully grasping the information, unconsciously repeated Iriel's words, Then let's quickly greet the king. He then stopped abruptly. Ray glanced at Iriel and asked again, Where did you say we're going? To meet who? Iriel gave Ray a frightening look. It was clear she had arranged this beforehand. Iriel smugly repeated, To meet the king of the royal capital of Cilia. Ray, seeing Iriel's threatening expression, thought to himself, Why do I have to? He complained, Then you should have told me beforehand, if you had talked to me last night. Iriel chuckled and said, There's no rush, it's mainly to express our gratitude and report your departure. Ray scratched his head and bluntly refused, No, I won't do that. If I'm meeting the king, I need to prepare myself mentally, like with etiquette and manners. Iriel gave a radiant smile and explained, I didn't say anything because I was afraid the saint would lose sleep and have difficulties with the upcoming schedule. Is there a problem? Ray froze, looking at the scheming woman before him. He blamed himself. She was so kind, so I felt a little suspicious. It's all over. After a debate, Ray finally reluctantly went to meet the king without any mental preparation. The king, upon meeting him, appeared very friendly and said, Come in, you must be tired. The king asked Ray, Are you the newly chosen saint? Ray replied, Yes. Looking at the majestic man sitting on the throne, Ray thought to himself, So this is the king of the royal capital of Cilia. King Diagard of Cilia said to Ray and Iriel, Welcome, you must be tired after your long journey. After speaking, the king silently watched Ray and Iriel, who were standing politely in the audience chamber. Iriel immediately bowed her head and replied, Thank you for allowing us to rest before meeting you. Seeing Ray still standing there without following her lead, Iriel gently prompted, Your Holiness. At this moment, Ray suddenly realized he had been rude. He hurriedly bowed his head respectfully to the king. Iriel, seeing Ray's awkwardness, laughed triumphantly. Ray finally understood her intention. his face turned red with anger as he thought to himself, "You didn't say anything just to humiliate me, right?" The king said sternly, "Raise your head." Ariel politely replied, "Thank you, your majesty." The king asked, "I heard you're returning to the Holy Kingdom today." Ariel swiftly answered, "Yes, that's correct." Ariel respectfully said to the king, "The reason we can return to the Holy Kingdom is all thanks to your grace, my lord. Allow me to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the Holy Kingdom." The king laughed, "Ha ha ha. I didn't do anything, the Holy Kingdom protected you during that journey." Ariel explained, "It's because you allowed us to stay in the kingdom of Cilia that we were able to safely find and return with His Holiness. We will certainly repay this debt to you." The king stroked his beard with amusement and said, You say repay a debt. I will remember your words and recall them whenever I need it." Suddenly, the king looked at Ray and asked, "Now that you mention it, are you the newly chosen saint?" Ray nervously replied, "Yes, my name is Ray." The king glanced down at Ray, evaluating him from head to toe. He thought to himself, No matter how many times I try, I can't sense any mana flow, and looking at his body, it seems he has been trained in swordsmanship." The king pondered, "Even though I was worried that another saint had appeared, it seems I don't need to worry about him at all. What a relief." After a moment of thought, the king spoke, "I never thought I would meet the saint and a saintess at the same time like this. What an honor." Ariel politely replied, "Thank you." Seeing that there was nothing left to say, Ray glanced at Ariel and suggested, "Hey saintess, shouldn't we slowly head out?" Ariel also felt they should leave, so she said to the king, "Well then, now we will." Ariel didn't have time to finish her sentence before the king interrupted, "Oh, Saintess Ariel, you said you would repay a debt, right?" Ariel replied, "Yes, that's right. Do you need help with something?" The king calmly said, About that. To be honest, my cousin, the daughter of the Prince of Silos, is ill. Many priests have visited her, but not only have they been unable to heal her, they're not even sure what kind of illness she has." The king said, "I hope you can repay the favor by visiting her once." At this moment, Ray, standing next to them, thought to himself, "What? No way, say no." Glancing at Ariel, Ray implied, "We have a long journey ahead of us, just refuse quickly." But Ariel ignored Ray and replied to the king, "I understand." Ray's jaw dropped as he turned to look at Ariel. "What?" Ariel respectfully said, "There's no way I could refuse your request, my lord." The king burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha, thank you. I was quite worried, but with the saint by your side, I'm sure you two will manage." The king expressed his gratitude, "Thank you, Saintess Ariel." Ariel forced a smile while lamenting to herself, "This isn't what I had in mind." As soon as they stepped out of the audience chamber, Ray started grumbling, Honestly, why is the journey to the Holy Kingdom getting so long?" Seeing Ray frowning and complaining, Ariel reluctantly lowered her head. "Oh, about that." Ariel quickly found an excuse, "That's because you're a member of the Holy Kingdom now. You can follow me and learn how to use your holy magic. In the long run, it will be very beneficial for the whole world." Ray immediately exposed her. "Wouldn't it take even longer if we went to the prince's territory and then straight to the Holy Kingdom?" Ariel, caught off guard, stammered, Well, that's right." After enough reprimanding, Ray accepted the reality and reluctantly said to Ariel, "All right, fine, whatever." Ray encouraged himself and Ariel. He mentioned someone being sick, right? If we can help them, why don't we visit them as soon as possible? He thought to himself with the conscience of a doctor, go wherever you need to go, as long as you can help the patient, that's the true duty of a doctor. Later, Ray and Ariel went to talk to the envoy about the change in schedule, but they were stopped by him. "I apologize, Saintess." The envoy explained, "We have already informed the Holy Kingdom that we are on our way back, but if you say you are going to visit the prince, I cannot allow this." Ariel explained, "It was a request from the king of Cilia. Please forgive me, but I was truly in a position where I couldn't refuse." The envoy asked, "So, the king, what did he promise in return?" Ariel replied, "He didn't promise anything. This is just to repay the debt for allowing us to stay here." The envoy understood the unavoidable situation and said, "Well, since he has enough reason to make that request, I don't think we have any choice. I will contact the Holy Kingdom and let them know that you will be returning to the kingdom later than expected." Ariel smiled and replied, "Thank you for understanding, then we'll go right away to save time." Meanwhile, Ray was thinking about using medicine to treat people in this world. He had witnessed how people reacted to medicine before. After his first patient was treated, their reaction was very surprising. As they traveled with the Holy Empire's army to the residence of the king of Cilia's cousin, Ray continued to ponder, "I wonder how my second patient in this world will react." The Holy Empire's army had traveled a long distance. By dusk, they decided to stop and rest. The commander ordered, "We'll stop here." A temporary tent was quickly set up as a resting place for the high-ranking individuals. Ray found an empty spot next to the tent and started a fire to cook. A few girls from the logistics team saw him looking simple yet attractive and started whispering, "Hey, look over there, is that the saint?" The girls whispered to each other, "Isn't he more handsome than the rumors about him? Let's go talk to him." Thinking of doing it, the girls shyly approached Ray. "Excuse me, Your Holiness." A pretty girl shyly asked Ray, "Do you need any help?" Ray, a little surprised, replied, No, I'm fine." Two girls boldly suggested to Ray, "If it's not a bother, could we sit next to you? We're just curious about what you're doing." Ray smiled friendly and said to the two girls, "Sure, I don't mind at all. Please sit wherever you feel comfortable." The two girls looked at Ray's radiant handsomeness and his gentle words, their cheeks flushing with excitement. They quickly found a place to sit next to Ray. "Thank you. What is this?" Ray replied friendly, "Oh, this is a plant that grows in the elf forest." Ray and the girls chatted happily until the sun was almost hidden behind the trees. Finally alone, Ray sighed, "Why are these kids so hyperactive? I couldn't escape from there." At this time, Ray overheard a conversation in the distance. He stood behind a tree, eavesdropping, the girl said, "About the new saint. He's so young. Do you think it's reasonable to follow him?" The girl continued to badmouth Ray behind his back. "He's just a kid who does whatever he wants and even demands things from the Holy Kingdom." The boy chimed in and even brought Ariel into it. "Do you remember how the saintess even got slapped by an elf?" Ray, now having heard the conversation, angrily cursed under his breath, "I swear to God, I get it now. Do they think it's okay to badmouth people like that behind their backs?" The girl continued, "We can only know once we get to the Holy Kingdom that he's just a puppet of the saint." Just then, Ariel appeared and growled threateningly, "What did you say about me and the saint? Why don't you repeat it to me?" Ariel's face showed two words, deadly. Her eyes were sharp as she looked straight at the two subordinates, muttering the words they had just dared to say, "A puppet of the saint." Ariel continued in a raised voice, "Or is it that I didn't hear clearly?" She scowled and questioned sarcastically, "May I ask why you are talking about me and the saint? Maybe it's because I don't know this, but why don't you continue your conversation? It seems like you have a lot more to say." The two backstabbers, caught red-handed, were so frightened that they couldn't utter a single word. Seeing this, Ariel said, "If you don't say anything now, then I will assume that everything I heard is true, and this is your opinion, and I can do whatever I want, right?" One of them finally managed to open his mouth and stammered, About that, we just thought that it was important to remind everyone of all the things you have done." Seeing him make excuses like that, Ariel leaned closer, glared at him, and said, "Oh, all the things I've done, what does that have to do with you? Did I say you should go and complain about it to everyone? You say you did it for me, but did I ever ask you to do that for me?" The envoy, seeing that the situation had become too tense, hurriedly intervened, "Saintess." He anxiously explained on behalf of the others, "These children just made a mistake, they still have a lot to learn, they didn't mean to harm you, so please forgive them." After pleading with Ariel, the envoy turned to scold the subordinate, "What are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to the saintess." But Ariel immediately interrupted coldly, "Do you think an apology alone is enough?" Ariel flew into a rage, criticizing the whole group. They dared to badmouth the saint behind his back and call him a stupid child, and even a clueless puppet, and now you want me to forgive them? Ariel had no intention of letting things end simply. She continued to accuse, "The saint is chosen by God. Being disrespectful to the saint is the same as being disrespectful to God." Ray, hiding behind the tree, had heard everything. He was quite surprised by Ariel's words. "So, this is called contempt. Think about it. Is a sincere apology enough to solve the problem?" Ariel said to the trembling people, "You can explain, however, if you fail to make me understand your reason, then I really don't know what will happen next." The girl who had badmouthed Ray was terrified and hurriedly knelt down, pleading, Saint Ariel, please forgive me, I shouldn't have said that about you." Ariel shouted angrily, "You're apologizing to the wrong person. You insulted a saint chosen by God and you can't even apologize properly." Gritting her teeth, Ariel muttered angrily, "There are people who can't apologize even if they want to." Ray, behind the tree, heard Ariel's words and thought to himself, what did she just say? Is she talking about herself? Recalling the time when Ariel persistently prayed day after day outside the elf village, Ray thought to himself, I know, bearing a heavy title like saint isn't easy for someone as young as her. I understand the pressure that comes with it can make people feel. That feeling, I understand it very well. Ray smiled bitterly, remembering his own situation when he was called a genius surgeon in his previous life. Seeing that Ariel wouldn't let this go easily, Ray sighed and thought, phew, why don't I go out? Thinking that, he stepped out in front of the group and said, Are you done talking? It's hard to keep listening. So that's how you all think of me. You think I'm just a kid and a puppet saint. The two who had badmouthed Ray immediately cowered and denied. "We didn't mean that, we were trying to say." Ray stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking about it. "You're not wrong, because if I keep doing nothing, I'll just be a puppet." Saint Iriel, seeing Ray casually call himself a puppet, exclaimed in panic, "Why, Your Holiness, what do you mean? How can you be a puppet?" Ray laughed and replied, "Think about it. I don't have any holy power, and what can I do just by going to the Holy Kingdom, even though I was chosen by God? Don't you think I would be a perfect puppet?" Ray asked again, "Isn't that what everyone is thinking?" The subordinates glanced at each other, but no one dared to say anything. Iriel quickly affirmed, "Of course not. Who would think that about you? I'm sure God has a reason for choosing you as saint." Ray countered, "Wait, who said God thinks that about me? I'm just saying that's how many people in the Holy Empire think of me." Glancing at the subordinates, Ray asked Iriel, "Since they're the ones who badmouth me behind my back, do you mind if I handle them myself?" Iriel said without hesitation, "Yeah, go ahead." Ray asked further, "If I want these people punished, what will happen?" Iriel replied, "At worst, the heresy inquisitors will capture and kill them." The subordinates, upon hearing this, were scared out of their wits and begged, "Heresy inquisitors, sir, please forgive us. We spoke without thinking, please forgive our mistake." Ray looked at the remaining subordinates who were standing around watching. He pondered for a long time. Then Ray spoke to everyone. Everyone, I'm sure there are more people who make fun of me than just the people here. They say things like I'm just a puppet, or I'm an arrogant child, or I have no power at all. I don't think what you're saying is wrong. As you think, I am young, and I have no faith, strength, ability, opinion, or connection with you. That's why I will go to the Holy Empire for a few years, to prove it to each of you." The subordinates, not understanding, asked Ray, "What do you mean? What do you want to prove?" Ray confidently declared to everyone, "All of you who badmouth me behind my back, I will definitely make you regret it, and I will make those who have disrespected me remember this moment. And as proof and promise for that day, I will not punish the people here." Ray made the decision as he pointed to the people who had just badmouthed him. The two who were pardoned were so happy they cried. They said emotionally, Sir, I'm sorry. We should have thought before we spoke about you. We will repent for this mistake and learn from it. We are truly sorry." Ray smiled and replied, "I hope you will regret this decision even more in the future, and to achieve my goal, I will do my best to bring honor back to the Holy Empire." Looking up at the full moon above, Ray said, "I don't know how long it will take, maybe many years, but I will do everything I can to make you regret what you did today." Under the moonlight, Ray's platinum hair seemed to emit a brilliant halo. With his confident demeanor and kind heart, he shone like the embodiment of divinity in the eyes of the attendants. They looked at him without blinking, and then they all knelt down and bowed in reverence to this young man with such immense charisma. A while later, when it was late at night and everyone had dispersed to their tents to rest, Ray, feeling hungry, went outside the tent to cook soup. Iriel, who was still awake, came to find him. She teased Ray. That was an impressive speech. She giggled, imitating Ray's voice from earlier. "To make you regret what you did today, right?" Ray, feeling embarrassed, could only chuckle and say, "Keep making fun of me." Looking at the boiling soup pot, Iriel asked in surprise, Isn't that the soup from last time?" Ray replied, "Yeah, the envoy ate my portion too. After that, I was quite hungry." Ray smiled and invited Iriel, "Do you want some? It's better hot." Iriel replied without hesitation, "Yes, please." Suddenly, a shooting star shot across the sky. Iriel exclaimed, "Hey, look, a shooting star." She looked up at the starry sky and said to Ray, "It's been a while since I last looked up at the night sky. Do you think seeing a shooting star is a good omen?" Ray also looked up at the shooting star, thinking to himself, "Shooting star, my past name also meant shooting star. But now I'm used to the name Ray." Ray closed his eyes, as if making a wish. When he opened his eyes, he smiled and said to Iriel, "Oh, I just realized, in my hometown, if you make a wish under a shooting star, they say it will come true." Iriel asked in surprise, "Really?" And immediately, she clasped her hands together and prayed. Ray, seeing her serious expression, was even more surprised. "What are you doing? Are you really praying?" He thought to himself, "The saintess believes in legends." After finishing her prayer, Iriel told Ray about the belief in her country. "You reminded me, there's also a story in the Empire. If you watch a shooting star with someone, you can die happily together with them." Ray held the spoon in his mouth and asked thoughtfully, "A happy death?" Iriel quickly said, "Of course I don't believe in such things. How can death be happy?" Ray agreed, I don't believe in that either." And in his heart, he wondered, "A happy death? I wonder what that feels like." The next morning, the Holy Empire's group broke camp and continued their journey early. Not long after, a subordinate reported, Saint, the territory of Silos is in sight." The subordinate continued, it seems like we will enter Silo's territory soon. Iriel looked out the carriage window. The envoy, who was riding a horse, turned to ask her, when we arrive, where should we go first? Iriel said, because we're in a hurry, we have to meet the dukes all at once. Iriel looked at the castle in the distance and thought to herself, because we don't have much time. We will treat them as soon as possible and go to the Holy Empire immediately. If we are late for the baptism ceremony, it will be complicated. Upon arriving in the Silos territory, Iriel and Ray immediately went to the Duke's castle to meet the Duke of Silos. The Duke was overjoyed to see them. Welcome, I've been waiting for you too. When I heard about you, I couldn't wait to meet you. The Duke said, I cannot express my gratitude enough for you traveling such a long distance for my daughter. Iriel smiled and replied, it is our duty as saints to bring God's blessings to those who are suffering, so please relax. The Duke then confessed his worries. I apologize for being abrupt, but could you please take a look at my daughter? I don't know what I would do if I lost her too. It breaks my heart to see her struggling with illness. Not wanting to waste time, Iriel immediately agreed. I understand. We can examine her condition right away. The Duke, hearing this, hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you very much. I will do anything if you can cure her. Ray glanced at Iriel, thinking to himself, they trust her so much even though she hasn't done anything yet. She must be good at being a saint, and a person too. Then, the Duke led Ray and Iriel to his daughter. This way. The maid brought them to a room, opened the door, and softly called, Lady Layla, the saintess has arrived. Both Iriel and Ray were startled when they saw the Duke's daughter. This is. Even Ray, who was a genius doctor, was stunned by the girl's condition. On the girl's snow-white skin were patches of red. Even more worrying was that half of her body was covered in such a rash. Ray silently exclaimed, a rash, is this a severe case of herpes dermatitis? They should have treated her before it got this bad. What have they done? Seeing the surprised reactions of the two guests, Layla quickly pulled the blanket over her body and asked shyly, it's horrible, isn't it? Iriel approached and said gently, Layla, can you give me your hand? Layla hesitantly placed her hand on Iriel's. Iriel took her hand and gently comforted Layla, you must have been in a lot of pain. From now on, everything will be all right. A powerful energy emanated from Iriel's hand and flowed into Layla. Wherever the energy reached, the red patches disappeared. The energy emitted a brilliant aura that made the Duke exclaim, amazing, holy power. Iriel used holy power to treat Layla instead of any medical knowledge about the disease. After a while, Layla was back to normal, without any red patches on her skin. The girl looked at her hands in surprise and exclaimed, my skin, it's better. Layla cried with joy, my hand, it's better. Iriel turned to the Duke and said, the treatment is complete. Iriel said happily, you must have been worried, everything is fine now. The Duke cried out with joy, oh, my daughter, my daughter. The Duke and his daughter embraced each other in immense joy. Thank God, you're well again. The Duke said with tears in his eyes, thank you so much, you truly are a saintess. My daughter has been struggling with this disease for 8 years and I had completely given up. I will never forget this debt. Iriel replied happily, there's no need, this is also a blessing from God. Meanwhile, Ray, who had witnessed the whole miracle, thought, at first, this disease looked like it needed long-term treatment. I can't believe she cured it with just a touch. He wondered, does medicine really have no meaning in this world? That evening, a lively celebration feast was held at the Duke's castle. Sitting at the head of the table, the Duke invited Iriel and Ray to enjoy the feast to the fullest. Now then, please eat and drink as much as you like, although it may be a little lacking. I have tried my best. Iriel smiled and replied, you didn't have to do this, this is too much, thank you for the meal. The Duke's son, Layla's brother, Lord Hopel, said to Iriel, as the rumors say, I knew the saintess was excellent, but the rumors couldn't capture your kindness. I want to express my sincere gratitude for healing my sister. Iriel politely replied, it is my honor. I will certainly convey your gratitude to our Lord Gaia. Hopel continued to praise her. You are truly the saintess as rumored, so humble. Everyone was happy, except for one person, Ray. Seeing Ray silent throughout the feast, the Duke asked worriedly, you haven't said much, is the food not to your liking? Ray chuckled and said, oh, not at all, I was just thinking about something else, please forgive me for worrying you. Iriel hurriedly said, the saint has many things on his mind, please don't worry too much, The Duke, hearing this, didn't ask any further questions. Iriel turned to Ray and asked quietly, Your Holiness, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Ray hesitantly replied, No, I'm just tired. Iriel, believing him, said, Is that so? Since we have been arranged to stay one night at the castle, please get a good rest. Ray replied indifferently, Oh, is that so? At this moment, He wasn't in the mood to enjoy the feast or think about resting in a room like a five-star hotel. After witnessing the magical healing earlier, Ray felt like his medical knowledge was meaningless in this world. He lamented dejectedly, "Why did I sweat and cry so much to become a doctor? Even though I was reborn with my old memories, in this world, that knowledge is useless." Ray wondered, do I really have to forget my past as Baek-sung and just live my new life as Ray? Not long after the feast ended, Ray lay on the bed in the room the Duke had prepared for him, his heart full of worries. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. It was Iriel. "Your Holiness, are you asleep?" Ray looked towards the door, remaining silent. He honestly didn't want to talk to anyone at the moment. Iriel, standing outside, said, "Your Holiness, I don't know what's wrong, but please don't lose your faith in yourself." Iriel tried to comfort Ray. "Everyone doubts themselves sometimes, don't they? I hope whatever is bothering you won't destroy what you've built so far." Perhaps guessing that Ray was still bothered by something and wouldn't be able to sleep, Iriel tried to soothe him. "Instead of being restless and exhausted like this, I honestly think your prickly and humorous side suits you better." Ray, hearing Iriel talk so much, felt a bit irritated, as he just wanted to be alone at this moment. Despite this, Ray still listened to Iriel's advice. He sat up and thought, "Don't lose faith in yourself," she said. Ray suddenly realized, that's right, even though I'm Ray now, I'm also the former Dr. Baek-sung. I just need to find something that only I can do, Ray thought to himself. His gaze changed, no longer as lost as before, and he regained his confidence. Iriel still hadn't left. She stood outside the door, flustered, trying to find the right words. What I'm trying to say is that I just want to tell you not to give up." And, suddenly, the door opened, interrupting Iriel's words. Ray smiled at Iriel. "Thank you, you helped me a lot." Iriel breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." Ray hesitantly added, But Iriel, is this your first time comforting someone?" Ray's question immediately annoyed Iriel, and she responded irritably, "What do you mean by that?" Early the next morning, still at the Duke of Silo's castle, everyone was buzzing about an unexpected and unpleasant event. The Duke was angrily shouting, "What do you mean? She was fine yesterday. Are you saying she's not completely healed?" Looking at his precious daughter curled up sadly in her blanket, the Duke yelled orders at the servants. "Immediately, call the Saintess here." Iriel, surprised to be summoned to Layla's room once more, asked, "What's wrong?" The Duke replied gloomily, "The symptoms have returned. Did your treatment fail?" Iriel was also taken aback. She reassured the Duke, "The treatment was completed. I'm not sure why the symptoms have returned. I will treat Layla again." The Duke replied worriedly, "Please do." At this moment, Ray suddenly spoke up, "Wait a minute, Iriel." Then he approached Layla. Iriel asked in surprise, Your Holiness?" Layla, seeing Ray approaching, shrunk back in fear and embarrassment. "Don't look." Ray gently held out his hand and said, "Layla, can you give me your hand?" The Duke, seeing Ray, a young man, intending to treat his daughter, thought, how could a newly appointed saint treat something that even the Saintess couldn't? So he hesitantly said to Ray, "I think it would be better to let the Saintess." Ray looked at the Duke confidently and said, "If what I think is correct, then I'm the only one here who can treat her illness." Going back a few minutes earlier, Ray had just done something that surprised both Iriel and the Duke. He approached Layla, who was covered in a rash, and confidently offered to cure her illness. This, of course, made the Duke suspicious. He had a very normal reaction, like anyone else in this world, who didn't know about Ray's healing abilities, and he immediately wanted to stop him. Having had previous experience, Ray was no longer angry or surprised by the reactions of others towards him. He confidently affirmed to the Duke that he was the only one capable of treating Layla. The Duke asked Ray anxiously, "What do you mean by the only one, comma?" Ray explained, "No matter what treatment the Saintess uses, it won't be effective. We can let her treat her and she will be fine again, but after this, we will leave, right? What will you do if the symptoms come back?" The Duke, flustered, stammered, Well, I haven't thought about that situation yet." Ray then said, "What she needs now is not the Saintess's treatment." And he confidently affirmed, "She needs treatment from me, the Saint." The Duke asked skeptically, "But I heard that you don't have any holy magic. What exactly are you going to do?" Ray looked at the Duke with a determined gaze and replied, "My treatment doesn't need holy magic. I will use all the information I know to get her through this illness. That's how I will treat her." Suddenly, Layla spoke up in persuasion, "Father, the Saint is right. If we don't trust him, I don't think we have any other choice." She said, "We've tried everything else. If there's a way to cure me of this condition, I want to put my faith in the Saint." The Duke, faced with his daughter's decision, softened immediately. He said, "All right, if that's what you want, I allow it." The Duke turned to Ray and pleaded, Please save her, Your Holiness. From the bottom of my heart, I beg you." Ray affirmed without hesitation to the Duke, I promise, I will definitely cure her. And so, Ray and the Holy Empire's army continued to stay at the Duke's castle. From the next day, Ray decided to investigate the cause of Layla's skin condition. The first thing was hygiene, as it is the most basic step to being healthy. Ray tried to check everything, but when he saw that they washed blankets, tablecloths, and clothes once a day, hygiene could be ruled out as the cause. Additionally, the castle was protected by a magic barrier, so it could also be inferred that external parasites were not the cause of the disease. However, Ray noticed a problem with her meals. There was one ingredient that was present in almost all of her meals, and that was wheat flour. Not only was bread the most commonly eaten food in the world, even meat dishes tended to be accompanied by side dishes or coatings made with wheat flour. Moreover, her condition flared up after every meal. With these clues, Ray suspected something. Wheat flour contains a protein, gluten, that cannot be dissolved. And so, he concluded, her illness was dermatitis herpetiformis, a disease also known as gluten-sensitive enteropathy. Ray thought to himself, it's not difficult to treat. He thought, unfortunately, there's only one problem: there's no useful medicine in this world, a world where medicine hasn't been developed yet. Finally, Ray decided, since it will be difficult to make medicine using plants that I'm not familiar with, even if it takes a long time, the only thing I can do is change her diet. That's the only method for now. So Ray quickly made a list of ingredients to avoid in Layla's meals and gave it to the maids, noting, from now on, please remove everything I mentioned from our meals. The next morning, the warm morning sunlight shone through the window into Layla's room. The girl was still asleep when suddenly someone knocked on the door and softly called, Lady Layla. She opened her eyes drowsily. What is it? A voice came from outside the door. My lady, it's Ray. May I come in? Layla woke up with a start. She quickly put on her robe and said, Your Holiness, please come in. Ray gently opened the door. Sorry for disturbing you. Ray said cheerfully, Good morning. I came to check on your condition. Layla said softly, All right. With his hawk-like eyes, Ray quickly realized that her condition had worsened. He thought to himself, I knew her diet was causing this. Ray instructed, I'm going to tell you some things you need to pay attention to. Layla asked in surprise, Things to pay attention to? What do you mean? Ray said kindly to Layla, Yes, from now on, I want you to avoid any food that contains wheat flour, like bread, for example, and even if you feel itchy, please try not to scratch. Layla asked back in surprise, What, avoid bread? Ray replied with a smile, Well, this is all I can do for you. Layla looked at Ray suspiciously. She thought, No way, bread is my favorite food, but I can't eat it. Is he lying? Should I call for the guards? Layla asked Ray, hoping for another way besides avoiding bread. So you're not going to do anything else? Can you use magic to heal me or something? Ray laughed, Ha, what I told you is a kind of treatment, and to prevent it from spreading further. Ray continued, Once a day, we'll have to squeeze out all the blisters. I'll do it myself because I also need to check on your condition. After giving instructions, he said goodbye to the girl. That's all. Then please rest. The most important thing is to stay healthy. Layla watched Ray leave, thinking to herself, My illness will get better if I don't eat bread anymore. Does that make any sense? As soon as Ray left Layla's room, he met Iriel waiting outside. She asked him, Your Holiness, how is her illness? Ray replied, It's gotten worse. Iriel hesitantly suggested, About that, Your Holiness, I understand where you're coming from, but do you think it would be better if I treated her instead? Ray immediately refused. You treated her, but it came back. If we try your treatment again, it will just come back again. Iriel hesitantly asked, But, to say that changing her diet will cure her, if that's true, why didn't we do that in the first place? She said with concern, I trust you a lot, but the Duke doesn't trust you as much, and you know, we're not in a situation where we can stay here longer. Ray looked at Iriel with puppy dog eyes. As if pleading, he thought to himself, She's not wrong. Iriel felt awkward under Ray's gaze. She cleared her throat and said, Even if you stare at me with those sullen eyes, I can't do anything more in our situation. Ray clenched his fists, thinking to himself, Right now, it doesn't matter if I can cure Layla or not. What's more important is that this will determine how I will treat patients from now on. He said to Iriel, 1 week, just give me 1 week. By then, I will definitely cure her. Seeing Ray's confident and determined expression, Iriel couldn't bear to refuse. She reluctantly agreed to compromise with him. And the next day, a shrill scream rang out from Layla's room, AAA. I don't want to. Ray held a full cup of water to her face and urged, Drink it. You haven't drunk enough today. Ray calculated, 3 liters per day, a total of 21 liters in a week. This is the amount of water Layla needs to drink. Layla struggled. I don't want to. How can drinking water possibly help? She complained to herself. This isn't even holy water, so why do I have to drink so much water? Ray gently advised, when you're experiencing allergy symptoms, drinking water is the best thing for you, trust me, and just drink it. When a foreign substance enters the body, the immune system produces a chemical called histamine, a mediator that plays a key role in allergic reactions. Although this substance is produced as a defense mechanism to protect the body from invading foreign substances, in people with allergies, this chemical is overproduced and can cause harmful reactions. When that happens, drinking enough water allows the cells in the body to function properly and minimize the consequences of allergies. Therefore, this is the best way to treat her condition. Ray held the glass of water and forced, "Come on, drink it, there's still one more cup." Layla reluctantly obeyed Ray, but she was screaming in her heart, "How is he a saint? He's just a handsome lunatic." And so, 4 days passed. Ray recalled the process of treating the girl. Initially, after being forbidden from eating starches and forced to drink a lot of water, she hated him. However, Layla decided to trust him because she had no other choice. As a result, after only 4 days, her condition improved at an impressive rate. Layla looked at herself in the mirror and exclaimed with joy, "Your Holiness, look, is this real? My skin is back to normal." Ray smiled and said, "I promised I would cure you." Layla replied happily, "The symptoms really did improve after I drank enough water and stopped eating bread. I can't believe it." Ray winked at her and carefully instructed, "However, we still have to be careful. We still need to continue this treatment, understand?" With a smile as bright as a flower, Layla happily replied, "Yes." Looking at the girl who was no longer depressed and embarrassed by the disease, and who trusted him wholeheartedly, Ray thought to himself, "Although I was worried that people in this world would react differently than in my world, it seems like there's no need to worry about that anymore." Now, waiting for Layla to fully recover was just a matter of time. At least, that's what Ray thought. But on the 6th day, another problem arose. Layla suddenly rebelled and threw all the food on the table to the floor. She cried and screamed, "Bread!" Layla began to experience starch withdrawal symptoms, including stress, anxiety, lack of focus, and irritability. Ray understood that in this world, starch was a key element in personal diets. When someone tried to avoid it, withdrawal symptoms were inevitable. However, if she ate starch before the treatment was complete, all their efforts would be in vain. Despite the girl's crying and fussing, Ray resolutely stopped her, shouting, "No," he thought to himself, "if I give in to her, all my efforts up to now will be wasted." Seeing the girl cry endlessly, Ray's headache worsened. "Don't cry, you'll get dehydrated." To distract her, Ray needed to find something that could help alleviate these symptoms. In this case, he thought of chess and immediately started making it himself. Seeing Ray diligently sculpting something, Iriel asked curiously, "Your Holiness, what are you doing here?" Ray replied, "I'm creating opponents for a game." He held up a chess piece and examined it closely. "Is this good enough?" Iriel asked worriedly, "A game? But why suddenly?" Ray interrupted her and asked, "All right, can you take a look for me?" Ray held up the chess piece for Iriel to see. "What do you think of when you see this?" Iriel responded doubtfully, "Are you talking about the white object in your hand?" Iriel guessed, "A castle. Is this supposed to represent the Holy Kingdom?" It also looks quite like a crown." Ray, hearing this, asked back, "So you think it looks like a crown?" Iriel replied bewilderedly, "Yes, but..." Before she could finish her sentence, Ray hurriedly grabbed the chessboard and ran off. "It worked, Iriel, follow me." Feeling abruptly abandoned, Iriel became irritated. "How dare he leave me like this?" It turned out Ray ran straight to Layla's room. He even invited Hopal along. Lord Hopal politely said, "Your Holiness, I was told you summoned me." The Lord asked Ray, "This seems to be the first time you have summoned me. Is there anything I can help you with?" Ray said with a pleased smile, "Exactly, Duke Hopal. I need your help. What I'm about to show you will help with young Miss Layla's withdrawal symptoms. However, I need your assistance." Layla looked at the chessboard and asked, "Are you talking about the thing in your hand?" Hopal also wondered, "What is that?" Ray introduced, "This is a game called chess." Layla asked doubtfully, "Chess, King?" Ray replied, "Yes, from now on, each of you will be the commander of your own army. The rules are simple. All you have to do is capture the opponent's king by moving your pieces. This is a game to see who is the better strategist." Holding up a chess piece, Ray emphasized, "However, there are also rules for moving each piece." Iriel was surprised. "You say there are rules?" Ray explained, "Yes, what I'm holding now is the king. Just like how a king is respected and minimizes unnecessary movements, it can only move one square at a time. On the other hand, the queen is completely different from the king. As long as it's not captured, it can move in any way we want. Similarly, each of these pieces has its own movement rules. I'll explain each one. Lord Hopel stroked his chin and said, interesting, although the rules are simple, there are many possible moves. This game is quite complex and could also be useful in training troops for actual combat. I'm sure Father will love it. Then, Ray continued to explain the movements of each piece. Once he was finished, he suggested, now that I've explained everything, let's play a game. Young Miss Layla, would you like to play against Ariel? The two girls, intrigued by Ray's suggestion, sat down at the table to play. As soon as the competition began, Ariel's expression turned more serious. She asked Layla, now then, shall we begin the game? Young Layla gave a friendly smile, but her words didn't seem inferior to Ariel's. Of course, Saintess, I won't go easy on you. Ray, seeing Layla focused on the game, breathed a sigh of relief and thought, thank goodness, she seems very interested in this game. As long as she enjoys it, it will help distract her from those withdrawal symptoms. After a while of playing, Ariel said triumphantly, checkmate, is that what I should say? She laughed triumphantly, how's that? This is the power of the Gaia Holy Kingdom, even if you run, there's no escape. Ariel continued to tease Layla until she cried, why don't you just give up? I'll spare you if you become my citizen, remember. Layla sadly admitted, I lost. Meanwhile, Ariel was still laughing heartily, oh ho ho ho, this game is too much fun. Lord Hopel, seeing his sister being bullied, stood up to challenge her. Saintess, please allow me to play a game with you. Ariel, seeing this, said arrogantly, oh, are you trying to get revenge for your sister? Ariel said smugly, I welcome all challenges, you can go first. Everyone will eventually kneel before the power of the Holy Kingdom. Sitting back and observing, Ray thought to himself, things are better than I thought. It seems like they really enjoy this game. Another tense chess game took place. As a result, Hopel laughed loudly. Ha, that's checkmate. Ariel bitterly admitted, Lord of Silos, you are impressive. Hopel said proudly, did you think our territory would lose so easily? With a provocative look, Hopel said, Saintess, please make your next move. I'll show you what our territory is built on. Ray, seeing that Hopel was getting too enthusiastic, said, all right, calm down. Don't get carried away. Ray proudly thought, at this point, I think this is the best way to distract young Miss from her withdrawal symptoms. However, after that, an unexpected change occurred. Hopel immediately showed off the game to Duke Silos. Father, this is a game called chess created by His Holiness the Saint. Lord Hopel excitedly described, yes, it has a complex system and is a fantastic game. You can consider applying military command tactics to this game. Thinking that he created such a perfect game, I'm sure Ray is truly the child chosen by God. The Duke looked at the chessboard, marveling to himself, it's amazing, if I can use these properly. After the Duke became interested in chess, things here started to get strange. Ray thought to himself, the week we agreed on has passed, why haven't I heard anything? Then he suddenly saw some people in the flower garden. Who are these people? Ray wondered, why are the servants playing chess? Looking at the others, he was surprised. They're acting as chess pieces. Why? Ray looked around in bewilderment. Now that I'm paying attention, why is everyone playing chess? Ray was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Chess was just a game to help Layla's withdrawal symptoms. I never thought it would spread throughout the entire Silos castle like this. A few days later, Ray and Ariel were invited to meet the Duke. Ariel smiled and said, we have come here at your invitation. The Duke replied politely, greetings to both of you. The Duke looked intently at Ray, secretly admiring him. 1 week, the saint cured Layla's illness in such a short time, and he even created this wonderful game called chess. I can't believe he could do those things at such a young age. The Duke said to Ray with gratitude, I can see that Layla's condition has improved a lot. I want to thank you for what you have done. The Duke bowed his head respectfully. As a father, it pained me to see her suffering so much. Please allow me to thank you for helping her to be free from that suffering. Ariel looked at Ray and said, I did nothing. It was all thanks to the saint's treatment. The Duke replied, please don't belittle your efforts, but it's true that I'm more grateful to the saint. The Duke beckoned for a servant to bring out a finely carved box and said, to apologize for my rudeness earlier, and as a token of my gratitude, I would like to offer you a gift. Ray looked at the open box in surprise. This is. The Duke introduced, it is a ring that has been passed down through generations of lords of this territory. It was given to us when we saved a dwarf. Ray held the box containing the ring and exclaimed in shock, This, why would you give me such a valuable treasure? The Duke replied, it's my apology gift, so please accept it. Ray expressed his reluctance. I can't possibly accept something so valuable. However, in his heart, he was overjoyed. All right, a rare item. The Duke continued to persuade Ray. please don't worry and just accept it. Don't just carry the box, but wear it. Thank you very much." As soon as the Duke finished speaking, Ray immediately put his index finger through the ring, pretending to be reluctant while actually enjoying it. Ray admired the ring, thinking to himself, this is great, but it seems a bit loose. Suddenly, the ring shrunk to fit his finger perfectly. Ray exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, the ring shrunk to fit my hand perfectly." The Duke, seeing Ray's surprised reaction, laughed. Since it was made by dwarves, it has many more capabilities." Ray said to the Duke, "Thank you for this precious gift. I'm not sure I can accept it anymore." The Duke replied happily, "I'm sure the dwarf who made it would be happy to know it's being worn by a saint." Then, the Duke mentioned their plan to leave for the Holy Empire. "Oh, now I remember. I heard that you two will be heading to the Holy Empire tomorrow, right?" Ariel replied, "That's the plan." The Duke then offered, "If so, please allow me to sponsor your trip so you can be as comfortable as possible. Traveling such a long distance will be tiring, so please rest before you go. Once again, I thank you very much." As night fell, this would be their last night in the Silos territory before heading back to the Holy Empire. Ray chatted happily with Ariel. "I'm glad everything worked out in the end. He's so kind, isn't he?" Ariel replied, "I don't know. Don't you think he's just flattering you?" Seeing her judgmental attitude, Ray thought to himself, why is she thinking so negatively? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ray asked Ariel, are we expecting anyone?" She replied in surprise, "I don't know either. I don't think so." Looking towards the slightly open door, they both wondered, who could be coming at this hour? It turned out to be Hopal and Layla. Lord Hopal said respectfully, "Please excuse me for visiting so late. I heard you two will be leaving tomorrow." Hopal exclaimed, "We not only got to meet the legendary Saintess and Saint, but you also cured my sister's illness and created the game of chess. I want to express my gratitude to both of you." Ray replied shyly, "There's no need, it was nothing." Ariel said, "We are also happy to meet you. Unfortunately, we can't stay longer because we have so much to do." Hopal suggested, "If you two are okay with it, would you like to have a picnic in the garden tonight?" Ray was surprised. "A picnic?" Layla excitedly described. "From the garden behind the castle, we can see the stars. We really want to show you the view." Ariel responded enthusiastically, "That sounds great. What do you think, Your Holiness?" Ray also said with excitement, "Yeah, that sounds fun, let's go." Layla was overjoyed and said, "Really, I'm so happy." Hopal said, "Thank you for accepting our offer. Please rest while we go prepare everything." Seeing the Duke's children excitedly running off to prepare the picnic, Ariel called after them, "We'll be waiting." Then she burst out laughing. Ray looked at her in surprise and asked, "What's so funny?" Ariel smiled and replied, "Isn't this our farewell party? I just find it cute." She shared with Ray, "Because I'm always busy with the tasks assigned by the Holy Empire, people always seem afraid of me. I've never had a chance to make new friends like this. Maybe the world has changed when I wasn't paying attention. This feeling, I've never felt it before." Ray smiled. He remembered the significant changes in Ariel's personality. When I first met Ariel, she was very cold and blinded by her goals. And she was also very violent. But the old Ariel is no longer here. Even though she asks if the world has changed, the thing that has truly changed is you, Ariel. Seeing Ariel still lost in thought about the world without realizing her own transformation, Ray said cheerfully, "Are you just going to keep pondering like that? Let's go." Ariel immediately followed him. "Oh, all right, let's go." In the garden behind the castle, the night sky seemed illuminated by thousands upon thousands of twinkling stars. Layla saw Ariel and Ray approaching and called out, "Saints, over here." Layla invited Ray and Ariel to sit down and enjoy the tea party. She said shyly, "Although it's not much, the important thing is that we're all here together." Looking at the pastries, Ray suddenly remembered and reminded Layla, "Oh, I forgot, you have to avoid eating starch after I leave. If you eat it, your illness will relapse." Layla asked in bewilderment, "I'm not completely cured." Ray explained, "No, because your body considers the substances in starch as toxins, so it will be difficult to fully cure it. But how about this, if you try not to eat it, let's see, for 5 years, then maybe it will get better." Layla's eyes welled up with tears when she heard Ray say that. Five years. I can't go without starch for that long." She cried and lamented, "I want to eat bread." Hopal, seeing Layla's reaction, quickly changed the subject. Your Holiness, Saintess, I have something else prepared for you too." Ray asked curiously, "What is it?" Hopal pointed to the sky, releasing a stream of mana, and said, "You two have made this whole area shine." A series of fireworks exploded in the starry sky, their brilliant light illuminating the entire night sky. Ray looked up at the sky, his eyes also lighting up. "It's beautiful." Hopal replied happily, "Really, I'm glad you like it." Ray turned to Hopal and asked, "You must have used a lot of mana, right?" He scratched his head shyly and said, "Since this might be the last time we meet, I wanted to do everything I could." Ray smiled, his heart full of gratitude for these kind and lovely new friends. He said, "If so, then I would like to return the favor." Hopal was surprised. "Return the favor?" Ray pointed to the sky, casting 3 types of magic at once: light, explosion, sparkle. As a result, another series of fireworks exploded in the sky, but this time they were colorful. From inside the castle, the servants also admired the beautiful scene through the windows, and the Duke himself also enjoyed the impressive light show. Layla exclaimed with emotion, "Your Holiness, that was amazing. I've never seen such beautiful fireworks before." Hopal admired, "With such a high level of magical skill, Your Holiness, you truly are. I will never forget this evening." Ray responded enthusiastically, "I'm glad we could have this wonderful memory together." Gazing at the breathtaking mana fireworks display, Ray reflected on the events of the past few days, thinking to himself, "There were times I wavered. Because of the convenience of magic, I denied my own purpose, but in the end, I was able to confirm that my medical skills are useful. I could make new friends and create beautiful memories. I will continue on my journey to save people." Finally, Ray and the Holy Empire's army set off towards the Gaia Holy Empire. Although there was still a long way to go, thanks to the Duke's support, they started their journey smoothly. Everyone in the team shared the understanding that all this help was thanks to Ray. They cheered happily, "Thank you, Your Holiness. We never expected to enjoy such a feast in the wilderness." As time passed, Ray's status continued to rise. One evening, Ray was sitting alone in contemplation. "It's been many days. I've gotten used to camping outside." Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Greetings, Your Holiness." A girl wearing glasses approached Ray and said, "We were inspired by the game called chess that you created, and we formed a group to learn and practice playing it." The girl, representing the chess group, suggested, "If you don't mind, we would like to learn some moves from you." Ray looked at the group and thought in surprise, "There are so many people." He replied in a friendly manner, "Why would I mind? I'm bored anyway." The others cheered, "Thank you, Your Holiness." Suddenly, Ray's expression changed like a beast stalking its prey. He smiled slyly and said to his fans, "In return, I won't go easy on anyone, even beginners." The group, who had been excited just moments ago, now felt uneasy, as if a cold wind had blown in. The girl with glasses said, "Yes," but her heart was filled with worry, and that was the beginning of the Holy Kingdom Army's chess matches. Ray quickly defeated his first opponent in just 4 moves. The next opponent met a similar fate. He cried out in panic, "How did you do that in just 4 moves?" Because the Holy Kingdom Army had no idea that Ray had once participated in international chess tournaments. Everyone lost to Ray within 7 moves, some only lasting until the 4th move, and so, Ray became invincible and left a deep impression on everyone. Not only that, but the army's prejudice against him also improved. They even said, "I knew it, he's Dako, the undefeated." And so, another peaceful day passed. The next morning, the group continued their journey as soon as the sun rose. Ray complained to Iriel, "Why do I feel like we're just going around in circles? Is the road too difficult?" Iriel comforted him, "It will get better once we pass this area. The road to the Holy Kingdom isn't far now." Ray responded happily, "Really, that's good news." Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply, causing both of them to exclaim in surprise, "What the hell?" A soldier shouted in panic, informing his comrades, "A group of giants has appeared, prepare for battle." Ray pointed outside worriedly and asked, "It seems like some monsters have appeared. Are you sure we don't need to help?" Iriel replied calmly, "Of course, the knights will handle them easily." Ray suggested, "Why don't we help them so we can get back on track?" Iriel dismissed it, "Even though there are only 3 of them." She explained, "Moreover, if we move, they'll have to adjust their formation to protect us. The knights will argue about this, and it will only complicate things." Iriel affirmed, "Just trust the Holy Kingdom Knights." Ray was still worried, thinking to himself, "She's not wrong," but, at that moment, outside, a giant grabbed a large rock from the side of the road. He threw the rock straight at the Holy Empire's army. The rock hurtled towards the leader of the army, Rio, but he swiftly blocked it. The commander growled, "You guys are pretty stubborn, just a bunch of monsters, and yet you're this difficult to deal with. We still have a journey to continue." The leader immediately ordered, "Squadron, adjust formation to protect the Saint and the Saintess. The Saint and Saintess are waiting behind us. We must ensure that these monsters don't get close to them." While the leader was caught off guard, a giant rushed forward, throwing a punch at him. The knights hurriedly shouted a warning, "Sir Rio, watch out." When Rio turned around, he saw the giant's fist right in front of him. Fortunately, Ray suddenly appeared and created a sturdy shield that blocked the giant's attack, saving the leader's life. He said confidently, "I knew coming out was the right choice, you could have died." The leader, seeing Ray, said in panic, "Your Holiness, it's dangerous out here." Ray smiled calmly and said to him, "It's alright, seems like these giants are stronger than you thought, ha." Facing the giants blocking the way, he used magic to unleash lightning-fast attacks. His eyes lit up as he focused his energy to cast triple magic. Bind, Earth Spear, and Fire. Just one combo was enough to wipe out those ferocious giants. Glancing at Rio, who was gaping in astonishment, Ray asked with relief, "Phew, are you injured?" Still shocked, the leader replied, Thank you, your protection saved my life." Ray waved his hand dismissively, "Don't worry about it, after all, we're here to help each other." The leader looked at Ray, filled with doubt. "If I remember correctly, His Majesty's Imperial Edict is only 15 years old. How can he use magic of this level?" Ray stood there sniffing for a while and wondered, the smell of grilled meat. "I wonder if monster meat is tasty." Meanwhile, Rio couldn't stop his thoughts from racing. He used only one activation spell to cast a 4th-level Earth Spear magic circle, and he even used Bind and Fire at the same time. This is on par with a 5th-level mage. No, he might even be at the 6th level, a level that ordinary people can't reach. At this moment, Iriel finally got out of the carriage and called Ray. "Your Holiness," Ray innocently asked. "What is it, Iriel?" Iriel sighed. Why do you keep spreading rumors that you're a magic genius?" Ray replied without hesitation. "What, is that all you wanted to say?" Iriel explained, "It's not that, it's just intuition. There's no way a giant should be that strong." She said, "I have a bad feeling, we should start moving before more monsters show up." Ray suddenly pointed to the distance. I think it's too late." From the bushes, a group of goblins emerged. The leader said disdainfully, "Just some measly goblins trying to hinder our return to the Holy Kingdom." The leader ordered the knights, "We'll take care of these guys. Try not to waste time." The knight receiving the order immediately charged forward and swung his sword. "Damn goblin, die." Just as the sword was about to strike, the goblin leaped into the air, easily dodging the knight's attack. The knight exclaimed in surprise, It dodged." The goblin quickly counterattacked, swiping its claws across the knight's chest. Its claws tore through the armor, creating a large wound on the knight's chest. He fell down in horror. How could a goblin have such strength? There's no way a goblin should be this strong. Ray looked at the aggressive goblin and said, It seems much stronger than a normal goblin." Iriel replied, "It seems that way, as much as I don't want to. I think we have to personally intervene from now on." With those words, Iriel ran forward and leaped into the air. From above, she swung her hand, creating streams of mana that continuously attacked the goblins. Ray watched Iriel unleash her powerful attacks, thinking to himself, "Iriel, when it comes to physical skills, she's definitely stronger than me." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Your Holiness, there's a monster charging at you." Hearing the warning, Ray turned around just in time to dodge. He swung his hand and cast Wind Blade, sending the goblin flying. Ray and Iriel stood side by side. Iriel said, "No matter how many we take down, they just keep appearing from somewhere." Ray, cautiously looking around, replied, "Yeah, if we let this continue, it'll be hard to control." Iriel came up with an idea. "If we could take them all out at once, it would be fine." Ray immediately agreed. "All at once, why don't we try it then?" Iriel asked back in surprise. What?" Ray didn't answer her. Instead, he walked up to the goblins and shouted, "Hey, you goblins." He deliberately provoked the goblins with taunting actions. The goblins, seeing him dancing and spinning around in front of them without fear, became furious. They didn't hesitate to charge at him. Iriel turned pale and screamed, "Why, Your Holiness, is there some kind of magic skill?" And so, one side ran, while the other pursued. When they reached a deep part of the forest, Ray finally stopped, facing the goblins. He thought to himself, "There are more of them than I expected." Looking up into the distance, Ray wondered, "I wonder if this is far enough from the army." Feeling that he was at a safe distance from the army, Ray used fireball magic. The goblins, seeing the small fireball in the boy's hand, laughed and said to each other, "Is that all? This guy is hilarious." Ray pointed at the fireball and asked the goblins, Does it look funny?" "Oh, is that so? Is this not enough for you guys?" At that moment, a barrage of fireballs suddenly rained down from the sky. Ray smiled and said to them, "Now you guys understand what situation you're in, right? I prepared one for each of you, and no one is missing out." The goblins, before their demise, could only manage one last sentence, "Damn it." Then, the fireballs rained down simultaneously, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The leader and the knights outside the forest were also affected by the explosion's immense destructive power. The leader panicked. That's the direction the saint ran towards. He rushed in to check. Why, Your Holiness, are you all right? The leader was stunned to see before him a crater tens of meters wide, completely ravaged by the explosion. From the midst of the smoke and dust, Ray emerged and said, "Don't just stand there and do nothing. Don't we still have a long way to go?" He said with a smile, "Let's get out of this forest quickly. I hope we don't have to face any more monsters." Rio immediately took orders. "Ah, right, we will prepare to depart right away." That night, while setting up camp, Ray asked Iriel, "I'm curious about this. Are monsters usually as strong as the ones we encountered today?" Iriel replied, "They're usually not that strong. That's why the army was confused and had such a hard time dealing with them." Iriel also voiced her concerns. "And about that, Your Holiness, your mana?" Ray asked. What about it?" Iriel hesitantly said, "After you're baptized, your mana will disappear." Ray worried. "Disappear? My mana? So that means it will completely vanish from my body." Iriel explained, "If you're baptized in the Holy Kingdom, the God will personally grant you holy power, but as you know, the human body can only hold one type of mana. Since holy power is quite similar to mana, if your holy power enters your body while your mana is still there, your body will explode because it won't be able to control them. That's why before your body can receive the full extent of holy power, the mana in your body will have to be eliminated and gradually replaced by holy power." Ray wondered, "What if someone doesn't have any mana to begin with?" Iriel replied, "In that case, holy power can enter the body without any problems." Ray pondered and asked Iriel, "Really, mages can hold such a large amount of mana thanks to their magic circles, but ordinary people without magic circles can't, right?" Iriel was surprised. "That's a good question." Ray continued his reasoning. "So does that mean people without magic circles can't be granted holy power?" Iriel denied. "No, that doesn't sound right at all." She said, "The God will create a place to store mana in your body to ensure you can use holy power. Once something happens to the energy vessel that the God created, what we call taboos will contain all the mana circulating within your body." Ray questioned, "Taboos?" Iriel explained, "It's a term that other saints have coined." Iriel told Ray, "Just as we can't go against what the God has said, we are also not allowed to say or do anything that violates our faith. People call those things taboos, Iriel chuckled sarcastically. "It sounds funny, doesn't it? We can't even say what we want." Ray then asked, "About that, actions that oppose taboos, what happens if we do something that violates our faith?" Iriel replied, "Remember how I mentioned the taboos that run rampant in your body? If you oppose a taboo, all the mana in your body will disappear, and you will disappear along with it." Iriel threw some dry branches into the crackling fire in front of her as she answered Ray's questions. She emphasized, "Disappeared forever, in this world." Ray said with annoyance, "Just saying one wrong word can make you disappear from this world. Sounds like a threat to those who dare to swear." Iriel recounted, "I've also heard of a few cases where people disappeared for that reason. Well, that's why I have to make sure I always understand everything." She turned to reassure Ray, "In any case, that won't really happen to you. Just know that the mana you currently have will disappear one day." Ray was still worried. He continued to ask Iriel, "I have one more question. If all the mana disappears and my body is filled with holy power, will the mana never come back?" Iriel replied, "Not only will you not be able to regenerate that mana, but the magic circles in your body will also lose their function." Ray repeated worriedly, "So I'll lose my mana forever?" Iriel tried to reassure Ray, "Well, once you get used to it, you'll see that holy power has its own advantages. While you won't be able to use magic, you can provide it to others through holy magic, and you will still be able to help people during battles." After the conversation with Iriel, Ray fell into deep thought. "If it weren't for the fact that my mana will disappear, I would be happy to use holy power. If there's another way, I have to find it." A few days later, the group arrived at the Holy Empire. Ray sat in the carriage and said with relief, "Finally arrived." It took quite a while. Iriel said to the envoy, "Envoy, once we enter the border, please head straight to Salonia." The envoy immediately acknowledged, "Understood, proceed directly to the capital." Ray grumbled upon hearing this. "We're going straight to the capital? You mean we're doing the ceremony without any rest? Are you kidding me?" Iriel hurriedly explained, We're not doing the baptism ceremony right away. The baptism ceremony is an event organized by many people, and if you don't know anything about the Holy Kingdom, you'll need to learn as much as you can before the ceremony." Ray nodded and replied, "Learning about the Holy Kingdom, that's right, it's important to learn. So who will be the one teaching me?" Iriel immediately answered, "It's me." She smiled mischievously and said, "From small things like the baptism ceremony to big things like etiquette, discipline, and the natural order, I will definitely teach you everything." Entering the palace of the Holy Empire, Ray was amazed. Looking at it from the outside, it already looks magnificent, but the inside is even more splendid. It's on a different level compared to Silos. Seeing Iriel lead him to such a magnificent palace, Ray couldn't help but shout, "All this is mine." Iriel replied, "This is the residence of all saints. It's a sacred place where even the Pope has to ask permission to enter. The people working here are carefully selected and quite influential, so you don't have to worry about anything." Iriel said with a mischievous smile, "Once you settle in, you'll be re-educated on everything I mentioned on the way here. Of course, I'll be the one teaching you." Ray, entering the palace with a frown, thought, "Why is the person who's supposed to guide me so busy?" At that moment, a maid approached Ray and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Holiness." The maid bowed to Ray. "I will guide you to your room, please follow me." Ray stared at her blankly, thinking to himself, "Wow, she has quite the aura." As he looked at the maid, Ray pondered, just as Iriel described, she definitely has some influence. She can't be an ordinary person. Arriving in front of a room, the maid said, "Your Holiness, this way." Ray followed her. "Oh, all right." The maid introduced, "This is the room you will be staying in." Ray exclaimed to himself, "What is this? It's amazing." The maid bowed to Ray once more and said, "Please rest, Your Holiness. I will take my leave." Ray said with a smile, "Thank you." Ray rejoiced inwardly, "Wow, being treated with such high regard. I'm starting to see the difference." As night fell over the palace, Ray lay down wearily. He was lost in thought. "I've really become a saint," and gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Ray began to learn everything about the Holy Empire. Iriel, in a formal outfit, said excitedly, "Your Holiness, pay attention, we don't have much time, focus." She was very enthusiastic about instructing Ray. "Why don't you read through the materials I gave you first?" Ray, seeing Iriel's excitement, thought, "Why is she so excited?" Iriel began her lecture. "Now then, if you look at the first page." But Ray interrupted her, "I remember it all." Iriel was stunned. "What?" Ray started reciting everything he had just memorized. The baptism ceremony will take place over 4 days with 3 parts: the ceremony to welcome the god, the pilgrimage to announce the new saint, and finally receiving holy power from the god. Among those 3 steps, the last step will take place at a sanctuary with the saint isolated. During the baptism process, the saint is not allowed to bow their head, and they can only greet others by placing their left hand on their chest at a 70-degree angle. Ray continued reciting like a machine. "Pay attention to the following 3 dining etiquettes. 1. Don't make any noise while eating. 2. Don't bow your head. 3. Always keep your back straight with your elbows placed in front of your chest." After finishing, he asked Iriel triumphantly, "So, did I miss anything?" Iriel looked at him with suspicion. "You actually remembered everything. Are you even human?" Like a true top student, Ray immediately asked if there was anything he didn't understand. "I have a question about the 3rd part of the ceremony. What exactly do I have to do?" "It doesn't say specifically. I only know that I have to show my sincerity to the god." "What did you have to do, so I can have a reference?" Iriel replied casually. "I didn't do anything." Ray looked at Iriel with suspicion. "Doing nothing? Don't joke." "I'm serious," Iriel asserted. "It's true. I just ate and slept for a whole week." She recounted, "Then, the mana flow appeared on my body, and I could feel the holy power flowing within me." Ray pondered. Holy power and mana flow appeared naturally. Really? Well, he is God. Iriel suddenly became serious, deliberately finding fault with Ray. "You're right about everything, but the problem is your attitude." She scolded, "Even if you have a memory that surpasses ordinary people, you can't adapt to those customs. Remembering and doing are 2 different things." After lecturing Ray for a while, Iriel took off her glasses and excitedly said, "Because it's time to eat. Why don't we take this opportunity to practice?" Ray replied calmly, Yeah, all right." At the dining table, Ray immediately practiced what he had just learned, sitting with a straight back, not bowing his head, elbows placed in front of his chest, chewing without making a sound, looking like a typical nobleman. Iriel looked at Ray with disappointment and reluctantly praised, You did well," to which Ray calmly replied, "Of course." Unable to find fault with Ray, Iriel started to provoke him, "But there's still a lot more. Just you wait." Ray, seeing Iriel's frustration, teased her further, "What else? Are you planning to fight or something?" While chewing, Ray grumbled, "Why are you so strict?" Iriel immediately caught his mistake. "Hey, cover your mouth when you talk while chewing." Ray swallowed his steak and continued, "Ugh, but why?" Iriel justified, "Just like now, those petty nobles will scrutinize every action of yours. To prevent them from finding fault, everything we've talked about so far has to become instinct." Ray understood her true intention was to find fault with him. He said with exhaustion, Seriously, just take a break." Iriel, having the upper hand, replied gleefully, How can I rest when I have such an important task? I even want to stay here with you longer. Iriel's excitement was interrupted when the maid Rei had met yesterday said to her, Saintess, I'm very sorry, but please allow me to say this. Iriel asked, yes, what is it? The maid replied, a saintess like you staying at the residence of a newly arrived saint will attract too much attention and create many false rumors about the two of you. I know this may sound rude, but please understand that I'm only trying to help you both avoid unnecessary problems. Iriel, annoyed by the maid's reminder, glared at her and asked, what's your name? The maid calmly introduced herself, oh, I am Belle Lacroix Sae Lywood. Upon hearing the girl's name, Iriel was shocked to realize, did she just say Belle Lacroix, from one of the three great noble families? We need to talk a little about the three great noble families. Among the many noble families throughout the Holy Empire, there are 3 families that serve the saints. Additionally, there are 6 families that have received the title of SIA for their achievements. Iriel thought to herself, why would someone as important as her be chosen to be a maid at the saint's residence? Facing a maid with such an extraordinary background, Iriel softened her tone and replied, although we were joking about that, I understand that we need to be careful. I guess I should go back now, she said. Hearing this, Rei happily replied, all right, goodbye, hurry up and go. Before leaving, Iriel glanced at Lywood, and you? Lywood of the Belle Lacroix family, right, I'll remember you, thanks for the advice, Lywood replied, it's my honor. Rei looked at Lywood, thinking to himself, Belle Lacroix, if she has a title, she must be a noble working as a maid. Rei thought to himself, saint, more important than I thought. That night, the door to Rei's room gently creaked open. The light from outside faintly shone on the bed, where Rei was sound asleep. The person who entered was Lywood, her body radiating a strong murderous aura. Looking at Rei sleeping soundly, unaware of the world, she thought to herself, saint. Then she raised her hand as if to strangle Rei. But for some reason, for some thought, she stopped. Lywood looked at Rei with hatred and resentment, as if he had a feud with her for 8 lifetimes. In the end, Lywood did nothing to Rei. She just stood there staring at him for a long time before turning and leaving. The next morning, Rei happily enjoyed the tea that Lywood brewed, unaware that he had almost lost his life at the hands of this maid the night before. Rei looked at Lywood and smiled in praise. Your tea brewing skills are truly amazing, Lywood respectfully replied. Thank you, sir. This tea is brewed with petals extracted from Ceylon flowers. Rei innocently talked to Lywood, unaware that the night before, Lywood had quietly sneaked into his room, so gently that even the sensitive Rei hadn't noticed. Despite carrying a murderous aura, she did nothing, and the next day passed peacefully as any other, as if nothing had happened. In contrast to Rei, who was still praising the delicious tea, Iriel had a strange feeling about Lywood. She thought to herself, there's something very suspicious about her. At that moment, a maid entered and whispered news to Lywood. Lywood then said to Rei, Your Holiness, I have been informed that everything necessary for the ceremony is ready. If you wish, please follow me. Rei asked in surprise. I thought it would start in the afternoon. Why are we going now? Iriel explained, there are still many things to prepare before the ceremony. You understand, right? Rei asked again, prepare what? Iriel smiled with amusement. Today you will have to impress a lot of people. As soon as she saw Rei in the ceremonial attire, Iriel teased, surprised, the outfit suits you very well. No one will be able to take their eyes off you like this. At this time, Lywood, walking behind, said to Rei, it's my fault. I will definitely gather everyone and train them. Rei replied, don't worry about that. We've arrived at the venue, right? Lywood opened the door and said, yes, sir. Inside, the Pope and the upper-class nobles are waiting for you. Rei gulped and said nervously, I'm so nervous, I have no other choice, let's just go with it. As soon as Rei and Iriel stepped through the door, an announcement attracted everyone's attention. The saint and the saintess are entering. The nobles present were all surprised and thought, is that the new saint? That child is the saint. These nobles immediately wanted to make a good impression on Rei, thinking, this is my chance. And so they quickly began talking to Rei, the competition quite intense. One said, it's a pleasure to meet you, saint. I am, while another interrupted loudly, it's an honor to meet you. If you don't mind, please allow me to introduce myself. Rei still hadn't understood what was happening when Iriel reached out to stop the nobles. She said, I understand that you are all very excited to meet the saint, but it's not appropriate to behave like this before the ceremony has even taken place. After everything is finished, I believe you will have the opportunity to greet him. The 2 men, seeing Iriel, became flustered. Saintess, you are right. Lywood also suddenly spoke up, please maintain proper etiquette with the saint before the ceremony and absolutely avoid any rude behavior. The nobles were extremely surprised to see Lywood. Yes, I apologize, they thought to themselves. It's the young miss of the Bellacroix family, why is she wearing a maid's uniform? Lywood said to Ray, this way, Your Holiness, I will lead you outside. Ray asked in surprise, aren't we already outside? Lywood replied, when we get there, I hope you will be prepared to say a few words about your feelings now that you are ready to officially assume the duties of a saint. Ray exclaimed in shock, huh, you want me to give a speech? This is the first time I've heard about this. Why didn't you tell me before? Lywood calmly replied, is it that important? Ray recalled what Iriel had said earlier and thought to himself, so that's what she meant by needing to impress many people. Lywood and Iriel suddenly said in unison, don't worry, sir, just say anything, you can relax because people will automatically interpret it into what they want to hear. Ray thought with disappointment, the middle class all think the same. He sighed and replied, ha, alright, then what I plan to say is. Iriel suddenly made a cute gesture, cheering Ray on, Your Holiness, good luck. Ray confidently replied, alright. A while later, Ray stood on a high platform. Below were thousands of people waiting to hear him speak. Ray thought to himself, although I feel a little better now. But why are there so many people? Did all the people in the Empire come here? Lywood approached and handed him a strange object. She said, Your Holiness, please take this. Ray asked, what is it? Lywood explained, a magic tool. If you hold this in your hand, your voice will be transmitted much further. Ray refused. I don't need things like this. Then he focused mana in his hand, preparing to perform some kind of magic. Lywood still tried to persuade Ray to accept the sound transmission device. Although I don't want to interrupt you, I think it will be difficult for people to hear. Suddenly, she saw Ray using magic, creating a sound transmission network overhead. Lywood thought in amazement, magic. Meanwhile, Ray was ready to speak. He said to everyone, I would like to send my warmest greetings to all of you present here. While the people were still surprised that Ray had used the word cordial so naturally, Ray continued his speech. My name is Ray, and I am the chosen successor saint. God has chosen someone as young and inexperienced as me to be the saint. Honestly, I don't know what else to say. I am an ordinary boy who grew up in the countryside of this country, but I was still chosen to be the saint, and I promised that I would choose a few people from among you before coming here. That promise is to ensure that the holy nation will stand at the top of this continent. Allow me to declare that promise to all the people standing on this land. I swear to make the holy nation of Gaia the strongest kingdom on the continent. Surely hearing such a declaration from a child, especially about such important matters, would make you feel a little ridiculous. However, as long as you believe in and support me, I will also devote all my strength to support you. As soon as Ray finished speaking, a bright circle suddenly appeared in the sky, surrounding a meteor that came from nowhere. It surprised everyone. A rock? Is it a shooting star? A level 9 magic circle that only high-ranking mages can use. The new saint is an outstanding mage. At the end of the speech, Ray smiled confidently and accepted the cheers of the people. Long live the saint! Long live the saint! Before leaving, he snapped his fingers, instantly destroying the meteor completely. The cheers and shouts of praise continued unabated. Long live the saint! Long live the saint! Ray turned around and asked Lywood, so, where do I have to go now? Lywood replied, please follow me, this way. She added, also, if possible, I hope you can speak a little quieter next time. The volume just now was a bit loud. Ray complained, you're telling me this now. After that, Lywood took Ray to the Holy Land. Ray asked her, is this it? Lywood replied, yes, please sit inside the circle. Lywood instructed Ray, when you feel mentally ready, please ask to meet God. Ray said nervously, ask to meet, you mean? He lay down inside the circle, thinking to himself, I don't even know what to say. Closing his eyes, Ray thought to himself, should I say hello first? Hello, God, can you hear me? Excuse me, God. Ray fell into a pitch-black world where there was only him and echoing calls, God. After some time, Ray opened his eyes with a start. He was shocked and blamed himself, I fell asleep completely. Ray thought to himself, the one who is supposed to be God didn't even bother to show up. I'm used to sleeping in a warm bed with a soft mattress these past few days. Now lying on the hard floor makes my back hurt so much. Ray glanced around. Where's Lywood? Seeing her still standing upright waiting for him, Ray wondered, has she been in that same posture all this time? No way, she must be tired. Ray sat up with difficulty, thinking, I guess I had to wake up because of Lywood, not because my back hurts. Seeing that Ray was up, Lywood immediately asked, did God respond to your call? Ray started to fabricate a story. Ah, yes, his voice is still echoing in my heart. Lywood said in surprise, that's quite impressive. Even Lady Iriel had to spend a whole day and night to achieve that. Ray asked with a guilty conscience, really? Lywood continued to praise, you are truly a true saint. Ray could only force a laugh and say, Ha! I didn't do anything, while thinking to himself, should I tell her the truth? Meanwhile, in a secret passage, a group of masked people were discussing the appearance of the new saint. It seems we need to change our plans a bit. Our enemy is the holy nation, so we need to make our decisions carefully. Of course, we just need to wait for the right moment. However, when the opportunity arises, we must ensure that the holy nation will be trampled into pieces, at all costs. At this moment, in the palace's grand hall, the nobles were buzzing with chatter. One person exclaimed in surprise, "He actually performed the ritual." Another replied nonchalantly, "Why so surprised? That's the reason the ceremony is proceeding properly." The first person, still astonished, asked, "What, you're saying the ceremony is ready?" The other responded, "Yes, I heard Marquis Harold was also involved in pushing for it." Meanwhile, in a secluded corner outside the palace, a secret meeting was taking place. "Father, you called for me." Marquis Harold frowned and replied, "Yes, Berith, I know you've heard about the new saint, a holy sorcerer capable of summoning constellations. We need to ensure we can cooperate well with him." He then placed his hand on his son's shoulder and said, "This is an opportunity for us." Marquis Harold leaned closer to his son's ear and whispered, "Although we missed the opportunity with that stubborn saintess, if we can seize the chance to gain the favor of the new saint." Berith smiled slyly, finishing his father's sentence, "We can elevate our family's influence far beyond the Holy Empire." Marquis Harold responded, "Exactly, so, make sure you establish a relationship with him during the banquet." He gripped his son's shoulder, reminding him, "However, you must treat him with the utmost respect, regardless of his age. Remember, he's not." "Never mind, just forget it." Marquis Harold was about to say something but stopped himself. He simply reminded Berith once more, "Just make sure you don't leave a bad impression on him." Berith respectfully replied, "Yes, father." However, he considered the Marquis's advice unnecessary. He thought to himself, "Of course, father, you don't need to worry. I've heard he's just a puppet of the kingdom." Berith smiled cunningly and pondered, "How should I play with him?" Berith returned to the palace's grand hall where the banquet was in full swing. Members of the noble families continued to whisper amongst themselves about the new saint. A member of the Grain family, Gran, asked, "Have you heard anything about the new saint?" Berith replied, "Ah, I have, apparently, the new saint." Gran burst into laughter upon learning that Ray was a commoner. He scoffed and said to Berith, "Ha, he's incredibly lucky to be chosen and suddenly rise to such a position." Berith raised his champagne glass and quipped, "Should we teach him some basic manners?" At this moment, the representative of the Grain family suddenly became surprised. It turned out he had just noticed the unexpected arrival of another noble. Both Gran and Berith had the same stunned expression upon seeing him. Berith immediately gritted his teeth in worry. He thought to himself, "That bastard, he never shows up at banquets like this. Why is he suddenly here?" The noble who caused Berith's panic was Zeke from the Trey territory. The announcer's voice rang out, "Zeke enters." He had a demeanor completely opposite to Berith's. Immediately afterwards, Berith approached and greeted him, "Welcome to the banquet, Sir Zeke." His courteous demeanor lasted no more than 3 seconds before he switched to a sarcastic tone, "What wind brings you here from Trey?" Zeke looked at Berith with disgust and disdain, sighing, He coldly replied, "I didn't come here to see you, Berith." This response, which effectively belittled Berith, infuriated him. Just then, Lady Sereth of the Marquis Krelian family stepped forward and greeted Zeke. "Are you looking for someone, Sir Zeke?" Zeke asked Sereth, "Has the saint not arrived yet?" Sereth chuckled and replied, "Oh, I don't think you've met the saint yet." Berith interjected and suggested, "He'll be here soon, so why don't we wait for the saint together?" However, before Berith could finish his sentence, Zeke had already brushed past him without a word. Berith, ignored in such a manner, was both embarrassed and angry. However, he didn't dare show any attitude towards Zeke. Gran, sensing the awkward situation, changed the subject back to Ray. He must be busy with something urgent, so he couldn't come right away. Berith replied, "Yes, that must be it." Glancing at Zeke's receding figure, Berith cursed under his breath, "That shameless bastard." Meanwhile, in a private room, Ray was preparing for the banquet. He asked Lywood, "This was made specifically for me." Surprised, he examined the perfectly fitting suit and exclaimed, "It's so comfortable, as if the tailor had taken my measurements personally." Lywood replied, "Yes, sir, that's correct. I estimated your measurements on the day you arrived and sent them to the tailor. This suit was made to your exact measurements, so it should fit you perfectly." Ray was even more surprised. "You were able to determine my exact measurements just by estimating them yourself." Lywood humbly said, "With enough practice, anyone can make such estimations." Ray showered her with praise. "I knew you were talented from the moment I met you, but you're even more amazing than I thought. You're awesome." Despite Ray's enthusiastic praise, Lywood showed no sign of pleasure. She maintained her usual cold expression and said, "Thank you, sir, I will lead you to the banquet, please follow me." Seeing Lywood's lack of reaction, Ray could only awkwardly laugh it off. He thought to himself, no reaction at all, she's like a machine. Dressed impeccably and feeling at ease, Ray was ready for the banquet, welcoming him as the saint of the Holy Empire. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, the nobles were still eagerly awaiting his arrival. After a long wait with no sign of the main guest, Gran started to lose his patience, complaining, "This saint is taking longer than I expected." Lady Sereth chuckled and said, "Well, I think he needs some time to prepare. Anyway, have you heard anything about what happened during the ritual?" Gran replied, "I have, but I don't know the details." Berith sneered, "It seems we'll be treated to an impressive speech from the saint." Berith arrogantly chuckled to himself, he's just a commoner after all." Just then, the announcer's voice boomed, "Attention, everyone. The saint has arrived." Immediately, all eyes turned towards the center of the grand hall. Berith thought in surprise, "He's here." He was astonished to see Ray, who, despite his young age, carried himself with dignity and solemnity. Berith thought to himself in awe, "So that's the saint. Completely different from what I imagined. That calmness, that confidence, everything is perfect." Immediately after, Berith, wanting to seize the opportunity to befriend Ray, quickly approached and introduced himself. "Greetings, sir, I am Berith, the eldest son of Marquis Harold." Ray politely replied, "So you're from the Harold family, it's a pleasure to meet you." Gran and Sereth, standing nearby, quickly introduced themselves as well. "I am Gran of the Grain family, and I am Sereth of the Marquis Krellian family." Ray politely responded, "It's a pleasure to meet you all." Meanwhile, Berith was inwardly frustrated, thinking to himself, "I can't find a single flaw in him." He gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking, "At this rate, my plan will fail miserably if things continue like this." Suddenly, Berith said to Ray, "I've heard that His Holiness was once a commoner, is that correct?" In his mind, he plotted, "I need to attack him to gain the upper hand." Ray calmly replied, "That's correct. I come from a small village in the Celian kingdom." Berith immediately quipped sarcastically, "Then this must be your first time attending a banquet like this, isn't it? After all, how could a commoner ever attend such a grand event?" Ray instantly understood that Berith was trying to humiliate him in front of the crowd. He calmly responded, "You're right, this is my first time here. Commoners aren't allowed to attend such banquets." However, Ray inwardly scoffed at his petty tricks, thinking, "Oh, look at this guy." Berith smugly continued his taunts, "Now that His Holiness is no longer a commoner, those rules no longer apply, right? Do you find the banquet here overwhelming?" Ray looked at Berith with disdain as he put on airs of superiority and contempt for others. He thought to himself with disgust, there are always people like this. They're never satisfied with what they have. They can't stand being in the background quietly, so they act indifferent and try to get involved in politics to fight for status. They're truly pathetic scum." Despite understanding Berith's intentions, Ray didn't show any anger. He calmly said to him, "It seems like you think one's background determines their worth. Why do you think that?" Berith arrogantly replied, "No reason in particular, it's just common sense to me." Ray chuckled inwardly. People like this often have one thing in common: they dig their own graves by talking nonsense like that. "This is going to be fun." He continued speaking to Berith, "I'm not quite used to this kind of life, so it's still quite difficult for me to fully understand what you're saying." Berith, feeling even more emboldened, retorted, "That's right, I forgot." He said with satisfaction, "Your Holiness," at which point Ray thought to himself, "The moment has come." Berith directly insulted Ray's background, saying, "You're just a commoner like the rest of them used to be." Ray was about to deal with this guy himself, but before he could say anything, someone behind Berith suddenly drew their sword. Ray quickly realized who the person's action was aimed at. A second later, a scream echoed throughout the hall. Berith was 3 lifetimes lucky as Ray reacted quickly enough, blocking the sharp blade that was aimed at his neck with his bare hand. Berith, realizing he had almost died, screamed in terror, "AAA." Ray looked at Zeke in astonishment and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? That was dangerous." "Luckily, I stopped it with my holy power." Zeke immediately knelt down and replied resolutely, "Your Holiness, I am deeply ashamed. I apologize profusely for this first impression." He explained, "However, I couldn't let this fool continue to disrespect you. I know it was incredibly rude, but I couldn't contain my anger." Zeke bowed his head before Ray. "Please forgive me." Ray looked at Zeke with confusion. "What is he doing?" Lywood, seeing the seriousness of the situation, also spoke up, "Your Holiness, please allow me to say a few words. What the member of this Marquis family just uttered were blasphemous words. How dare he overstep his bounds and mock you like that?" Zeke immediately echoed Lywood's condemnation of Berith, Indeed, I believe we should slit this Baritha's throat and ensure his family receives proper punishment. We need to set an example for others. Barith, who was previously so talkative and arrogant, now stood frozen, too scared to speak, his face pale. It was truly a case of the fraud dying because of its mouth, comma. After listening to Zeke's explanation, Ray delivered his judgment. You're not wrong, Lywood. Summon Marquis Harold here for me. Lywood immediately accepted the order. Understood. I'll be right back. At that moment, Iriel appeared, leading the Marquis. She said to Lywood, no need to summon him. He's been observing everything from the second floor and is coming down now. The Marquis, walking behind Iriel, was sweating profusely and spoke to Barith with a mixture of fear and anger. You idiot. Barith stammered in fear, trying to justify himself. Father, I. But before he could finish his excuse, the Marquis landed a heavy blow on him. He didn't hesitate to punch and kick him repeatedly, scolding his foolish son in front of everyone. You stupid son, what did I tell you? How dare you disrespect His Holiness like that? You piece of trash, even your words are trash. Under everyone's astonished, Barith could only kneel and beg, Father, please stop. Ray thought to myself, I should stop him. After disciplining his ignorant son, the Marquis knelt down and prostrated himself before Ray. I sincerely beg you, Your Holiness, please forgive me. It's all because I failed to educate my son properly. Please forgive his rudeness. Then he turned to Barith and yelled, What are you doing? Beg for his forgiveness. Barith immediately said, I apologize, Your Holiness. Lywood said coldly, Do you think doing that will earn you His Holiness forgiveness? Zeke fiercely drew his sword and said, Your Holiness, if you wish, I can punish them right away. Ray immediately intervened between the two hot-headed individuals. Hey, stop it, calm down. He pondered, Now, how should I handle this? Ray looked at the Marquis and asked, Marquis, in this situation, what do you think is the appropriate punishment for your son's actions? The Marquis, caught off guard by the question, stammered, Oh, well, that is, about that. Faced with Ray's difficult question, the Marquis was bewildered and unsure of what to do. He pondered deeply in his heart. My son, Barith, he lost his mother when he was very young, and I feel guilty towards him as a father who hasn't fulfilled his duties. I swore that I wouldn't let him suffer, that he would enjoy a good life without lacking anything. However, the promise I made. Thinking that his son's life was the most important thing, the Marquis bowed his head and said to Ray, If you grant us grace and forgive my son for his actions, as an apology and as my repentance, I will relinquish my title and donate my assets to the church. Ray replied, This doesn't solve the issue of whether or not to punish Barith. You also bear responsibility for your son's wrongdoings. He looked at the man who was willing to sacrifice all his wealth and fame for his son, thinking to himself, to think he would give up his title and donate his assets to protect his son. Only when the source is clear can fresh water flow. After a moment of contemplation, Ray called out, Barith. He hurriedly replied, Yes, you called me. Ray asked Barith, Do you know you were wrong? Barith humbly admitted his mistake. I disgraced your name with my blasphemous talk. Ray thought, I would have punished Marquis Harold if he were as foolish as his son, but it seems he's quite sensible, so punishment is unnecessary. Therefore, Ray said to Barith, That's not all. Your biggest sin is making your father kneel. To the astonishment of the Marquis and his son, Ray continued, I considered punishing you, but seeing his sincerity and love for his son, I've decided to let it go. Barith hesitantly asked, Does that mean? Ray affirmed, It means I forgive you. The Marquis exclaimed with joy, You are truly benevolent. Meanwhile, Lywood and Zeke were stunned, unable to believe that their Holy One could so easily forgive Baritha's grave offense. Barith, still surprised, asked, You're really letting this go, Your Holiness? Seeing the Marquis and his son both happy and anxious, unable to believe it was true, Ray thought, Is it too much if I just leave without doing anything? So he grinned cheerfully and said to the Marquis, If you donate generously as you said earlier. The Marquis replied excitedly, Yes, of course, I'm happy to donate any amount you desire, just let me know. Iriel observed everything and chuckled to herself, Such a light punishment for something as serious as blasphemy. She glanced at Ray, secretly admiring him, although I think he handled it quite cleverly. Later, in the garden outside the palace, Zeke asked Ray, I apologize, Your Holiness, but are you really okay with this? He drew his sword and said, You just have to say the word, and I can punish them right away. Seeing that Zeke was still angry, Ray said, Let it go, we don't need to do that. He glanced at Zeke. Now that I think about it, he's been following me for a while now, and it feels so natural that I don't find it strange at all. Ray turned and asked, I know it's a bit late, but I don't think I know your name yet. Suddenly, Zeke panicked and knelt down, bowing his head. I have committed a grave error. Ray was startled by his excessive reaction and quickly explained. No, I just want to know your name, Zeke hurriedly replied. I am Trey Sia Zeke of the Trey Duchy. Ray asked in surprise. Huh, you also have Sia in the middle of your name. What does that mean? Lywood, who was nearby, replied. Sia is a title. She explained, the only people who have the title Sia in their names are those from the 3 families that have served the Holy One and the Saintess. It's a symbol of our loyalty to you. Ray chuckled and said, oh, so that's it, but is there a need for so many people? I don't think I really need 3 families serving me, actually, 1 is enough. Lywood replied, Your Holiness, this is something that has been established since ancient times. She said to Ray, please don't feel pressured, just think of it as the will of heaven and earth. Zeke excitedly volunteered, if you truly think 3 families are too many and only 1 is needed, please choose me, I will definitely do my best. Lywood glared at Zeke upon hearing this. It felt like a war could break out if Ray chose one of them. Seeing the tense situation, he shouted to stop them, I will not force any family to leave, so don't fight amongst yourselves. Ray continued to wonder, what about the other family? Why are there only the 2 of you? Lywood replied, the remaining family is responsible for protecting you from the shadows. Their true identity must not be known to our enemies, even we don't know who they are. However, we know that they are always within the necessary distance to protect His Holiness immediately. As soon as Lywood finished speaking, Ray felt that someone was indeed secretly following him. He looked up at a nearby tree, where a figure was faintly visible behind the leaves. Ray thought to himself, why is he there? Ray immediately used his ability to sense the flow of mana around him and realized with surprise, she was right, they're nearby. Now that I'm focusing, I can see the energy emanating from them. He looked up at the trees around him and counted, 1, 2, 6. Then he exclaimed in surprise, there are 7 of them. Meanwhile, Lywood and Zeke looked at each other in bewilderment. Lywood asked, Zeke, do you see anything? Zeke replied doubtfully, no, I don't see anything. At that moment, on a tree not far away, a voice whispered, I see. Even at his young age, he's still an impressive archmage, the mysterious person muttered while watching Ray from afar. The next morning, a new day dawned after a grand banquet filled with turmoil and unexpected events. Inside the palace, the morning sunlight began to pour in through the windows. As dawn broke, Lywood was already present in the palace hallway, ready for her duties. She stood there, lost in thought, gazing at the 2 swords on the wall as a series of memories flooded her mind. Lywood's father angrily pointed his sword at her and yelled, Get up, you are a Belle Lacroix. If you can't even do this, do you think you deserve to carry the Belle Lacroix name? Lywood sat on the ground, her hand bleeding. She endured the pain and said to her father, I'm sorry, father, but in response, she only received shouts, those who serve the Holy One cannot be weak, pick up your sword. Finally, under her father's pressure, young Lywood had to pick up her sword and continue training, despite her bloodied hand. Lywood reminisced about her arduous past. There has never been a case of 2 Holy Ones existing at the same time. I thought that if there was already a Saintess, there wouldn't be another Holy One. However, to serve a Holy One, I needed to strive, endure hardship to train, and I questioned my purpose hundreds of times a day. However, a few years later, as if God was answering my questions, a new Holy One appeared. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lywood's thoughts. Lywood, Iriel will lead me to the next part of the ceremony. What does that mean? Iriel said to Ray, half jokingly. I told you, the prettier one is responsible for guiding you to the ceremony. Is it that hard to understand? Lywood immediately asked to answer Ray's question, if you allow me to explain. Except for special occasions, only the Holy Ones can enter the ceremony venue. It has nothing to do with appearance. Lywood deliberately emphasized the last point. Hearing this, Ray glared at Iriel. Is that so? You still find it funny? After that, Iriel led Ray to the forest behind the castle. Ray said in amazement, it's so nice to be outside. I didn't know there was a forest like this behind the castle. Iriel walked ahead, leading the way and reminding Ray, this way, Your Holiness, we're almost there. Ray looked around and saw that there were guards here as well. He thought to himself, wait, there are holy knights guarding this area. Well, it's normal for holy grounds to have many guards. But there was something even more surprising, which was the sight Ray was witnessing before his eyes. Iriel led him to a seemingly endless staircase and said, Your Holiness, this is the entrance, you just need to climb all the way to the top. Looking at the literal stairway to heaven, Ray thought to himself, seriously. And that wasn't all, Iriel continued, because this part of the ceremony shows your respect to God, you absolutely cannot use magic to go up. This information hit Ray like a bolt of lightning. What, we have to do that? They started climbing during the day, but now it was dusk, and they still hadn't reached the last step. Rei called out breathlessly, "Wait, Iriel, wait, can we take a break?" Iriel seized the opportunity to tease him. "Come on, we just started, and you're already tired, your stamina seems to need some improvement." Rei explained, "I had to walk all over the Holy Land yesterday, you saw it. If I could use mana, these steps would be nothing." Iriel replied, "No way. I told you, not only here, but even in the ritual, you cannot use mana." "Got it." Iriel pointed ahead and emphasized to Rei, "From now on, you must walk on your own 2 feet, just keep climbing the stairs, and you'll get there. Again, you cannot use mana, you'll see me again when you complete this challenge." Rei looked at the seemingly endless path and sighed, Fine, it probably won't take that long." After struggling to climb the stairs, sweating profusely and soaking his clothes, Rei finally reached the last step. He gasped, Finally, I'm here." Unable to stand any longer, Rei collapsed to the ground, thinking to himself, "What did I just say earlier? It took forever." Looking around, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, at least there's a house here. It seems like an empty house, thankfully not some dragon's lair or tiger's den." Rei opened the door and entered the house. "I only need to live here for a week, right?" He put down his backpack and looked around, thinking to himself, although she said it's about showing respect to God, I still don't really understand what I need to do, because Iriel said she didn't do anything for a whole week. Rei happily enjoyed the feeling of peace, so I guess this is a vacation. He thought to himself, then I should take advantage of resting as much as possible while I'm here. A week will pass quickly. At that time, Rei couldn't have anticipated the challenges that awaited him and the harsh reality he would face during his stay here. One fine day, a month later, Rei reached up to pick a plump, shiny red apple. The apples are so fresh today too. He brought the apple to his mouth and took a large bite. Rei thought to himself, these delicious apples. I'm sick of them. After a whole month of a strict vegetarian diet to purify his body, Rei angrily threw the half-eaten apple to the ground. Come on, this is cruel. He fiercely started a fire using friction. I definitely won't use mana and will do everything myself. Then Rei continued to catch fish with his bare hands, still complaining. But they didn't even bother to tell me exactly what I need to do. Isn't this enough? What more do you want? They said 1 week, just 1 week. So what was the past month about? At least tell me what's going on. With a full stomach, Rei continued his outburst, standing in the middle of the forest and yelling at the sky. Do they think I came here to learn how to survive in the wilderness or something? Holy virtue my ass. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. Rei was surprised. Wait, this is... The dazzling golden light began to wrap around Rei. He wondered, is he finally responding to me because I'm angry? The powerful energy lifted him into the air. Holy power surged into his body. Rei shouted with joy, finally, I have holy power. But the newfound holy power vanished within 3 seconds. Rei was bewildered. My holy power, it's gone, what do I do now? While he was confused, the holy power returned. Rei said joyfully, just kidding, yes, that's it. But his joy was short-lived as the holy power vanished again. Rei stomped his foot in frustration. No, what now? And suddenly, a beam of golden light shone down from the sky onto him. Rei shouted in delight, it's now. Had his wish been granted? Had the holy power finally materialized? The answer was no. God seemed to be playing a trick on him. After several ups and downs, Rei thought with annoyance, what the hell, is God messing with me? He looked up at the sun and waited. Perhaps God had teased him enough. So he had bestowed holy power upon him, for real this time, right? The answer was obviously no. After the emotional roller coaster, Rei had lost his patience. A whole month of hard work, and still no holy power. He angrily picked up his backpack and left. Forget it all. Appearing for a little bit means nothing. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. The worst part is, I can feel the air around me is fresher thanks to the holy power. I've never been so disappointed in my life. Really, all my dreams are shattered. Can anyone help me? As soon as he came down the mountain, Rei saw Iriel waiting there. Seeing him, Iriel said in surprise, Holy One, oh, my goodness, why are you? Rei looked at Iriel with joy, thinking to himself, the first person I meet after a month, even if it's Iriel, is so touching. Did she come to comfort me because she knew I was being teased today? But at this moment, in Iriel's eyes, Rei was radiating a brilliant aura like a god, a sight that left her stunned and speechless. Rei had no idea that he actually possessed holy power already. He looked at Iriel's expression and asked in surprise, what's wrong? After hearing Rei's story about the mountain, Iriel asked in amazement, you mean you can't use both mana and holy power? Rei replied, I haven't tried using holy power yet. Iriel suggested, do you want to try? The ritual is over. Looking at Iriel's dirty clothes, Ray asked, "What happened to your clothes?" Iriel chuckled awkwardly and said, "I felt a strong surge of holy power, so I came here in a bit of a hurry." Ray then turned towards Iriel and used magic to clean her clothes. He said happily, "It seems I can still use mana normally." Iriel sighed in relief. "That's good." Ray scratched his chin thoughtfully and asked Iriel, "I can use the mana in the air, so why can't I use holy power?" Seeing Ray's disappointment, Iriel encouraged him, "It's a pity you can't use holy power, but so what? You're still the one chosen by God, and you're a great mage. If anyone dares to gossip, just teach them a lesson with your magic." Suddenly, Iriel leaned closer to Ray, sniffed, and said, "Speaking of which, thanks to the holy power, the air around you feels so pleasant, and there's a nice fragrance too." Seeing Iriel's strange behavior, Ray frowned and asked, "Fragrance, what do you mean?" Iriel replied dreamily, "A warm scent that makes people want to get closer to you." Ray looked at her, seeming out of sorts, and muttered to himself, "I think I should keep my distance from others until I can control this holy power." Just then, Zeke and Lywood arrived together. Zeke said resolutely, "Your Holiness, we came to congratulate you on passing the ritual." Lywood also said, "Congratulations, Your Holiness." Ray replied cheerfully, "Lywood and Zeke, you're here, thank you." Zeke continued, "Of course, as soon as we heard the news, we came right away." Lywood said, "Holy One, you've worked hard." As they spoke, they approached Ray. Suddenly, both of them noticed the strange fragrance on him. Lywood and Zeke both became strangely attentive, as if drawn to Ray by some invisible force. "Let me carry your bag for you," one said. "Let me. Do you need anything else?" Seeing their unusual behavior, Ray stepped back in fear. "What's wrong with you guys? Don't come near me." The further Ray retreated, the more they advanced. Could his holy power be causing people to submit and cling to him like this? He didn't know, but right now, their bizarre actions were scaring the hell out of him. "Stop, go away, I want to go home." Later, Zeke followed Ray wherever he went. Ray asked him, Why are you following me?" Zeke explained, "As a member of the 3 clans, I must always be by your side." Ray looked at Zeke suspiciously. "That's suspicious." That night, at the Holy Empire's library, on the table were piles of documents, alongside thick books. Ray sighed, so much. Maybe this will be helpful for the current situation." He began to carefully turn the pages, attentively memorizing all the necessary information. Ray thought to himself, "Before becoming the Holy One, I made a promise to myself, to make the Holy Land the greatest nation. Now that I've officially become the Holy One, it's time to fulfill that promise. The first step is to thoroughly understand the Holy Land, from its history and climate to its agriculture and commerce, down to its roots. To understand all of that, I have to read all of this." Ray smiled with confidence and enthusiasm. "To make the Holy Land the greatest nation, we must establish a new system." After a night of studying scriptures, Ray gathered all the nobles of the Holy Land as the sun rose high. Most of the assembled nobles criticized the Empire's lack of qualifications. In response, Ray suggested some adjustments in agriculture, commerce, and the trade industry. Among those proposals, the milpa system, an ancient farming system of the ancient Mexicans, was studied by Ray and proposed for application to develop the agricultural sector in the Holy Empire. This proposal received a shower of praise from the nobles and was the first amendment to be adopted. Later in the meeting, Count Grain inquired, "There's something, Your Holiness, in the terms written here, use priests as mercenaries. What do you mean by that?" Ray thought to himself, "Here comes the hard part." Seemingly prepared with an answer, he replied, "It's as it says. It's the idea of maximizing the available priest resources. We have to minimize the number of mercenaries we need to hire." Marquis Harold also questioned, "So you mean to send priests to the battlefield?" Ray answered, "Yes, that's correct." Count Grain immediately objected, "In that case, the sacrifice of priests will lead to the collapse of our nation. Moreover, the number of people who want to become priests will also decrease." Ray explained, "Of course, the priests will only be at the rear of the battle lines. As long as the front lines remain stable, we can minimize the number of priest casualties." Count Grain countered, "Even in that case, the battlefield is still the battlefield." Marquis Harold agreed, "The Count is right, not to mention, if they are attacked from the flanks." Ray calmly argued, "I know, the battlefield is not a safe place, and ideally, the priests would return safely after participating in battle. I will not force them to join the battle without a clear plan. I intend to send a cavalry unit with them to the battlefield. With the cavalry accompanying them, the safety of the priests can be ensured. Utilizing priests as mercenaries is just a precautionary tactic. Even if they don't fight on the front lines, they can still provide support and boost the morale of the soldiers." Rei continued to persuade the nobles, saying that witnessing the casualties and sacrifices on the brutal battlefield would undoubtedly be an incredibly valuable experience for the priests. Count Grain still disagreed with the proposal. He said, "I agree that priests are a necessary force in combat, but aren't there a dozen other options if we need money or prestige?" Rei calmly explained, using priests as mercenaries is not just for money and prestige. In fact, those benefits are just incidental. He reasoned, what we're really aiming for is support from other empires. Count Grain was surprised. Support from other empires. Rei analyzed, from the perspective of a kingdom needing the Holy Land's support, they can't do anything to endanger us, and because we're only lending them combat forces, we can demand compensation if there are casualties among the troops we send. Count Grain was still hesitant. That's true, we would have more control if we lend soldiers to other countries, but even if that's the case, isn't it too risky? Suddenly, Iriel stepped forward and said, "Using the lives of priests as collateral, I think that's a good idea." She raised her hand in agreement, saying, "I agree with the Holy One's idea." The unexpected appearance of the Saintess in the meeting surprised all the nobles. It turned out that earlier that morning, before the meeting, Rei had met with Iriel and shown her his proposals. After pondering his ideas, Iriel said, "I must say, although the Holy One's ideas are all excellent, there will certainly be some risks involved if we actually use priests as mercenaries." Rei asked Iriel, "Then is there a way for me to gain the trust of the nobles?" Iriel confidently replied, "It's simple, I'll help you." She told Rei, "We don't need to earn trust from the nobility, we just need to surpass it." Then Iriel burst out laughing and made a condition, "Ha ha ha, you get what you pay for, I'll take a cheap price, you just need to say, 'Oh, most beautiful woman in the empire, young Miss Iriel, please help me.'" Hearing Iriel's condition, Rei was speechless with exasperation, but he also found her plan very feasible. Iriel's influence was truly remarkable. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire nobility of this country was on her side. Rei calculated, so if Iriel is on my side this time, it will be difficult for anyone to oppose. It's a bit dirty, but it's the best way. I have no other choice. As expected, Iriel's agreement became a passport for Rei's proposal about the priests. Before the meeting ended, Rei declared confidently, "All right, then consider it settled. If anyone else has any ideas for promoting the development of the Holy Land, feel free to tell me." The nobles, under Iriel's influence, all responded in unison, "I think his idea is quite good, and I agree with the Holy One's idea." Thus, the Holy Land gradually accomplished everything as planned. To anticipate the difficulty of changing the farming methods, they first implemented it on a trial basis in a small territory, and the public did not oppose the use of priests as mercenaries. After receiving positive feedback from the priests themselves, many kingdoms subsequently requested priest forces as aid. As a result, the Holy Land gained a significant profit, which helped boost further investments in agricultural and commercial improvements, leading to the Holy Land's continuous development. After everything had started to progress smoothly, Rei continued to calculate, to ensure that every field is reformed smoothly. I need experts for each area. Finding the right people will be difficult. I need to spend time thinking about this. For many days in a row, he stayed rooted in the Holy Empire's library, reading and researching everything about the nation, and most importantly, reading books on medicine, as he had planned before becoming the Holy One. As dusk fell, the librarian began to yawn tiredly. At this moment, a woman approached and said to her, "You look exhausted." The librarian hurriedly stood up to greet her. "Ah, Lady Eclay, you're back." Eclay replied, "Yes, it's been a while, please, sit down." Eclay asked the librarian, "It's been 3 months, hasn't it?" The librarian replied, "Yes, approximately." Looking at the unusually large crowd in the library, Eclay asked, "The library is very crowded today. It's strange, it's not usually this busy." The librarian whispered, "Well, the Holy One has been coming here frequently for the past few days." "So?" Eclay asked in surprise. "The Holy One." Looking at Rei, who was sitting and reading intently, Eclay immediately guessed, "Oh, I bet they're swooning over his handsome face." Eclay walked over to Rei and pulled up a chair. She asked Rei, "Are you the Holy One?" Rei answered with suspicion, "Yes. Is there something I can help you with?" He thought to himself, "Who is this? Why is she?" Picking up a book from the table, Eclay thought to herself, "All these books are related to medicine." Then she asked Rei, "Are you reading these books?" Rei replied, "Yes. Do you need something?" Eclay ignored Rei's question and continued, "If you've read all of this, you must understand most of it, right?" Rei confidently replied, "Of course, to a certain extent." Eclay didn't hesitate to test Rei. "Then can you tell me how to treat someone who's been cut by a rusty sword?" Rei answered, "Use holy light to stop the necrosis and then heal as usual." Clay said, exactly, but do you agree with that? Ray answered immediately, no. Clay continued to ask, so, how do you plan to treat the patient? Ray answered with his medical knowledge from his previous life, I will cut away the necrotic flesh around the wound. Clay asked further, cut it away, why? Ray explained, although people think that being cut by a rusty sword is like being poisoned, we cannot be 100% sure that the consequences are the same as poisoning. If a rusty sword cuts into your flesh, you're not poisoned, but the wound itself and the cells around it are damaged. In that case, just using holy light to stop the bleeding and healing as usual won't completely cure it. It's better to cut away the damaged flesh around the wound and then treat it according to the correct procedure. Clay continued to question, then what are these cells you mentioned? Ray suddenly remembered, I forgot, the concept of cells doesn't exist in this world. Without waiting for Ray's answer, Clay continued, well, anyway, those cells you mentioned cannot be healed with holy light, but isn't cutting away the rotten part too barbaric? Ray replied, you're not wrong, but it's the best way. Clay teased, as long as the patient is cured, the method doesn't matter, right? Ray immediately denied it, that's not what I meant. Clay suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, I completely understand what you mean. She smiled brightly, extended her hand towards Ray, and said, please allow me to invite you to the Grand Library, I'm sure we can discuss this matter further there. Clay continued, forgive me for not introducing myself. My name is Clay, leader of the conservative priest faction. Ray looked up at the strange woman. Clay, the leader of the conservative priest faction, is this High Priestess Clay? The next day, at the Grand Library, Clay said to Ray, this is probably the first time we've officially met, but I've heard many stories about you. She said to Ray with a puzzled expression, if you have any questions about medicines, feel free to ask, however, I'm wondering why a holy one like you is studying such a useless field. Looking at the towering pile of medical books on the table, Ray countered Clay, even if you say that, why do you study medicine? He wondered, I thought you said it was useless. Clay calmly raised her hand to her forehead, you say study. Actually, I was hoping it could help improve my eye. Clay lifted her bangs, revealing one cloudy eye. Ray was stunned for a moment, then he asked Clay, were you born like that? Clay thought to herself, he's not surprised after seeing it, and she said to Ray, yes, that's right, I've been like this since birth. Ray tried to ask about the details of Clay's condition. Can't you see anything in that eye? Do you feel any pain? Clay replied, I don't feel any pain, but I'm not blind either. Ray offered, would it be alright if I take a look? Clay readily agreed, sure, go ahead. Ray looked closely at Clay's eye. After a while, he said, oh, this is a cataract. Clay immediately asked, a cataract, what's that? Ray replied, although I'm not entirely sure, what about at night, can your eyes see in the dark? Clay answered, it's true that my vision is a little better around evening. At this point, Ray could make a diagnosis, then it's definitely a cataract. If you want, I can explain more about this condition. Ray picked up a piece of chalk and began to illustrate on the board. Look this way, what I'm drawing is a normal human eye. This is the pupil, and this is the lens. Ray pointed to each part of the eye he had just drawn and said, when we look at something, the lens focuses the light and makes the object clearer in our eyes. However, in your case, the lens is cloudy, and the condition that causes the lens to become cloudy is called a cataract. Clay asked, if that's the case, why can't I be cured? If it's just a disease, shouldn't it be treatable with medicine? Ray replied, it could also be because you were born with it. Clay continued to wonder, what should I do when even holy magic can't heal it? Ray then shared his reasoning, holy magic heals damaged parts of the body. However, what if your body doesn't recognize it as a wound? This could explain why it can't be healed by healing magic. Clay pondered, then is it wrong that I can't see with my normal eye? Ray replied, that's for ordinary people. He continued to explain, but when you're born with it, your body doesn't recognize that there's a problem. Anyway, you need to clear your eye to treat this condition. Clay asked further, clear it, how? Ray thought for a moment and said, how about this? We need to dig deep into your eye. Clay was shocked and screamed, what, dig into my eye? Ray replied, that's just a part of the treatment process. He continued to explain, we need to remove the cloudiness in your eye, and we need something else to replace your lens. He thought to himself, although it seems possible to remove the cloudiness in the eye, there are no artificial lenses in this world. He pondered, even after we cure the disease, it's useless if she becomes blind. Clay forced a smile and said, it's okay, there's nothing to worry about with a chronic disease, I'm sure we'll find a cure soon. Hearing that, Ray felt uncomfortable. He thought to himself, I can't cure it, even in another world, I can't cure cataracts. Unwilling to give up on the disease like that, Ray immediately said to Clay with confidence, don't worry, I can definitely cure you. Clay looked at Ray and smiled, as if she was finding hope in this new holy one. But suddenly she burst out laughing. Ha ha, you're so funny. After laughing, she said to Ray, all right, let's do it. Clay beckoned Ray, follow me, there's a place I want to show you. Stepping into a room filled with various laboratory equipment, Ray exclaimed in surprise, this is. Clay immediately said, this is my research room. This is the research room that the Holy Land created for me to research medicine. Feel free to use it whenever you want. Ray's eyes lit up. Really? Clay replied casually, yes, I'm quite lonely here. This is the least I can do for someone in the same field. Ray said excitedly, thank you very much, and then he began his research at Clay's headquarters. A month later, in the laboratory, Ray was still diligently searching for a method to create a lens for Clay. Holding a test tube containing a greenish liquid, he pondered, let's see, this is the blood of a giant, right? He poured the liquid onto a sample dish and observed, after being exposed to air for a short time, its properties become very liquid. But it's getting harder as I speak, it's becoming as hard as a piece of jelly. Clay agreed, that's right. Ray continued to deduce, the blood samples of different monsters have different properties. If we can make use of that, we might have some progress. Clay continued to agree, that's right. Suddenly Ray asked, but is it impossible to mix the blood of different species? Clay said, yes, their body constitutions are different, so they could die instantly. Then she suddenly remembered, there's one special case. Unlike other species, in the case of orcs, because they have excellent adaptability, it seems okay to mix their blood with the blood of other species. Ray pondered, excellent adaptability, is there a way I can observe it? That afternoon, Ray went alone into the forest far from the castle, diligently searching for something on the ground. A while later, Ray stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. His bag was full of herbs. Phew, that's enough for today. Suddenly, he noticed a very large shadow leaning against a tree not far away. What's that? He approached to take a closer look and was surprised to find an orc and a giant. Both of them are knocked out. Maybe they just fought each other. Looking closely, Ray discovered that the orc was still breathing faintly. He's still alive. Observing the large wound on his body, Ray guessed, it seems he's in shock from losing too much blood. It looks like he fought a giant bigger than him. It's a miracle he's still alive. Looking at the giant lying sprawled on the ground, Ray came up with a bold idea. He remembered Clay's words from earlier, unlike other species, in the case of orcs, because they have excellent adaptability, it seems okay to mix their blood with the blood of other species. Ray was thrilled. This is the perfect opportunity to test it. Let's seize this chance. The orc was barely alive, in a daze, unaware that he was about to become Ray's test subject. Not long after, the orc awoke with a start. He looked in shock at the dead giant next to him and the messy blood transfusion tubes. The orc stirred slightly and looked at Ray suspiciously. Ray asked gently, are you awake? The orc screamed in fear and tried to run away. Ray hurriedly reassured him, hey, stop, don't move. Fearing the orc might escape, he immediately used magic to bind him. Ray tried to calm the orc down. Calm down, I'm not going to kill you. I'm saving you. You lost too much blood, so I transfused the giant's blood into you. I'm in a hurry. I'm not done with you yet. Meanwhile, a clear liquid flowed from the orc's wound. Ray was surprised. What's that? He took a little of the liquid and examined it. Blood. But why is it so clear? Wait, clear, it's becoming transparent. Ray shouted with joy. Perfect, with this, I can do it. The sun began to set behind the trees. In the forest that Clay had shown Ray, he was still diligently and seriously researching orc blood. He silently observed, when I transfused the giant's blood into the orc, its blood became clearer. I didn't expect mixing the blood of two different monster species would yield such perfect results. He thought to himself, if I focus on research, I might be able to create an artificial lens. That way, Clay's cataract can be cured. He glanced at the orc, thinking to himself, now I need to collect more blood from the giant and the orc. Remembering a few hours earlier, Ray had asked Clay, if I want to study orcs and trolls, where should I go? Clay pondered, orcs and trolls. She slowly described, well, there's an abandoned village called Jeel near the outskirts of the castle. I heard the surrounding forests are often gathering places for orcs and trolls. At dusk that day, Ray arrived at the abandoned village that Clay had described. He looked at the desolate scene around him, thinking to himself, so this ruin was once the village of Jeel. I thought she was exaggerating, but it's really abandoned. Suddenly, there was a noise in the distance. Ray quickly looked towards the source of the sound. He was surprised. Those two children, were they abandoned too? Ray approached the two children and said gently, hello, do you want to eat this? Ray offered them a snack while comforting them kindly. Seeing the girls still looking doubtful, Ray tried to reassure them, take it, it's okay, it's not poisoned or anything, I swear. The girl accepted the food. Ray breathed a sigh of relief. At least they trust me. He thought to himself, the only thing I can do to help is give them food and this. He took out a heavy bag and gave it to the child. Take this too. The child looked at the bag Ray was giving them with suspicion. That. Open the bag and see. The girl was immediately speechless with surprise. Ray instructed, take that and go to Salonia. This money is enough for you two to find a place to stay and buy food. The girl looked at Ray in surprise and asked, but why are you doing this for someone you've never met before? Ray smiled innocently and said, just because. No reason. The girl still couldn't believe it. Huh. Ray reassured the girl, confirming firmly, there really is no reason. Ray looked at the two pitiful children, thinking to himself, I didn't expect to encounter this right after leaving the city. The current laws can't help these children. I need to investigate further. Ray silently resolved, one day, I will bring prosperity back to this place, to build the best version of the Holy Land. After resting temporarily in an abandoned house, Ray set off again the next morning as soon as the sun rose. After a while of searching, he reached a huge, deep cave. Stepping inside cautiously, he thought to himself, this is the troll's lair. Feeling his way forward, Ray told himself, be careful, don't wake them up. Ray quietly held his breath, slowly approaching the sleeping troll. He fumbled for a pig injection needle in his bag, thinking to himself, sorry for sneaking in here. Then he held up the syringe and smiled triumphantly, I'm just borrowing a little blood. Later, after finishing his business at the troll's lair, Ray went on to find the orc village. Ray suddenly called out to them, hey! He waved in a friendly manner, I've come to ask you for a favor. The orcs, seeing a stranger, immediately became wary and glared at Ray. Without a word, two large orcs rushed towards Ray, intending to attack. Ray looked at them helplessly, aren't you going to listen to me? Finally, he had to take action. Ray used magic to immediately bind the two orcs. Looking closer, Ray suddenly recognized one of the two orcs. Wait a minute, it's you, remember me? I saved you when you were dying, remember, calm down and listen to me. He said emphatically, pointing to a pile of freshly hunted deer, horses, and other animals, I just need one thing, and I'll pay you, will you help me? A few hours later, Ray returned to the area near the castle with the spoils necessary for his research. Shaking the tube of blood in his hand, Ray was delighted. Thanks to the orcs, I was able to succeed. First, I need to go back and organize everything. Suddenly, a small foot ran up and stopped him. Ray asked in surprise, you're the girl from yesterday. The child ran up and tugged on Ray's clothes, crying and pointing into the distance. Ray asked worriedly, what's wrong, what happened over there? At that moment, in the abandoned village, the little girl Ray had met by chance yesterday was being knocked to the ground. A large thug had snatched the bag of money Ray had given her, and he gloated, now you see the consequences of refusing a toast and drinking a penalty instead. The little girl still demanded firmly, give it back. The thug sneered and asked, what? The little girl shouted, give me back my money. The two vicious robbers cursed angrily, you little brat, what did you just say? The thug holding the club raised his hand to strike the girl, you dare talk back to me. At that moment, he was suddenly grabbed by Ray, who held the club. Stop, what are you doing? The thug asked angrily, who the hell are you? He yanked the club out of Ray's hand. Who are you? Ray glanced down at the thug's other hand. He realized, he stole the money. While Ray was still thinking, suddenly several thugs gathered around him, saying, looks like you're from a wealthy family, but rich people like you shouldn't come to a place like this alone, let's teach you a lesson. The scarred thug yelled triumphantly to his companions, get him. The bald thug rushed towards Ray from behind, intending to ambush him, but he was quickly knocked out by Ray with a punch straight to the face. The leader exclaimed in horror, how could he knock him out in one blow? Ray looked at the remaining thugs with a cold expression, TSK, continue, do you think things will go your way? The leader immediately waved his hand to instruct his men, attack. The scarred thug's underlings quickly rushed to attack Ray. Just a few seconds later, amidst a dense cloud of dust, the thugs lay sprawled on the ground. Turning to the two children who were hugging each other in fear, Ray asked, are you all right? He smiled and said, I'm sorry this happened, come on, let me take you somewhere safe to rest. Returning to the palace, Ray brought the two wandering children with him, but as soon as he entered, he was stopped by Lywood. I'm sorry, but that's not allowed. She explained, this is a sacred place where only the holy ones and their people are allowed to stay. We cannot allow children of unknown origin here. Ray tried to persuade her, even if this place is where the holy ones reside, surely a place this large can accommodate these two children. Lywood replied resolutely, I'm sorry, but the rules here are as such. Ray complained, what a harsh rule, I didn't know that existed. Turning to the two children who were worried about being abandoned again, Ray smiled reassuringly. Anyway, don't worry, I'll definitely find a place for you two to stay. Afterwards, Ray led the two children to another place outside the castle. They stared in wonder as Ray said, "How about this? This place seems okay, right?" Pointing to the house in front of them, Ray proudly introduced, "This is where you two will live from now on. I just bought this house." Ray leaned down kindly and looked at the two children. "I forgot to ask, what are your names?" "I just realized I haven't asked yet," the girl stammered. "We don't have names." They looked at Ray anxiously while he said excitedly, "No names? Well, let's see, a name, I got it." Looking at the children's hair, one green and one red, which seemed like the main colors of Christmas, Ray came up with an idea. "Okay, how about this? Why not call you Mary, and your sister Chris? Those are very meaningful names in my hometown." The two children continued to stare at Ray blankly without answering. Ray asked awkwardly, "Does it sound bad? Don't you like it?" The older child suddenly grabbed her sister's shoulder and sniffled. "No, that's not it." The girl choked back tears and said to Ray, "I don't know what to say. I'm so grateful to you." Ray looked at the two pitiful children with affection and gave a warm smile. He then sat down and comforted them. The two children, feeling happy to be cared for, burst into tears. "Thank you." In the following days, Ray continued to visit Clay's research facility as usual. He meticulously used a scalpel to shape a small, round object resembling a lens. Clay, while rearranging books, asked, "Ray, are you still working on that?" She wondered, "What are you trying to make?" Ray, still focused on his experiment, said, Just wait and see. I'm doing all this for you, Clay." After a while of cutting and adjusting, Ray looked excitedly at the finished product of his research. "Finally, it's done." Clay asked in surprise, "You said it was for me. Does that mean you're still trying to cure my eye? You're still serious about that idea?" "Really?" Ray replied innocently, "Of course." Taking off his makeshift magnifying glass, Ray excitedly boasted, "I finally figured out how to help you. Look at this." Ray shook the test tube in his hand. "These are the ingredients that can cure your eye." Clay looked in astonishment and asked, That can cure my eye." She wondered, "What exactly is it? Where did you get it?" Ray explained, "This is troll blood." Clay continued to ask, "Troll blood? How are you sure it will work?" Ray replied, "I mixed it with orc blood." He explained, "As you said, orcs can adapt to anything, unlike other species. I discovered this by chance when the orc's body accepted other types of blood, and in the process, the blood was purified. Therefore, by introducing troll blood into the body of an orc, we can create a purified type of blood that only contains what can be modified." Clay was still doubtful. "So you're saying that blood can cure my eye?" Ray replied, "Yes, however, I need you to trust me." Clay asked, "I need to trust you," Ray said, "because we have to put it inside your eye to cure it." Clay immediately panicked and screamed, "What?" She asked in a frenzy, "Do you mean to surgically remove the cataract, then put that blood in my eye? Are you really serious?" Ray tried to convince her. "Basically, we will remove the damaged retina, then put this in to replace the removed part." Clay frowned in deep thought, worry evident on her face. Ray thought to himself, "She's right to be hesitant. She's never even imagined a procedure like this existing." Ray patiently looked at Clay, awaiting her decision. Seeing Clay still struggling to come to terms with it, he bowed deeply. Ray's action startled Clay, causing her to exclaim, "Sir, what are you doing? Do you know what it means for a holy one to bow their head?" Ray said, "I understand why you're hesitant." He spoke sincerely to Clay. "It may sound impossible and unachievable, which is why I want you to trust me this time. Your eyes, I will take responsibility and do my best to cure them." Clay was overwhelmed by Ray's efforts. She hesitated, thinking, "This." Looking at Ray bowing deeply just to convince her, Clay thought to herself, "I can feel the sincerity in every word this young man is saying, his intention to heal, and his genuine goodwill. I can feel it from my heart." Clay folded her arms and slowly made her decision. "I think this is absolutely crazy." She finally smiled and told Ray, "All right, let's do it. Anyway, I can't use this eye anymore. If there's even a slight chance, I'll take it." Later, Ray and Clay entered an operating room. Ray used magic to sterilize the entire space and their bodies. "It's clean." Starting the first eye surgery in this world, Ray mentally reviewed the steps. "First, I need to use mana to keep the eyelids open." He carefully manipulated the blade in his hand, and after cutting the retina, "I'll remove the damaged part, and after replacing the entire damaged area, I'll replace it with an artificial retina." Although this procedure isn't too difficult, but without proper equipment, it's going to be tricky. I have to do everything manually. But who am I? I'm Baek Yu-sung, the Hand of God. The surgery was over. After the anesthesia wore off, Clay slowly regained consciousness. Ray asked, "Clay, are you awake?" Seeing everything clearly with her right eye for the first time, Eclay was astonished for a moment. Then she sat up abruptly and looked down at her hand. My eyes. At that moment, a sudden flash of light caught her attention. Eclay turned to look. The sunlight was shining brightly through the window. This was the first time in her life that she could fully and completely feel the warmth of each ray of sunshine. Gazing at the houses lined up outside, along with the open and beautiful space below, with both of her eyes, Eclay couldn't hold back the emotion that welled up in her eyes. Ray asked excitedly, "How do you feel? Can you see clearly? How is it?" Eclay responded happily, "Yes, I can see everything clearly. Please tell me this isn't a dream." Ray looked at Eclay and smiled with satisfaction. Once again, he had triumphed over illness in this world, and also over himself, overcoming difficulties and finding solutions that seemed impossible to implement in this world. Ray and Eclay continued to gaze at the world outside the window for a long time, both enjoying the feeling of happiness. Meanwhile, in the palace where Iriel lived, a man rushed in. He reported breathlessly, "Saintess, there's an emergency." Marquis Harold urgently reported, "A large force is approaching the border. They're clearly heading towards the Holy Temple." Iriel asked in astonishment, "What are you saying? An armed force is coming here. Where are they from, and how far are they from us?" The Marquis said breathlessly, "That's the news I just received, so I don't know the details, but it seems they're not from any specific country." Iriel was speechless when she heard the Marquis say that the force was led by a necromancer and an army of the dead. At the same time, at the border of the Holy Empire, a deadly aura was engulfing and spreading across the sky. On the ground, the air became heavy and gloomy. Wherever the army's footsteps fell, flowers and grass withered. The entire forest was filled with the stench of death and almost swallowed by a strange energy. Leading the army of death was a powerful necromancer. The next day, the Holy Empire's border defense forces gathered to prepare for the confrontation with the undead army. The commander gave a rallying speech. "Attention everyone, tomorrow will finally be the day we launch the Holy War. Are you ready?" The soldiers shouted in unison, "Ready." The commander ordered, "Knights to the front, guards and swordsmen will defend the rear. Many lives are at stake, so prepare yourselves mentally for the battle." Afterwards, two knights talked to each other. "Hayes, I still can't believe we have to face the undead, ha." The other knight didn't answer, just stared intently at his palm. Seeing this, his comrade asked, "What are you looking at?" The knight said, This. At times like this, I often think about my family, he. His comrade also laughed in response, ha. Instead of praying, I often think about my family like that too." The two knights looked up at the sky and sighed. "I should have visited them before going to the battlefield." "I think so too. Praying is the last thing I think about." They continued talking about the upcoming battle. "I happened to hear this from the officers, but it seems like a new Holy One will join us in this battle." "Really? Are you talking about the one who can control meteors?" "Even so, it takes 4 days to get here from Salona." "That's right. The problem is whether we can hold out until the new Holy One arrives." Thinking of this, the two knights looked up at the sky and prayed, "Please, God be with us." That afternoon, in Iriel's palace, thinking about the information she had just heard about the war, Iriel couldn't help but worry. A few hours earlier, Marquis Harold had brought news that stunned Iriel. "The Pope has requested the new Holy One to go to the border." The Marquis replied, "Yes, the order was issued by the Pope himself." She worried, thinking, "To think we're facing a force that even the Pope has to summon the new Holy One to fight." She asked the Marquis, "Do we have reinforcements from neighboring countries?" The Marquis replied, "We've sent requests for aid, but it seems it will take them 5 days to reach the battlefield." Iriel continued to ask, "In that case, who will accompany the new Holy One?" Marquis Harold replied with a worried expression, "The Third Order of Knights, along with the Holy Altar and the Royal Guard, are all on their way to the border." Iriel asked in disbelief, "Don't tell me that's our entire force." The Marquis could only respond with a look of sorrow. Iriel slammed her fist on the table and angrily exclaimed, "Is the Pope insane? Our opponent is a necromancer from the Age of Magic. I bet he knows damn well that's not enough to fight them." The Age of Magic was an ancient era when magic was a subject of great interest and research, and the entire continent flourished thanks to its development. However, the very forces that revered magic brought about the downfall of that era, and the one considered the decisive factor in that collapse was the King of Death, the necromancer. Iriel frowned with worry. "Now, he has been resurrected." The Marquis sighed. "We're not only facing an external force, but we also have to be wary of the seeds of civil war. Therefore, we can't send more troops to the front lines." Iriel immediately understood, and because of that, the border is as good as lost. That's why the Pope did this. Iriel gritted her teeth in frustration. How dare that Pope treat God's representative as a sacrificial pawn? At this moment, urgent news arrived from the front lines. Iriel's subordinate rushed in and reported, Saintus, we've received a warning that the enemy has approached earlier than expected from the southern mountain range. The holy war has begun, Saintus. Iriel, unwilling to see Rey become a sacrificial pawn, immediately rushed to the battlefield. I can't waste any more time. That evening, the sound of war horns echoed, signaling the imminent start of the holy war. The commander of the army ordered, the enemy is approaching, arm yourselves. Attack! As soon as the order was given, the archers immediately released their arrows, sending a volley of arrows into the sky. Arrows flew through the air, piercing the undead army. The knights also tirelessly swung their swords, each strike shattering the dry bones of the undead. Meanwhile, the female mages were also supporting the front lines with all their might. Lord, please have mercy, so that our bodies may stand firm against the enemy's spears. Grant us strength to resist, bless us. The warriors were immediately energized. Great! I can feel the power flowing. They charged confidently into the enemy ranks. This makes things easier. Maybe we can finish this before reinforcements arrive. The commander, engaged in the battle, reminded them, don't let your guard down, not all of our enemies are weak. He gritted his teeth as he saw the next wave of undead approaching. The strongest ones are coming now. The commander shouted, damn it, they're here, advance. Then he suddenly realized, they have undead swordsmen too. Seeing the situation was not good, the commander immediately ordered a retreat to preserve their forces. Everyone retreat, regroup and... The commander, who was directing the troops, suddenly froze and fell silent. In front of him, a ghost had approached unnoticed and swiftly tore the commander apart. The army was now like a snake without a head. Everyone panicked and fled in disarray. The undead swordsmen quickly swept through the strongest forces of the army. The mortal knights could not withstand the attacks of these undead swordsmen. Meanwhile, the ghosts flew around looking for targets in the back, targeting priests and mages, easily taking their lives one by one. Screams of terror echoed, help me, while the necromancer controlling everything from behind was enjoying the feeling of victory. He burst out laughing, it's so wonderful to see these humans being torn apart. He continued to cast spells on his army, come on, my undead, don't let a single one survive. The skeletal minions were quickly empowered, causing the knights to panic. Commander, something's happening, the enemy is getting stronger. Another commander ordered, stop, retreat and wait for reinforcements. In his mind, the commander thought, God, have you abandoned us? In a moment of distraction, an undead swordsman approached right behind him. The soldier seeing this, shouted, Commander, watch your back. The undead swordsman raised his spiked mace, preparing to strike the commander's head. Suddenly, a burst of energy shot out, obliterating the undead swordsman instantly. The commander was still in shock. Is this real? Why is it? The commander stared at Rey in a daze. So it was reinforcements. But no, it was just Rey. He had arrived just in time. Rey glanced at the horde of undead before him. There are so many of them. Rewinding a few hours earlier, while running straight to the border, Rey recalled his conversation with the Pope's subordinates. As soon as he heard about the undead attack and the need for Rey to lead reinforcements, he asked, so you want me to go to the border, right? The priest stammered, in this case, due to the urgent situation, the Pope has no other choice. The priests explained, besides, we'll be dealing with a necromancer, so there are also internal conflicts. Rey thought to himself after hearing this, from the reports about the border, it seems like this is a suicide mission. The two young priests continued, even if we can protect the border, we won't be able to do much if we get caught up in internal strife. It's very complicated. Rey replied without hesitation, tell the Pope that I will go and protect the border. So he ran all the way here alone, and now the only reinforcement present on the battlefield was Rey himself. The soldiers, seeing Rey appear, exclaimed in astonishment, Holy One, why are you here? Rey commanded, separate the injured holy knights immediately and have the priests treat them. The royal guard will protect the holy army. The commander hurriedly objected, thank you, sir, but if we divide our forces to treat the wounded, we won't have enough troops to stop the undead army. The priest behind him also said, that's right, we should wait for reinforcements. Contrary to the commander's anxiety, Rey calmly asked, it seems we're in a bad situation, right? The commander stammered, not understanding, what do you mean? Looking down at the ground, the commander finally realized why Rey had given such an order. He shouted in horror, the nearby undead have melted. Is it because of the Holy One's power? The commander rejoiced, I knew it, this is the Holy One. Rey, however, was quite dissatisfied with the title of Holy One. He thought to himself, become a saint and die. It seems being sent to die is part of the Holy One's duty. At that moment, an undead, overestimating its strength, suddenly rushed to attack. But before it could even touch a hair on Rey's head, it was incinerated to ashes. Looking at the vast horde of undead advancing, Ray thought to himself, although I've dealt with most of them using holy power, there are still too many. I need to take care of them somehow. Ray used magic to shoot countless fireballs towards the undead army. Boom, boom, the deafening explosions were followed by a thick cloud of dust. The entire undead army was wiped out in one fell swoop, leaving only the necromancer who had used dark magic to protect himself from the fireballs. Ray frowned and asked, "You look like a necromancer, don't you?" The necromancer was stunned. "What is this? How can he use magic when he's a holy one? This is no time to mess around. I can't let my guard down." The necromancer immediately created a magic circle and chanted, "Reject the call of hell and return from the realm of death. Powerful regret will even make death kneel." Resurrection. As soon as the necromancer finished speaking, the undead swordsmen rose from their graves once more. The commander cried out in panic, "There are so many death knights." Ray, however, remained calm and raised his hand to cast a spell. He gently chanted a simple and concise incantation, "Heal." Ray's mana instantly enveloped the death knights, returning them to their final resting place. The necromancer panicked. "No, my death knights," he shouted at Ray. "Cough, you, don't stop me." He angrily summoned a barrage of bone spears that flew straight towards Ray. Ray effortlessly countered. With just a single word cancel, he neutralized the necromancer's attack. He turned towards the necromancer and used magic to restrain him. The necromancer was immediately bound tightly, screaming in frustration. He looked at Ray in astonishment, thinking to himself, this terrifying power. Is this guy a saint? No, a saint couldn't possibly have such power. He must be an angel, or God. Suddenly, a stone flew straight into the necromancer's head, shattering his speculations. A young priest had thrown the stone to avenge his friend. "Bastard, because of you, Jeremiah." The priest shouted angrily, "The pride of the holy knights has been destroyed, you will face retribution." Looking at the piles of ashes on the ground, Ray pondered, "I understand, even the dead soldiers have become undead. Those undead were once members of someone's family, their children, friends, lovers. The least I can do is let them rest in peace. That's why I'm offering a final farewell." Ray raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Area heal." A gentle, blue light shone everywhere. The undead quickly vanished as the healing light shone upon them. It started to rain. There were no more undead bodies left on the ground. Magic had completed its task, and a heavy rain fell as if to wash away the stench of death from the land. The survivors mourned those who had passed away, tears mixing with the rain as a final farewell to their comrades. Ray suddenly thought, if I had been faster, could I have saved them? But he didn't wallow in self-blame. He quickly regained his composure because there was a more important matter that required his attention at the moment. "Calm down. Before I think about that, I need to deal with him first." Ray looked at the defeated necromancer and asked, "After spending your life surrounded by corpses, are you afraid of reuniting with them?" The necromancer showed no remorse. He burst out laughing and continued to run his mouth. "Afraid? That's hilarious. Ha ha ha. This border is not the end. By now, we should have conquered Salonia. Why don't you just surrender?" Seeing that this guy was beyond redemption, Ray said to the commander of the army, "He talks too much. Hurrio, take him back to the Holy Land. I need to go back." Ray thought to himself, just as I suspected, an internal rebellion. I need to hurry. Then he ran back to the Holy Land as fast as he could. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land, a group of undead were also attacking the people. It was unknown how they had appeared, but fortunately, the situation was still under control thanks to the swordsman loyal to the Holy One. A lovely female swordsman, while fighting the undead, teased, "Oh, Zeke, that's amazing, as expected of a sword master." Zeke replied coldly, "Don't joke around." The girl continued playfully, "Ha, you're so serious. I wonder where our saintess is now." At this time, many places in the capital were under attack by the undead. They even swarmed the castle gates. The soldiers guarding the gate immediately raised the alarm. "The enemy is approaching." Iriel commanded, "Everyone, retreat." She gave instructions to the soldiers while using her holy power to sweep through the undead horde. Iriel worriedly thought, "No matter how many times I kill them, they just keep coming. They're not just undead, now they're like an invincible army." Iriel racked her brain, calculating, now my options are becoming limited. While Iriel was facing a dangerous situation, Zeke appeared in the nick of time. He raised his sword and struck down, creating a powerful wave of energy. With just one move, he obliterated the undead. Iriel was surprised, this swordsmanship. As the smoke cleared, Iriel was both happy and surprised to see, "It's Lord Zeke in Fia." Zeke said politely, "Greetings, Saintess. I apologize for the late greeting, but I hope you understand my situation. However, I am here now, so please do not worry any longer." Iriel hurriedly asked, "Lord Zeke, what are you doing here, and what about the Holy One?" Zeke replied, "This is the Holy One's order." Iriel exclaimed in alarm, "What do you mean?" Zeke began to recount the events. Earlier, when Zeke went to meet Ray to go to the border together to fight, he was flicked hard on the forehead by Ray. Ray said, "Where do you think you're going? Stay in Salonia for me. If you come with me, you'll only get in my way." Zeke still tried to plead, "I will do my best not to be a burden to you, Your Holiness, so please let me come along." Ray sighed, looking at the stubborn swordsman before him. Ray, out of options, issued a challenge to Zeke. "Then face me," he said. "You claim you're strong enough not to be a burden, so prove it to me." Zeke replied, "I understand," and he quickly entered a combat stance. Zeke swung his sword towards Ray, thinking to himself, "I am deeply sorry for this, Your Holiness." Clang, a loud clashing sound echoed. Zeke stared in astonishment at the tiny scalpel Ray was holding in his hand. "Is that swordsmanship?" Ray asked with a smile. "Do you understand now?" Zeke was still in disbelief. "No way, even if he truly has mastered swordsmanship. To be able to easily block my attack with such a small sword, it's impossible." While Zeke was still pondering Ray's swordsmanship, Ray instructed, "You need to be somewhere else, that's where you need to go." Zeke recounted everything and said to Iriel, "I wouldn't be of any help by his side, that's why I was worried and came to assist you, Lady Iriel, Saintess." Iriel was stunned after hearing the story. "No way, he doesn't understand the danger of a necromancer." Fia, who had been cheerful earlier, became worried seeing Iriel's silence. "Lady Iriel." At this moment, Iriel was cursing silently. "That idiot doesn't understand what kind of mess he's in." Ray had run back, but many people had been slaughtered on the streets. Seeing this, he sighed sadly. "How unfortunate. Here, I'm really worried about Mary and Chris." At that moment, Mary called out to Ray, "Sir, Holy One." Seeing Mary sobbing and hugging her sister, Ray was shocked. "Mary." Mary cried loudly, "Ah, Holy One." Ray hurriedly ran over. "Mary, are you okay? What about Chris?" He took Chris's hand and diagnosed, "I can't feel a pulse or any signs of life. Judging by her condition, she may have." Mary hugged her sister and sobbed, "Holy One, Chris, she's been weak since she was a child." Mary sobbed and said to Ray, "As her older sister, I should have protected her." Ray looked at the girl sadly for a long time and said, "Mary, I made a mistake bringing you here." He blamed himself. "It seems like I've caused you more pain. I'm sorry." Mary suddenly shouted, "That's not true." She said, "You did the best you could to give us a better life. It's not your fault." Mary blamed herself again. "If I were stronger, could I have protected my sister?" Mary buried her head in her sister's shoulder and cried, "I want to be stronger." Ray looked at the poor girl who was blaming herself with a heavy heart. At that moment, he happened to notice, looking at the knight's body behind them, these injuries were not inflicted by a Holy Land warrior. Based on the proximity, it seems Mary killed him, so she's talented, if that's the case. Thinking of this, an idea came to Ray's mind. He called out to his mysterious bodyguards, "You guys hiding over there, show yourselves." However, no one dared to show themselves. Ray said with a frown, "Oh, you dare ignore my words like that." He pointed directly at each person's hiding place, 2 on the roof, 3 hiding under the trees, 1 near the fountain, and also you. The one following me, you better come out too. The mysterious bodyguards, their whereabouts exposed, reluctantly revealed themselves. They said in unison, "The Dane clan, the 7 messengers, we humbly greet the Holy One." The leader among them spoke, "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hong Yong, one of the 7 messengers of the Dane clan." Looking at the other members, she said, "And also," from right to left, Hyuk Yong, Chong Yong, Sa Yong, Cheek Yong, So Yong, and Hyle Yong. After hearing their introductions, Ray thought to himself, who named them? They were so lazy. Then, because time was of the essence, he went straight to the main point. "All right, the reason I called you all here is, of course, nothing more than to ask you to take care of this child." Hong Yong was surprised. "That girl?" Ray replied, "Yes, this child has a natural talent for being an assassin." Hong Yong observed Mary and thought, "It's true. Observation shows that this girl even managed to survive after the enemy swept through this area." Hong Yong said to Ray, "But even so, to train this girl as an assassin," Ray replied, "I don't intend to force her down that path. I just want her to have the opportunity to reach her full potential." So Young suddenly spoke up, "You mean you want us to teach this girl those techniques?" Ray immediately agreed, "Exactly, So Young understands me perfectly." Hearing that, Hong Young refused, "That's not possible. We've been ordered to follow and protect you 24/7. We don't have time to teach anyone." The other members of the Dane clan agreed with Hong Yong, "That's right, and more importantly, some of us can't reveal our identities because that information could directly or indirectly cause harm to you." Ray grimaced and thought, "I knew it would be difficult, but these guys are too stubborn." He had to use his authority as a Holy One to threaten them, even if it's my order. Ray keenly noticed, oh, they reacted to the word order, comma. He smiled triumphantly, oh ho ho, in that case. I order all of you to teach and train Mary the necessary skills of an assassin. The Dane clan reluctantly responded, as you command. Ray added, good, oh, and one more thing. Also, please arrange a proper funeral for that little girl, thanks. Ray turned to Mary and said, all right, Mary, now follow them and study hard. They are all trustworthy people. Can you do that? Mary obediently replied, yes, but what about you? Ray turned to leave and said, I have to go help everyone before it's too late. Mary called out worriedly, Holy One. Ray calmly replied, it's okay, it won't be long. Back at the battlefield outside the castle, Iriel was using her holy power to bless the swordsman. The swordsman, empowered by the blessings, became much more enthusiastic. Oh, it's a blessing, perhaps God is on our side after all. Iriel commanded resolutely, right now, march forward and claim victory. After rallying the troops, Iriel let out a heavy sigh. Fia, who was beside her, asked worriedly, Saintess, are you okay? I think you've used too much holy power. Iriel calmly replied, we still have a long way to go, it's alright. Before that, Fia, can you take care of the left flank for me? Fia enthusiastically said, of course, leave it to me. Although she appeared strong on the outside, Iriel was restless on the inside. She thought to herself, even though I said that, it's just a temporary measure. We still don't know how many troops the enemy has left, and I can't keep giving out blessings indefinitely. The best I can do is dampen their morale and make them retreat. Besides, he's a 9th-tier archmage, he won't die easily, right? Thinking of Ray, who was probably fighting the undead and the necromancer at the border, Iriel clenched her fists, determined, wait for me, I'm coming. While Iriel was still pondering her next move, a wave of sword energy silently struck from behind her. Fortunately, she sensed it before it was too late. Iriel immediately turned and dodged the fatal blow. Despite her quick reflexes, Iriel was still injured on her arm by the sword strike. The opposing swordsman spoke up, it's a pleasure to meet you, Saintess. Iriel cried out in surprise when she saw the appearance of the Holy Land swordsmanship master, Duke Zahard. I can't believe even you are involved in this. The Duke replied mockingly, oh my, it seems the Saintess doesn't appreciate my greeting very much. Zeke, seeing Iriel injured, asked, Saintess, are you alright? The Duke immediately taunted loudly, look who's here, is it little Zeke from Trey? Looks like you've gotten stronger since we last met. Zeke glared at him with contempt and replied, shut up, Duke Zahard, you should be ashamed of yourself for betraying God. The Duke laughed loudly, ha ha ha, the Holy Land is about to be destroyed, surely you're aware of that, right? The Holy Land is insignificant under our superior power. Iriel gritted her teeth in anger. She thought to herself, as always, this guy pisses me off, but there's really no chance. Even though he irritates me, he's still a master swordsman. Iriel worriedly thought, even at my full strength, I'm not sure I can beat him, let alone when my holy power is depleted. He's one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent. Even if I charge in with Zeke, it would still be difficult to handle. Suddenly, the Duke suggested, Saintess, why don't we take a break and retreat? Iriel was suspicious. What is he planning? Does he overestimate us? Looking at the Duke's arrogant smile, Iriel was apprehensive. If not, have I missed something? In reality, unlike Iriel's worries, the immense amount of holy power she had used actually gave them the upper hand, and it successfully lowered the enemy's morale, while our troops' morale soared. The Duke was smiling, but his heart was filled with anxiety. Our troops are being pushed back. He thought, even for me, it's difficult to face both a high-ranking swordsman and the Saintess at the same time. It's better to retreat for now and regroup. These were the Duke's true thoughts, completely opposite to his outward appearance of ease and victory. Iriel thought to herself, not a bad offer, very beneficial for us, if we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Thinking this, Iriel agreed with the Duke, then let's have a temporary truce. The Duke laughed with delight, having achieved his goal and successfully deceived Iriel. Ha, what a wise decision, then it seems we have nothing left to say to each other, right? However, he wouldn't be able to leave so easily. Ray's voice suddenly rang out, hey, you think you can just leave whenever you want? The Duke was startled. Both Iriel and Zeke thought in surprise, that voice, it can't be, don't tell me. Ray had returned. He glared at the Duke, you think this place is a market where you can come and go as you please? Ray approached the Duke while muttering an incantation. He warned him, it's been a while, I'm itching for a fight. If I lose control, I can't guarantee your life will remain intact. As soon as Ray finished chanting, a giant meteor appeared behind him. While the human body is only allowed to contain one type of energy, when saints are chosen by God, their magic energy is converted into holy power, making them unable to use magic anymore. However, Rei was an exception, a case never seen before. Seeing the meteor and Rei's powerful magic, the Duke was sweating profusely, thinking to himself, what the hell is going on with this kid? Rei aggressively asked the Duke, do you have any last words? I'll give you some time. The meteor remained suspended in midair, waiting for Rei's command to strike the Duke. The Duke knew his life was probably ending. Before dying, he still sought hope and asked Rei, the Battle of the Representatives, how is it going? Rei asked in surprise, representatives. The Duke tempted, I'm sure this will be a beneficial deal for you. If you intend to kill everyone here, I assure you it will be a problem for you in the future, but if you fight me one-on-one to decide the victor. Rei replied with a frown, what the hell? I know you're scared of that fireball, do you still think you have a chance against me one-on-one? Zeke anxiously reminded Rei, Holy One, I advise you not to listen to him, he might be trying to manipulate you. Rei pondered, TSK. I know it's best to eliminate you all right here, but I admit you're quite daring. Then he snapped his fingers. Cancel. The meteor exploded in the sky. The Duke thought smugly, he actually accepted, is he stupid? Rei confidently beckoned with his finger, hey, Zahard, right, come at me. Looking at Rei's provocative attitude, the Duke cursed silently, this brat. After observing Rei, the Duke thought smugly, he has too many openings, it seems like my chance is here. Even if he's a mage who can summon meteors, it's all meaningless if he can't cast spells in time. The Duke immediately took a running leap, if that's the case. The Duke flew towards Rei in a flash, sword raised and ready to strike from above, thinking to himself, I'll finish him off quickly. Rei stood still, watching the Duke charge towards him. He calmly moved his hand to his hip, gathering mana to counter the attack. Clang! The Duke's heavy sword struck down, but it was immediately blocked by Rei's sword aura. He looked at Rei in astonishment, sword aura. Rei lightly swung his sword and sent the Duke flying several meters away. Looking at his thick, blunt sword, the Duke realized in horror that it had been chipped by Rei's sword aura, my sword. Seeing that, Rei mocked, oh, it seems your sword is still intact, Seeing the Duke hesitate, Rei continued to provoke him, interrupting his thoughts, what are you planning, or should I attack first? After experiencing one surprise after another, the Duke began to fearfully wonder, summoning meteors, using holy power, and now even creating sword aura, where the hell did this monster come from? But Rei didn't give him time to ponder any further, urged on. The Duke charged forward with his sword again. Rei calmly countered with his sword aura. The Duke changed his attack again, but Rei easily neutralized it. The more they fought, the more the Duke felt himself at a disadvantage. He thought to himself, wait, this brat, his swordsmanship, don't tell me. Rei suddenly stopped and exclaimed with amusement, I see. This is how you do it. He jumped high and swung his sword, using the exact same technique as the Duke had just used. At this point, the Duke realized in horror, he copied my technique, I made a mistake, how can I fight an opponent like this, even in a one-on-one battle? Rei swung his sword and said, hey, do you know why I accepted your challenge to a duel? A powerful wave of sword energy emanated, not from above but unexpectedly attacking from below Duke's feet. He was completely toyed with by Rei. Rei said, when it comes to people like you who like to play with other people's lives, I'm sure you won't be able to live in peace. The Duke was stunned, thinking, he not only copied it, but he also made it his own. Is this what they call a genius? There was now a large gash on his thigh. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound in pain. Rei pointed his sword at him and asked, are you satisfied? Maybe we should end it here. The Duke replied in humiliation, I lost, I surrender, so please. Rei looked at him and questioned, a Duke, and a master swordsman like you, would actually abandon your pride to take orders from someone else like that? You're the one who started this rebellion, right, and those revenge attacks on the nobles. Exposed by Rei, he clenched his sword in anger. All I wanted to do was show those cowardly nobles that even brutal methods like this could change the Holy Land. He seized the opportunity as Rei approached and swung his sword at him. Rei easily dodged to the side and parried the attack with his sword aura. For a moment, his sword aura suddenly vanished. Then it instantly reappeared on the opposite side. The Duke barely had time to notice the disappearing sword, before his head was severed from his neck a second later. Zeke's eyes widened as he looked at Rei, silently admiring, an unstoppable sword strike. Meanwhile, at the border of the Holy Empire, the first Knight Commander of the Veyborn Kingdom, Gaiman, and the first Knight Commander of the Glayman Kingdom, Klein, had led their troops to provide support, but they received news that the war had ended quickly thanks to Rei. Both exclaimed in astonishment, what are you saying? Are you telling us that the new Holy One summoned thousands of fireballs and single-handedly annihilated an entire legion of undead, defeated the necromancer, and saved everyone? At that moment, the second mage commander of the Glamon Kingdom, Philia, also expressed her surprise upon seeing the captured necromancer. Unbelievable, the magic power within him. He's a necromancer, Legion Commander Hario replied. As you can see, we are grateful for your help, but everything has been resolved. Suddenly, someone came to report, Lord Hario. Hario asked urgently, what's going on? The priest replied, we just received news from the Holy One. It seems they have defeated the rebel forces. Hearing this news, everyone was amazed by Rei's formidable combat abilities. Meanwhile, back with Rei, after dealing with the ringleader, he said to Iriel, may I go ahead? I still have some things to take care of. Iriel replied, yes, of course, we'll take care of the rest. After a while, Iriel sighed in relief. Phew, it seems like we've cleared most of the areas. Fia praised enthusiastically. Great job, Saintess Iriel. Fia said innocently, but, I wonder, judging by what the Holy One has done, could he be a powerful being sent down to the Holy Land? Zeke, hearing this, immediately reminded her with annoyance, Fia, watch your manners when talking about the Holy One. Iriel replied, all right, settle down. If you want to hear my opinion, that Holy One. Suddenly, the ground shook and cracked open. From beneath the rocks, a wave of evil energy erupted. Fia was startled and panicked. What's happening? What's wrong? Zeke quickly assessed. This is magic power, but where is it coming from? The emanating aura became increasingly terrifying. Something was blowing gusts of negative energy into the air. Fia cried out, trembling, this atmosphere, it's cold, so cold. Zeke quickly reminded her, Saintess, be careful. From amidst the thick, hazy air emerged the silhouette of something massive and powerful. Iriel stood frozen in terror. No, it can't be, that thing. A bone dragon. At that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, signaling the arrival of a calamity. Rei, who had returned to the palace, also sensed the unusual omen. He had just stepped outside when he met Lywood, who said, Sir, just now. Rei replied, you felt it too, we have to leave quickly. Before leaving, Rei instructed Lywood, please take care of what I asked you to do. Lywood replied, of course, that child, Mary, I will take good care of her, please don't worry. Rei added, the messengers will also keep an eye on her, so there won't be any problems. Lywood asked in surprise, the messengers? Rei replied, oh, you don't know, I'll introduce you to them later. Lywood then replied, yes, please go safely. Lywood thought to herself, the messengers, could he be talking about the Dane clan? Meanwhile, where Iriel was, the bone dragon awakened by resurrection magic roared furiously. It breathed out gusts of wind like a storm, making it impossible for the soldiers to stand firm. The swordsmen who had fallen in the previous battle, affected by the bone dragon's magic power, began to transform into undead. Iriel clasped her hands and chanted, continuously using her holy power to heal, and even holy protection, but it was all useless. She stepped back in horror and said to Fia, there are too many of them, and holy magic is useless. Fia replied worriedly, Saintess, we have to get out of here. Unexpectedly, the bone dragon was walking towards Iriel. It roared, creating a wave of pressure that overwhelmed even Iriel's holy power. Iriel stood frozen in place, helpless, watching the bone dragon roar before her. This is the dragon's might. Iriel began to tremble. I can't bear it, fear is gripping my entire body. I have to stay focused. While Iriel was unable to move, Fia stepped forward. Zeke also quickly moved forward. Iriel suddenly felt lighter. She thought to herself, the fear pressing down on me is weakening. Then she realized, no, it's not weakening, it's... Iriel was surprised to see Zeke and Fia bravely shielding her with their bodies. Zeke comforted Iriel, Saintess, don't worry. Even at this moment, Fia still managed to joke, to live this long and finally experience the fear of facing a dragon, it's truly worth it. Iriel quickly replied, thank you for helping me. She was silently grateful. They are bearing some of the fear for me, Fia said. Fear makes the body immobile as if paralyzed. Even though it's just a skeleton, it's still a dragon. Suddenly, from behind Fia, came the sound of bones clattering against each other. She wondered, this sound, could it be? Just as Fia suspected, it was a newly resurrected undead. It swung its sword, aiming straight for her neck. Fortunately, Zeke rushed out in time to deal with the undead. Fia was surprised. Zeke, you can move again. Zeke replied, a little. He continuously charged forward to eliminate the undead that were lurking around them. Feeling his attacks were weaker than usual, Zeke thought to himself, I can move, but fear is preventing me from using my full strength. Zeke worried, with the Saintess needing 2 people to protect her due to the dragon's aura, we can only buy time and wait for the Holy One to arrive. Looking at the endless swarm of undead, he thought, at least I can do this much. Zeke closed his eyes for a moment, trying to shake off the fear and regain his composure. When he opened his eyes, his strength seemed to have returned, unleashing a continuous stream of destructive sword energy upon any approaching undead. Zeke promised himself to do his best, to live up to the honor of being his servant. He danced with his sword, striking left and right without rest, sending the undead scattering like birds. But the enemy grew in number, continuously charging forward, one after another. Zeke had just finished off a multi-eyed monster, when several skeletons appeared behind him. Zeke was gradually surrounded by the undead and overwhelmed, being torn apart. Fia cried out in panic, "What should we do? Zeke is going to die." Iriel tried to use her holy power, praying silently, "God, please." But her efforts were futile. Iriel was stunned. "Impossible, even using divine power, I can't move. In this situation, all I can do is pray for Zeke." The skeletons piled up on Zeke, covering him so completely that not even a finger could be seen. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, sending the undead flying in all directions. Zeke, covered in wounds, gasped for breath and tried to stand up. Fia shouted, "Oh my God, Zeke, are you all right?" Zeke leaned on his sword and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." His legs were trembling, his strength almost depleted. Since becoming a high-ranking swordsman, this is the first time I've been this exhausted. Looking up at the immobile bone dragon, Zeke thought to himself, but it's fortunate that the bone dragon, besides spreading fear, isn't making any movements. Is it because it's difficult for it to move? While pondering the bone dragon, Zeke was suddenly attacked again by the undead. He thought to himself, I am a swordsmanship genius, the youngest high-ranking swordsman. From behind Zeke, a set of sharp claws were approaching. Zeke quickly dodged, lamenting to himself, I never thought there would be a time when I would be so helpless. If only there was someone stronger than me here. The undead attacked simultaneously from all sides, their claws digging into Zeke's body. At this moment, he felt utterly useless. If only I were as strong as Zahard. Zeke coughed up blood, his face pale. Even in the face of death, he only thought about one thing. I have no face to meet the Holy One anymore. He collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from his wounds. Closing his eyes and accepting his fate, Zeke thought to himself, I'm sorry I can't be by your side anymore. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, Zeke, you've worked hard. Zeke forced his eyes open and saw Ray had arrived. He immediately cast a healing spell on everyone and sent the remaining undead back to their graves. Looking at the bone dragon, Ray cursed angrily, Is that it, you damn dragon, causing so much trouble? Looking at the bone dragon before him, Ray recalled, When I was a child, I read reports about dark magic, a great weapon that ended the ancient magical era. It nullifies all magic under seventh circle, a 1,000-year-old undead that even a holy sword cannot cut down. If a powerful bone dragon like this appears here, it means there must be another necromancer nearby. I can't pinpoint their location because the bone dragon's aura is interfering, but I can guess they're behind this. Once I'm done here, I'll come looking for you. Ray created a giant healing magic sphere and threw it towards the rampaging bone dragon, instantly enveloping its entire body in his powerful magic. Iriel exclaimed with joy, he defeated the bone dragon with just a single healing spell. Fia said in surprise, I can move again, the dragon's fear has been erased. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes lit up. It opened its mouth and breathed out a jet-black stream of magic power. Zeke hurriedly warned, it's using dragon breath, Holy One, fall back. The bone dragon spewed a breath of dark energy, destroying a vast area. Ray managed to activate a shield, but was surprised to see his mana shield cracking. He exclaimed, it's truly a powerful weapon, but stop destroying this town. Annoyed, Ray used a series of healing spells to attack the bone dragon. All positions, from head, neck, wings, body, to tail, all were affected by healing magic simultaneously. As a result, the bone dragon was reduced to dust. Ray immediately searched for the masterminds of this incident. Necromancers. I can't sense their aura. TSK, they must have run away. At this time, Iriel was trying to use her holy power to heal Zeke, but it was ineffective. Fia cried out in distress. No, Sir Zeke, wake up. Fia asked worriedly, Saintess, why isn't Zeke being healed by holy magic? Iriel said anxiously, the dark magic energy in his body is rejecting holy magic. Although we can still save him if we continue to infuse holy power into his body, I don't know how long Zeke can hold out in this condition. Fia cried out in pain. No. Ray, having dealt with the bone dragon, came forward to check Zeke's condition. Iriel, wait. Ray carefully used scissors to cut away Zeke's clothes to get a clearer look at his wounds. His current condition is critical. His lower abdomen, his intestines are torn open. It's a miracle he's still alive. At least his lungs are still functioning. After silently examining Zeke, Ray told Iriel and Fia, I will do my best to save Zeke. Ray prepared to perform surgery on the spot, thinking to himself, although we are in the worst possible environment for this, there's no other way. If I want to operate on him, I can't miss the golden hour. Turning to Iriel, Ray instructed, I need you to ensure that no poisonous gas or dark magic energy comes near me. Iriel replied, I understand. Ray began to place the scalpel on Zeke's body. Fia, seeing this, cried out in alarm, Holy One, Iriel stopped her. Fia. Iriel looked at Fia, signaling her not to disturb Ray and to trust him. Fia, worried, could only grit her teeth and wait. While operating, Ray pondered, I don't have any readily available tools or artificial parts, and the current environment is truly terrible. I have no choice but to connect the damaged parts as quickly as possible, although it won't be easy. The biggest problem is the dark magic energy in his body. If that's the case, then there's no other way. Ray placed his hand on Zeke's wound, directly absorbing the evil energy within it. He thought to himself, even evil energy is just another form of magic power. I'll use the beneficial properties of healing magic to heal the areas of the body with low density of dark magic energy first. When the areas damaged by dark magic energy are reduced, I'll be able to treat other parts. That way, I can gradually absorb the evil energy from Zeke's body. A jet black stream of dark magic energy wrapped around Ray's hand. He looked at his hand and wondered, damn it, there's too much dark magic energy, what happened to him? However, this treatment method seems to be working. After a while, Ray looked at Zeke's wound and thought to himself, okay, I'm done with one part. I've successfully extracted all the dark magic energy from the damaged area. I don't have any more time. I'll start now. I'll connect the aorta to ensure the heart functions normally again. I'll also connect the damaged veins and restore blood circulation. Ray thought about the treatment plan while meticulously carrying it out step by step. When he reached the abdomen, his hands suddenly throbbed with pain. Ray tried to use his mana to suppress the dark magic energy, but it still caused him considerable pain. Damn it, this dark magic energy. Ray looked at Zeke's complexion and lungs. He looks better, judging by the color and surface tension of his lungs. It seems he can hold on. I know a swordsman like him will pull through. After suppressing the pain, Ray cleaned his hands again and proceeded to the next step. Next, I'll start the abdominal surgery. He was shocked to find his small intestine is a mess, but at least it's not infected, and the internal organs look okay. In this condition, Ray confidently told himself, I can save him. Watching Ray focused on treating Zeke, Iriel thought to herself, Holy One, to be honest, I didn't believe in you at first. Even when I stopped Fia, I still had doubts. I couldn't accept the methods he was using to save Sir Zeke, but I can feel it. Sir Zeke's life energy is returning. But there's something else that worries me even more. The Holy One's left hand, it's completely turned black. Will he be alright? After a period of intense and meticulous surgery, Ray finally reached the step of suturing. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. I'm done. Just as he was about to stand up and announce the good news to Iriel and Fia, Ray's vision went dark, and he collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing Ray unconscious, Iriel rushed over and cried out in alarm, Holy One. She tried to use her purifying holy power to push the dark magic energy out of Ray's hand. But no matter how many times she tried, the dark magic energy didn't diminish. Iriel panicked, thinking, no, the dark magic energy has seeped into his bones. I need to precisely control my holy power to purify it. I can't do this alone. I wish there was someone with medical expertise here. Iriel was anxious and didn't know what to do when she suddenly noticed the appearance of a group of people. Iriel wondered to herself, who are those people? Seeing Ray lying unconscious on the ground, Hong Yong immediately instructed, Cheek Yong, protect the Holy One. Iriel asked worriedly, are you the Holy One's protectors? Hong Yong replied, yes, from now on. We will take the Holy One to Salonia. We hope you will return with us to continue his treatment. Iriel immediately agreed. I understand. I will meet you at the Holy One's residence soon. Hong Yong replied, thank you. Now then. Iriel immediately turned to Fia and instructed, Fia, take care of the rest. Iriel thought about the messengers, still feeling uneasy. These people, even though they are standing right in front of me, their presence is terrifying, as if I'm seeing ghosts. Fia replied to Iriel, of course, once I'm done here, I'll definitely return to Zeke's side. After that, Iriel also hurriedly returned to the palace, her heart filled with anxiety throughout the journey. Meanwhile, Ray had been brought back to the palace. In his hazy state, he heard a voice urging him, Sir, we need to get into the operating room. What are you thinking? Ray suddenly found himself back in the familiar setting of the hospital from his previous life, as Shin Yu-san. The assistant carefully held the medical record and said, I'm sure you can rely on the monitoring chart, But Yusung interrupted and confidently strode into the operating room, saying, "Yes, the heart surgery patient is confirmed." Inside the operating room, he thought to himself, "For some reason, my spirit feels a bit low." Looking at the person lying on the operating table, Yusung felt a sense of familiarity. This patient, he looks familiar. No way, focus, Shin Yusung. Yusung reminded himself and turned to the assistant, saying, "Scalpel." The assistants all turned around and replied, "What, a scalpel, doctor, we just need to use magic." At this point in the dream, Ray woke up with a start. Such a chaotic nightmare mixing the two worlds was truly difficult to accept. Ray looked out the window. This is, and he realized it was just a nightmare. He was still in the world of magic, in the Holy One's palace. Looking beside the bed, Ray saw Lywood and Mary, who had been keeping watch. Lywood was as respectful as ever. "You're awake, Holy One," Mary said with tears of joy. "Holy One, thank goodness you're awake." Ray patted Mary's head and said, "Thank you, Mary." Lywood immediately questioned Ray, "Why did you act so recklessly?" Ray teased, "Looks like you were worried about me." Lywood didn't hesitate to throw cold water on him. "I was worried I would lose my job." Ray grumbled, "You really can't be nice to me, can you?" Ray suddenly remembered something more important he needed to know now. He immediately asked Lywood, "Zeke, now that I think about it, where is Zeke?" Lywood answered angrily, "Zeke, as for him, not only did he fail to save you when you were in danger and caused you to be injured, but now he is also unconscious." Seeing Lywood's murderous expression, Ray quickly reassured her, "I'm fine, so there's no need to blame him. Anyway, why do you two always stab each other? Can't you two get along?" At this time, Ray noticed his unusually dark hand. "Wait, although it looks strange, how can I move my arm like this? It hurts a little." Lywood immediately replied, "The Saintess and the Archbishop have treated you." Ray was surprised. "What, Eclay?" Lywood immediately confirmed, "Yes, no one in this world has healing magic comparable to Lady Eclay." Lywood hesitated and continued, although it's unfortunate that I have to tell you this news, but there are some things I need you to take a look at." Ray asked in surprise, "Some things I need to see, what is it?" Lywood replied, "It's in the basement. If you want to see it, please follow me." Then, Lywood took Ray down to the basement of the palace. He was extremely surprised to see the thing emitting evil energy in front of him. This thing," Lywood immediately said to Ray, "It seems like one of your messengers brought it back with you." Ray narrowed his eyes and said, "The heart of the bone dragon. I can feel the evil energy emanating from it." Lywood continued, "Although we have covered it with the holy light curtain, we still cannot block all the evil energy from spreading out. According to the records, this heart was left where the bone dragon was defeated." Ray turned around and asked Lywood, "So what is the reason you are showing me this?" Lywood replied, "You have been assigned the task of bringing it to the lecture hall." Ray asked in surprise, The lecture hall? Don't tell me they want me to explain how I killed the bone dragon." Lywood replied, "That's right. It seems like some nobles don't believe what you said. The Pope has ordered you to come and give a direct explanation of the events that have taken place." Hearing this, Ray could not help but be angry and complain in his heart, "I have captured the necromancer, repelled the rebel army, even defeated the bone dragon, and now they want me to act like a diplomatic representative. What is the Pope doing?" After a while of thinking, Ray ordered, "Lywood, take it and follow me." Lywood immediately obeyed. "Yes, Your Holiness." While walking to the lecture hall, Ray sighed silently. "It's hard for me to manage so many things happening in a row like this." At this time in the lecture hall, the nobles had gathered in full force. They began to whisper and gossip. "He defeated a necromancer by himself. This must be a lie. This is like a play he made up." At this time, a priest came to report something to Eclay. She nodded and replied, "Really, all right." Eclay immediately spoke in her capacity as Archbishop. She said, "Now, everyone please calm down. I'm sure there are many answers you want to hear." Suddenly, Count Slain of the Veyborn Kingdom interrupted Eclay. "No, before that, Archbishop, do you think this is really possible? Not only that he defeated the bone dragon, but also the rumor that he can use mana." Eclay calmly replied, "We also do not know the exact details of the incident. Only God knows the truth." Count Slain angrily questioned, "Isn't the role of the Holy Land to find out this and explain it to the representatives of other kingdoms?" Right then, Ray entered. He said, "Now I'm sure everyone is quite curious. Ask what you are wondering, I will answer." The sorceress of the Glayman Kingdom volunteered to ask a question. "Then I would like to ask a question. It is an honor to meet you, Your Holiness. I am Marquis Philia from the Glayman Kingdom. I heard that you used magic to defeat the necromancer and bone dragon by yourself. Is that true?" In response to Philia's question, Ray just calmly answered briefly, "That's right." Philia was surprised by that attitude. She thought to herself, is that his entire answer? Ray said with a serious expression. Now, next question. Immediately a voice from the audience rang out. Your Holiness, what we need now is proof. I am Gregory from the Resian Empire. It is an honor to meet you. And I am Selena from the Resian Empire. Your presence is our honor, Your Holiness. Ray glanced at them and asked, evidence? The two nobles from the Resian Empire replied, yes, we are here to help prevent any other dangers that may come to the Holy Land and this continent. Gregory said, the recent events not only endangered the Holy Land but also the entire continent. Don't you think we deserve proper evidence to be sure we can leave this territory in peace? Although I am sure that the captured necromancer is also sufficient evidence. The girl Selena, who looked arrogant and sharp, continued to question Ray. That alone cannot prove that you captured the necromancer yourself. Iclay glanced at the nobles and thought to herself, oh ho, the fearsome sword of Resian and the youngest princess sorceress of the Six Realms. It seems like some big figures have started to act. In other words, they perceive His Holiness as a threat. Iclay pondered. They fear someone who defeated the necromancer and bone dragon by himself. That's why they see this moment as an opportunity to determine whether or not to eliminate him immediately. Iclay smiled mischievously at Ray. Now, what will you do, Ray? Suddenly, Ray burst out laughing. Then he glared at the two nobles from the Resian kingdom. Whether I defeated the immortal myself or joined forces with others, what does that have to do with your kingdom? Gregory immediately explained, gathering accurate information is not only an important task for our kingdom, but also for other kingdoms. If we only believe the words of the Holy Land, it is difficult to plan what the next steps will be. Ray approached Gregory while coldly repeating, evidence, you demand evidence. Coming close to Gregory, Ray suddenly put the tip of his sword to his neck. He raised his eyebrows and asked, is that enough evidence? Gregory was terrified, unable to speak. Seeing this, Selena threatened, is this an official statement from the Holy Land to the Resian Empire? Ray did not hesitate to challenge back. Official statement, interesting. Then he waved his hand and called, Lywood, bring it to me. Lywood entered the lecture hall, carrying a large bundle in her hands, which was the dragon heart filled with evil energy from earlier. Ray tore open the holy light curtain. He directly lifted the dragon heart with his bare hands and declared loudly, is this the evidence you need? The heart of a bone dragon? I'm sure everyone knows it's real when they see the evil energy emanating from it. Selena still looked doubtful. Is this really the heart of a bone dragon? Ray provoked. Oh, if you don't believe me, why don't you hold it up yourself? Selena hesitated and looked fearfully at the dragon heart placed right in front of her eyes. As soon as she touched it, a terrifying wave of evil energy immediately spread everywhere. Selena's face was pale. She gasped, I can't breathe, this demonic energy. Ray snatched the dragon heart from her hand. Saving her life, he said, the Holy Land has given you all the rights to investigate the captured necromancer. No matter who defeated it, the Holy Land has enough power to defeat even a mighty bone dragon. He glared, looking straight at Selena, who was still not fully conscious, and said in a threatening tone, and this is your attitude towards us? I just don't understand. Would you mind if I ask a question now? Is your action today an official declaration of the Resian Empire against the Holy Land? Both nobles representing the Resian kingdom were speechless at this moment, simply because they were out of breath, one from the fear of Ray's sword aura, the other from the terrible pressure of the dragon heart. Iclay looked at Ray and smiled with delight. It seems like he has no trouble overcoming this challenge from the nobles. A moment later, both nobles of the Resian kingdom stood up and respectfully said, we now conclude, regarding the disrespect towards the Holy Land, I, Gregory of the Resian Empire, sincerely apologize. I, Selena of the Resian Empire, sincerely apologize. Ray tied the dragon heart into the holy light curtain and gave it back to Lywood. He deliberately reminded the two of them again, I hope you both understand that just one wrong statement from you two could lead to conflict between us. Ray glanced at Selena with a piercing gaze. I don't care about your title and your kingdom, but please understand that when you come here, you represent your entire kingdom. After answering the nobles' questions, Ray turned to Iclay and asked, is this enough? I was in the middle of something when I was summoned here, so I hope you understand that I have to go back now. Iclay smiled and replied, yes, thank you, Your Holiness. Looking at the nobles in the audience, Iclay smiled triumphantly. So now, does anyone else have any further questions? A few days later, it was another peaceful day in the Holy Empire, at least on the surface. Ray was taking a walk and pondering, should I go see Zeke? Hearing Ray's intention, Lywood immediately spoke up to stop him. She spoke quickly as if she had prepared a whole speech in case Ray mentioned this issue. Your Holiness, as someone who serves you, I have no objection when you show concern for us. However, within the organization, People of different ranks should keep a distance from each other to ensure that everyone is treated equally. The reason I'm telling you this is because recently, I've noticed that you are favoring and unable to be patient enough to listen to Liwood's roundabout explanation. Ray interrupted her and said, favoring? No, all I'm doing is checking the condition of the patient I'm examining. Ray thought to himself, I can't believe she wants that much attention. Liwood still didn't give up. She said to Ray, and besides that, there is a long list of people who want to meet you. Ray asked in surprise. Meet me? Why? Liwood recounted. After you left the trial, rumors started spreading, capturing the necromancer and defeating the bone dragon, and the saint did all that with magic. Therefore, the nobles asked, may we ask what level of mana circle the saint is at? Iclay replied, currently even the Holy Land doesn't know what level of mana circle the saint is at. However, in the Empire, we have recently estimated that he is at least at the 8th mana circle, or even higher. The statement Iclay made in the trial was based on the magic that Ray used in the baptism ceremony, and it was purely speculation. The head of the Magic Association is a 5th circle magician, and the royal chief magicians of each country are also only 6th circle magicians. That statement left a lasting impression on those who participated in the trial. Selena thought to herself, it's absurd, the saint of the Holy Land is not at the 5th circle, nor is he at the human limit of the 6th circle, but at the 8th circle. After that, the nobles competed to ask to stay in the Holy Empire. First of all, Selena said, the Resian Empire wants to spend more time in the Holy Land, we want to confirm the Archbishop's statement. And then came a series of requests from representatives of other countries. Then could the Glaemon Kingdom also spend more time here? The Veyborn Kingdom also wants to stay in the Holy Land. Iclay smiled and replied, all right, anyone who wishes to stay in the Holy Land is welcome. Iclay was secretly laughing to herself. Oh, Ray, you're going to be very busy soon, ha. After hearing Liwood recount everything that the sly Iclay had done, Ray was completely dejected. Although I expected this to happen, I didn't think it would happen so suddenly. To continue preventing Ray from visiting Zeke, Liwood suggested, the Resian Empire has requested a meeting with you. If you have a preferred time to meet them, Ray bluntly replied, no. He firmly told Liwood, cancel everything, we're going to Duke Trey's mansion right now. Although I've said this before, you shouldn't favor Zeke like that. Ray tried to emphasize again, I told you, it's not like that. Then, Liwood accompanied Ray to Duke Trey's mansion. Sitting in the carriage, Ray looked outside at the scenery and exclaimed, it seems like the mansion is located quite deep inside. It feels like we're entering an elf village. Liwood then asked, have you ever been to an elf village? Ray excitedly recounted, yes, I used to live in an elf village before coming here, ha. Mentioning the elf village, Ray suddenly remembered the beautiful memories there, where Chief Era and Fia lived. Raising his hand to admire the mark that Chief Era had given him, Ray thought to himself, now that I think about it, I wonder how they're doing. The carriage stopped, and the coachman informed Liwood, Miss Liwood, we have arrived at Duke Trey's mansion. She then said with a slightly annoyed expression, let's go, Your Holiness. The two of them quickly got out of the carriage and entered the mansion. Upon entering the mansion gates, Ray exclaimed in amazement, it's huge, this place reminds me of Zeke. Liwood said, Zeke was the one who designed the exterior of the mansion. The interior furnishings were all available from the previous owner, so the current owner just had to choose. At that moment, a maid came to greet them. Sir Zeke is in the bedroom, please follow me. Ray replied, thank you, let's go in. On the way to Zeke's bedroom, Ray suddenly wondered, by the way, why was Zeke moved here? He could have just rested and recovered at Salonia Castle. Liwood explained, when you were unconscious, Zeke was the one who took care of you despite being exhausted. Ray, touched, asked, did Zeke take care of me? Liwood replied, yes, and no one else but him. She recounted the moment. Zeke puffed up and said, how dare you touch the holy body of the saint with those lowly hands? Do you want to die by my hand? Liwood grumbled to Ray, that's what he said and wouldn't let me near you. She continued, after that, he said he couldn't stay by your side while you were so weak and came back here. Although he was kind, I don't think it was necessary. Ray turned to look at Liwood, who was fuming with anger, and said, you must really hate Zeke. Liwood coldly replied, I don't hate him, I just don't like him. I have no interest in him. Ray thought to himself, the three great families are all surrounding me, perhaps that's why there's a struggle between them. He seems to be harboring some kind of plot. I can't delay this any longer, I have to hurry. Opening the door to the room, Ray politely greeted, Zeke, are you here? As soon as he saw Ray, Zeke sat up. Zay immediately said, lie down and rest, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Zeke stubbornly stood up and said, I can't, how can I do that when the saint is here? Ray replied, I'm here to see how you are, I need you to lie down so I can examine you. Upon hearing that, Zeke immediately lay down and excitedly tore off a few buttons to save time unbuttoning them one by one. Really, I understand, please look as closely as you need to. Ray replied, all right, thank you. He approached and carefully examined the surgical wounds, surprised to discover Zeke's amazing recovery speed. Ray exclaimed, you've recovered quite well. That's quite the recovery speed. Is it because you're a master swordsman? Zeke shyly replied, it's all thanks to you taking care of my wounds. Lywood, standing behind and watching the scene, scowled and said to Zeke, Sir Zeke, how long are you planning to show off your body to the saint? I suggest you put your clothes on. Zeke's face changed as soon as he saw Lywood. He said sarcastically, why is Lady Lywood here? You're so busy. I don't think you need to be here. Lywood, not to be outdone, replied, I'm just following the saint here. Did you think I traveled all this way to visit you? To end the argument between the two, Ray angrily spoke up, please stop arguing. Why do you two keep bickering like this? Are you going to do the same even at crucial moments? Reprimanded. Lywood quickly bowed her head. I apologize. Zeke, however, still overreacted as usual. Yes, you are right, holy saint. I believe the worst kind of person in this world is someone who likes to argue. Ray looked at the two of them seriously and said, I came here to check on Zeke's wounds, but there's something more important. Lywood wondered, something more important. Ray immediately called out, messengers, come out here. Right after Ray's summon, a messenger's voice rang out close to Zeke's ear, making him flinch. If you keep calling us out like this, there will be trouble, holy saint. Hong Yong suddenly appeared before everyone, seemingly out of nowhere. Zeke thought to himself, even though I couldn't sense their presence, I didn't think they were so close. He scowled and asked Hong Yong while reaching for his sword, where do you think you are, assassin, that you dare set foot here? Just as Zeke was about to draw his sword, a small hand gently stopped him. She said to Zeke, we are not enemies, please sheath your sword. Zeke was startled, another one. Lywood immediately prepared to fight, thinking, even though he's injured, a master swordsman like Zeke couldn't react in time. These people, don't tell me. Another messenger quickly grabbed Lywood's arm, laughing and saying, calm down, if we were enemies, you'd be dead already. Seeing everyone gathered, Ray clapped his hands, all right, stop it, this must be the first time Lywood and Zeke have seen them, right? He introduced them, say hello, these are the messengers of the Dane family. Both Lywood and Zeke were surprised. Those people are from the Dane family. The messengers immediately asked Ray, holy saint, we wish to know the reason why you have summoned us. Ray's gaze turned serious, all right, let's cut to the chase. I called you here for an important reason. Hong Yong solemnly expressed the family's readiness to receive orders. Please let us know. Ray declared, this is an order, from now on, all of you. He paused and smiled smugly. Then, he gave an unexpected order, you all will have dinner together. A total of 9 people in the room, except for Ray, were dumbfounded, wondering, the order is, to have dinner. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber below, the ringleaders of the Holy Empire attack were fuming and yelling, failed, do you know how much effort I put into planning this? The blue-clad man complained loudly, our identities have been exposed and the necromancer has been captured. Don't you think we should destroy the Holy Empire? The red-clad man hurriedly explained, there's a monster in the Holy Empire. Until we can eliminate him, we can't touch the Holy Empire. The ringleader in yellow immediately said, a monster, are you talking about the magic swordsman who defeated the Bone Dragon? The other one cried out in panic, now, what should we do? What kind of plan should we come up with to counter a magic swordsman who defeated a Bone Dragon? The red-clad man had an idea and said to his comrades, I think I have a plan, the Holy Saint, we will send him to another empire. Back at Duke Trey's mansion, Ray was currently hosting an outdoor barbecue. Much to everyone's surprise, he was happily preparing each steak himself, hoping that after this dinner, the relationship between the 3 great families would improve. Later, at the dinner table, Ray observed everyone cautiously keeping their distance from each other. He joked, breaking the tense atmosphere, why isn't anyone eating? Is it that hard to swallow? Lywood suddenly spoke up, Holy Saint, may I ask why you decided to hold such an event? Ray smiled and replied, I just want everyone to get to know each other so we can cooperate better in the future. Looking at the Dane family members who were hesitant to reveal their true faces, he continued, isn't the point of forming a team to help each other and compensate for each other's shortcomings? Working separately like we are now is not very effective. Of course, you probably don't see much point in this since you're all already familiar with each other. Although it may not have an immediate effect, you'll see the benefits in the long run. And of course, I'll help too. After listening to Ray's explanation, Hong Yong reluctantly replied, if that's what you wish, we are willing to do it. Ray immediately expressed, hey, I want this to be based on willingness, not coercion. If you all feel that way, I'd rather keep things separate like before. At this point, Zeke had opened up to Ray's idea. He suddenly said loudly, House Trey will also cooperate with everyone. Lywood looked at him in surprise and reminded him, Lord Zeke, doing so means you'll be breaking the family tradition. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Zeke immediately explained, House Trey's duty from the beginning has been to protect the Holy Saint. I'm just making a decision to help fulfill that duty. After hearing Zeke's answer, everyone fell into contemplation. Hong Yong and the Dane family members exchanged glances as if having a silent discussion. After a moment of weighing the pros and cons, Hong Yong raised her hand in agreement and said, We will also cooperate. She said, The duty of House Dane is to carry out the orders of the Holy Saint. Therefore, regardless of our mission, House Dane will participate. Ray was secretly delighted. Oh, it seems to be going much smoother than I thought. Now, only. At this moment, Lywood also spoke up. I understand, then, House Belle-LaCroix will also join. The duty of House Belle-LaCroix is to convey information to the Holy Saint. Our family will fulfill this duty and always be by your side. Ray was surprised. Duty? What do you mean by always being by my side? Lywood suddenly made a declaration. In other words, it means marrying you. Everyone present was stunned by Lywood's words. The Dane family members looked at each other, not understanding what the heck was going on with this Lywood girl. Zeke also froze, staring at Lywood with a puzzled expression. But the most surprised person here was undoubtedly Ray. He looked as if his soul had left his body, petrified by Lywood's single sentence. After a while, when he finally came to his senses, Ray shouted in confusion, Marriage. The next morning, Ray returned to his palace. Iriel said to Ray, You must have heard about the pleas from neighboring countries, right? Seeing Ray's haggard and distracted appearance, Iriel frowned and asked, What's wrong, Holy Saint? Ray glanced at Lywood and replied absent-mindedly, Nothing. Looking at Lywood, who was still as cold and calm as ever, Ray recalled what had happened the previous night. So Young, after hearing Lywood's declaration of marrying Ray, stammered and asked, That's the family duty. Lywood sighed and replied, This is why I never wanted to mention it. Lywood continued calmly, But don't worry too much, marriage is just one of the means to fulfill the duty. It's not mandatory. Besides, I have no interest in a 15-year-old saint. For now, Ray thought, getting goosebumps as he recalled. Speaking of which, what about the way she looks at me every night? The sugar cane field, save me. It turned out that from the first night at the palace, Ray had noticed Lywood's strange behavior, and every night after that, he would see her come to him in secret, always staring intently. It turned out that she didn't want to kill him, but rather, she probably wanted to devour him, metaphorically speaking. Ray felt uneasy thinking about this. Meanwhile, Iriel continued discussing official matters. Lord Gregory from the Resian Empire is here to visit you today. Let him in. Putting Lywood's matter aside, Ray had many things to deal with now. Gregory entered and said, I am here today to meet you both. Holy Saint, I want to apologize for my rudeness the last time we met. Please accept this as a token of my apology. Ray looked at the item in Gregory's hand and asked, What is this? A necklace. Gregory explained, Occasionally, a small crystal will form at the tail of a wyvern. However, this is a very rare occurrence. This earring was made from that special crystal. Iriel exclaimed in surprise, Is this Cecil's tear? Ray, upon hearing this, asked in surprise, Whose tears? Iriel quickly explained, Cecil was a famous elf artisan several hundred years ago. One of the treasures she created was this pair of earrings. Although there's only one left now, legend says that if you use magic, you can find the other one. Ray cried out in panic, This is a legendary treasure. Gregory replied, Don't panic, Holy Saint, this is just a small gift from us. Since it was a gift of apology, Ray didn't hesitate to put it on. He excitedly asked Iriel, Hey, what do you think? Does it suit me? Gregory, seeing this, thought to himself, When did he put it on? He doesn't look worried at all. Turning to Gregory, Ray, after receiving the gift, smiled and saw him off. All right, thank you very much for the gift. Now, you can leave. I still have a long line of guests waiting. Gregory hurriedly said, Wait a minute, I still have something to say. He cleared his throat and said, Ahem, we from the Resian Empire have come to visit you because we want to build a friendly relationship between our two nations. Would you be interested in visiting our empire? Ray pondered, A visit? The Resian Empire is considered the strongest power in terms of economy, military, and politics on the continent. Building a political relationship with such a nation might not be a bad idea for the Holy Empire. He thought to himself, and there are also a lot of famous people in the field of medicine thanks to the exchange of information. Their medical science is definitely far superior to the Holy Empire and other countries. Seeing Ray's silence, Gregory continued to persuade him. We have heard many rumors about you, holy saint. Not only did you help triple the farm yield with your newly researched methods, but you also gained many benefits from hiring surplus priests as mercenaries. Ray humbly replied, well, those are all the results of everyone's hard work. Gregory, taking advantage of the situation, said, haha, of course. Your influence on the Holy Empire has truly inspired us a lot. He excitedly proposed, if you agree to come to Rezian to combine your methodologies with our technology, it will surely triple the economic growth of both nations. Gregory thought to himself confidently, how's that? A tempting offer, isn't it? This is like giving you everything you want for free. Holy saint, if we can capture your attention, the technology of the Rezian Empire is just a small price to pay. The truly valuable thing is this boy. However, things didn't go as Gregory expected. Ray politely declined. Thank you very much for your offer, Lord Gregory. However, I'm afraid I have to decline. There are still many things waiting for me to resolve in the Holy Empire right now. Ray firmly stated, those matters also involve the countries whose ambassadors are waiting outside, so I have no intention of going to any other country. Seeing Ray's determination, Gregory bowed and said, if that is your intention, then we have no choice. Well, if you ever have the opportunity, please feel free to visit. Our empire is always ready to welcome you. Ray replied, haha, definitely, thank you. After Gregory left, Lywood spoke up and asked Ray, you declined the invitation for the benefit of the Holy Empire, right? Ray replied, of course, the border between the two countries is not yet clearly defined, wouldn't it be foolish to go there? Lywood continued to ask, even so, you don't really have anything urgent to worry about, do you? Ray immediately said, of course I do, Lywood. Ray pointed out the door and said, gather the nobles from the neighboring regions, inform them that the Holy Emperor has something to discuss. Lywood immediately left. Yes, I will do it right away. Ray turned to Iriel with a smile and asked for help, and could you help me express my opinion like last time? Iriel replied, if it's for political purposes, then okay, I will listen to you speak first to review it. Ray said, well, I'm planning to build separate facilities for teaching medicine. Iriel asked in surprise, you mean, medicine? Ray replied excitedly, that's right, we will establish an academy to train doctors to treat diseases and save people's lives. He explained, you must have seen the situation on the battlefield back then. There were many wounds that couldn't be healed just by using holy power, and not everyone can use holy power. Iriel responded, I understand, if it's something like that, I'm sure I can help. Ray replied enthusiastically, thank you, Iriel. Iriel continued, however, I'm not sure if this really needs my help. Ray asked in surprise, what are you talking about? Iriel replied, I know you forget things, but in the Holy Empire, you are a hero. After blurting out the praise for Ray, Iriel suddenly realized that she hadn't acted like her usual self. She immediately joked, I forgot, I should have made you say, help me, the greatest and most beautiful saintess, Iriel. Afterwards, the meeting was held with the nobles gathered in large numbers. When faced with the news that a new academy, which was initially intended to serve only the nobles, would be established, many of the nobles hesitated. And it was at this moment that Ray needed Iriel's participation. By making Ray teach magic lessons at existing academies as a prerequisite, Iriel managed to reach a compromise to establish a multi-purpose academy for both magic and medicine. And finally, Ray began teaching as a professor at the academy. Ray was incredibly excited on his first day of class as a lecturer. It's great to meet everyone. He wrote his name on the board while introducing himself. My name is Ray, and I have been appointed as a professor for this academy. While I specialize in medicine, we will have a magic lesson every week as a special lesson. Thank you for listening. I hope we can all work hard together. Looking down at the classroom below, Ray thought in astonishment, by the way, why are there so many people here? I don't think there are only students here. Could there be some professors? What are they doing over there? The news of Ray becoming a new professor caused a sensation. People talked about him as the newly appointed professor with a high-ranking magic circle. The professor is actually the Holy Emperor. The rumors continued to spread. Among those stories, the one that attracted the most attention was about his appearance. With his bright and smooth white hair, blue eyes, soft skin, and angular face, along with the teardrop-shaped earrings imbued with magic, his appearance was perfect. This was an ordinary academy for all classes, so Ray's outstanding appearance was more than enough to attract the attention of the young students. Back in the classroom, Ray tapped the blackboard and said, all right, focus, focus. The first lesson will be on spell materialization. He explained, spell materialization is one of the factors that make a mage, and it is also the ultimate goal. What elements does it consist of? Does anyone want to answer? A student volunteered to answer. The convergence of mana, incantations, and specific methods of casting, Ray praised. Correct answer. There are 3 main elements. However, there are exceptions. Let's take the fireball spell as an example. You need to concentrate mana, gather what is needed for the incantation, and create friction. However, what happens if you reduce the amount of mana from 3 to 1? The student continued to answer. The spell will not occur, and the mana will be wasted. Ray said, wrong. The spell will be easier to cast, and the amount of mana needed will also decrease. Until the spell is cast, it's difficult to determine what kind of spell it is. I can only say that it will take you a long time to understand it. The student immediately retorted, of course, I apologize, Professor, but what you're saying seems impossible. Ray immediately raised his hand and created a fireball, saying, let me show you an example. Look at my right hand. The whole class became abuzz. He cast a spell without chanting. I didn't even see any mana movement. He really cast a spell with just 1 movement. Ray continued the lecture. As you have seen, what I just said is completely possible. To make it easier, I will show you the diagram of a first-level spell, a water attribute spell, Ray explained while drawing illustrations on the board. Now, this is the mana before it is materialized. And if mana is gathered like this, you don't even need any incantations or techniques. If you cast spells this way, the mana will blend together and make casting easier. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can try it right away. At this moment, among the students, there was also the ice attribute magic swordsman Claris, a 4th circle mage. Listening to Ray's explanation, he thought to himself, I thought it was just a theory until he mentioned it. How could he come up with this? It's just a few lines and circles, but it reminds me of the true basic principles of this magic. Suddenly, the blonde student from before shouted, it worked. We can do it without chanting. At the same time, many students in the classroom also succeeded. I did it too. Look, it worked, it's really effective. Standing on the podium, Ray thought with delight and confidence, haha, I never thought I would be teaching others, but I'm really proud to see their expressions. He thought to himself, I hope the medicine lessons are just as effective. Suddenly, a shout came from the back of the classroom, Professor Ray. An older student excitedly ran up and said to Ray, I have never attended such a wonderful class. Please allow me to express my respect. A female student said, amazing, we need to share this with everyone. What is the name of this theory? Ray was taken aback by the question and pondered, a name. Atomic theory. That night, after the class ended, a major event occurred at the academy. A powerful surge of light and energy suddenly emanated from Professor Claris's office. The students worriedly ran towards it, and then they exclaimed in astonishment, Professor Claris, this is. They cheered with joy. He leveled up. Professor Claris has become a 5th circle mage. After realizing the truth from Ray's lesson, he finally broke through the 4th circle barrier and leveled up his magic circle. Early the next morning, Ray was still sound asleep when the noise outside his door woke him up. He tiredly opened his eyes. Why is it so noisy this early in the morning? The knocking on the door continued. Professor Ray. Ray sluggishly opened the door and asked, what's the matter? It's still early. A group of students clamored, all talking at once. He's awake. Professor, can you repeat yesterday's lecture? I have a question about the theory of magic. Can you teach magic more often? I already made a request to the school about it. Ray scowled at the annoying brats in front of him. They have no sense of propriety, study during class time, and let people rest during break time. So he immediately slammed the door shut, reinforced it, locked it tightly, and cast a silencing spell, temporarily using magic to regain some privacy for himself. However, Ray couldn't ignore the students' requests. To regain some personal space, he had to increase the magic classes to 2 sessions a week. Ray slumped his head down in exhaustion and thought, damn it, this isn't what I planned. Ray was struggling with the pressure of teaching, while at this time, in the village of the elves, at the clan leader's house, the elder and the clan leader were discussing. Clan leader Era, what do you want to do with the elven village requesting to move in? Clan leader Era calmly replied, let them in. However, tell them they must finish everything by next week. Looking at the list in the clan leader's hand, it seemed she had quite a lot to deal with. The elder asked in surprise, just 1 week? Clan leader Era replied, yes, there is a place I need to go after all of this. The elder nodded, oh, a place you need to go. I understand. Tell Ray that I am doing well, clan leader Era said shyly. Did I ever say I would go to the Holy Empire? The elder teased intentionally. Oh, really, you won't go there, haha. The clan leader blushed and said, all right, I will send your greetings to Ray. The clan leader thought to herself, it's been almost half a year. Although half a year is nothing for elves, I still wonder, Ray, every time I think about you, it feels like 1,000 years have passed. Back at the academy, It was another day of teaching a large class as usual. Ray thought to himself, it's quite crowded today too. He introduced to the students, so, this is Professor Claris, the ICE attribute professor, who will be the teaching assistant today. The students exclaimed in surprise. Professor Claris is the teaching assistant. The youngsters gossiped among themselves. Why is someone like him being so friendly? I heard he leveled up his magic circle after Professor Ray's class. He must be different now. Looking up at the podium, Claris didn't seem very friendly at all. The youngsters who had just been gossiping about him immediately thought fearfully, he's so scary. Ray started writing on the board with chalk and reminded them, stop chatting and focus. Let's begin the second lesson. Ray began his lecture. Mana is a self-balancing element. Since the environment is a constituent of the atmosphere, mages have no choice but to use homogeneous mana. Therefore, it doesn't matter who casts the spell or what type of mana is used. What does this mean? I'll show you. Ray then turned to Claris and said, Professor, please cast Wind Blade on me. Claris was surprised. What, Wind Blade? Ray replied, yes, you said you would help me, right? Claris hesitantly said, I did say that, but, it's dangerous. The students were also buzzing. Wind Blade, is this a new way of self-destruction? Ray reassured him, it'll be fine. If you're still worried, aim at the board next to me. Claris replied, understood. He began to chant, transform into a wind blade and attack the enemy. Wind Blade, a powerful gust of wind shot out like a blade slashing forward. Ray suddenly waved his hand, intercepting Claris' attack towards the board. Seal. Once finished, Ray turned to the students and said, that's it. If you can determine the point of spell casting and force the mana to collide at that location, even if it's someone else casting the spell, you can seal it. The students spoke to each other in amazement. Can you seal other people's magic? That's unbelievable. After that, Ray told everyone, now, let's end the class. For the remaining time, pair up and practice the sealing spell I just taught you. The students immediately protested in a commotion. No way, Professor, only you can do that. This is an impossible task. Ray sighed and replied, come on, have you forgotten who a true mage is? He spoke loudly, teaching them, magic is a power that defies logic. Once you stop accepting new things, that's the end of a mage. Even if you lose your weapon, forgetting your destination is taboo for a mage. Ray's words deeply moved the entire class. Professor. Their spirits were quickly lifted. I won't do that. I will start practicing sealing now. Me too, Professor, Ray happily replied. All right, good luck everyone. That's what he said to motivate others, and the second lesson ended like that. The next morning, Ray yawned and stretched, feeling sluggish. It's been a while since I stayed up so late. I'm exhausted, not physically but mentally. At least I've prepared everything for my medical class. It's great, isn't it? All that's missing are participants. Ray wondered, medicine is less popular than swordsmanship and magic. How can I attract people to join? Suddenly, a noisy crowd caught his attention. A blonde female student stammered to the male students surrounding her, let me go. A large male student replied, it's been 276 days since I last spoke to you, Greya. The male student declared aggressively, need to hear your answer. Ray wondered, who are these guys? Are they bothering that girl? The blonde girl, flustered and awkward, stammered, well. Ray suddenly shouted, hey, you guys, why are three of you blocking a girl's way? Can't you see she's scared? Minus was startled and flustered. Scared? Greya. I didn't mean to. Greya stammered. Minus, I'm sorry. I'll be honest, someone as muscular as you isn't my type. I can't date you. Minus, agitated, pointed at Ray and asked, wait, Greya, is it because of him? Are you rejecting me because of that guy? Minus continued to criticize Ray, his slender, limp limbs, and that stupid, smooth face. You're dumping me for that rich boy. Ray, annoyed, thought, what, is this a compliment or an insult? Surprisingly, Greya replied, not really, but he's still better than you. Ray cried out in panic, hey, why would you say that? You're adding fuel to the fire. Minus instantly flew into a rage, charging towards Ray, determined to fight. Fate, I won't forgive you, fight me. Minus threw a pair of gloves at Ray, challenging him. Well, are you scared of me? You should be. The inexperienced young man declared, rank 30th, level 3 royal swordsman, I'll blow away a weakling like you. As soon as Minus finished speaking, he was struck on the forehead with a stick. Minus immediately fainted and was carried away by his friends. Ray grumbled angrily, who does he think he is? Calling me a weakling, so irritating. At that moment, a voice came from behind Ray. That was awesome, are you new here? He glanced back, surprised to find a group of kids cheering for him. You defeated Minus with just a twig. That was amazing, truly amazing. Ray scratched his head, embarrassed, thinking to himself, I somehow became a hero of justice. Gray approached and said, thank you for helping me. Ray smiled and replied, it was nothing. I hope I didn't interfere with your own solution. Suddenly, a faint scent wafted through the air, catching Ray's attention. This smell, is this alcohol? Ray immediately asked Greya, what's that scent? It doesn't smell like other perfumes. Greya replied in surprise, oh, is it that strong? I was just making medicine, it's probably the smell of the herbs. Ray thought to himself, this girl makes medicine. He said to Greya, if you're making your own medicine, you must be interested in medicine, right? Greya replied immediately, that's right, actually, I'm really looking forward to the free medical class that's coming up. With that class, people from the Swordsmanship Academy like me will have the opportunity to learn. Ray's heart blossomed with joy. The first student confirmed. He immediately introduced himself, really, it's great to meet you. I'm also excited about the medical class. Just call me Ray. Greya replied, oh, Ray, is it? You have the same name as the new professor of the medical academy. By the way, my name is Greya, but you can call me Greya. Ray said cheerfully, okay, it's great to meet you, Greya. I'll see you at the class. Greya said excitedly, okay. Ray thought to himself, I have a feeling things are going better than I expected. Afterwards, a friend of Greya's said to her, Greya, what were you talking about with Professor Ray? He looks even more handsome without his glasses. Greya was surprised. Ian, Professor, that was the professor. Ian replied, you didn't know. Greya said, yeah, I didn't recognize him. What should I do? What if I offended him? Ian teased, what? Why are you worried? Don't tell me you have a crush on the professor. Greya looked at Ian and smiled without answering, her face clearly flushed with embarrassment. Ian, seeing her friend's bashful expression, froze for a moment. Then she exclaimed in surprise, what, really? Back in his room, Ray sat down on his bed, exhausted, thinking to himself, phew, why can't I have a single peaceful day? But seriously, what should I talk about during the whole class? He rubbed his head tiredly, one problem after another, I can't keep up. Suddenly, Iriel emerged from under the bed, frowning, Your Holiness, what were you doing out there? I had trouble hiding here. Ray screamed in fright, AAA. He panicked, what were you doing under there? What about the Holy Kingdom? Iriel calmly replied, who do you think I am? I took care of everything before coming here. Ray asked Iriel, then why did you come here? Did something happen? Iriel replied, nothing, I just wanted to see how you were doing with the academy and everything. Ray said, really, haven't you done enough for me already? Iriel replied, to be honest, you're right. Iriel admitted, I came to see you, Your Holiness. Oh no. I should call you Ray, right? Iriel suddenly leaned closer to Ray, making the atmosphere feel awkward. At that moment, the mark of the Era clan leader on Ray's hand suddenly glowed. A magic circle suddenly appeared in midair. The Era clan leader, Era, emerged from the magic circle, beautiful like a descending deity. Ray exclaimed in surprise, Era, he thought to himself, what's going on? Is there a special event today? As soon as Era arrived to visit Ray, she saw an unacceptable scene, a man and a woman alone in a room. Her attitude immediately turned sour. How would Ray explain this to her? Era's sudden appearance in midair startled Iriel, her eyes widening in disbelief. A high-ranking elf, Ray, too, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Era, what are you doing here? Ray felt a surge of admiration. Is that teleportation magic? That's amazing. Era landed gracefully with a hint of playful resentment. After all this time apart, is that all you have to say? Era furrowed her brows, seemingly reproaching Ray. I'm here because I wanted to see you, isn't that obvious? Ray, caught off guard by the situation, felt both joy and worry. I'm happy to see you too, but... Before Ray could say anything more, Era turned her attention to Iriel with a frown. Hey, what are you doing with this human woman? Iriel, not one to back down, retorted, is there a law against me being here? Sensing the tension, Ray quickly produced a few cloaks and said to the girls, first, take these and get ready to go. Iriel tilted her head in surprise. Cloaks. Ray forced a smile. Yeah, we're leaving the academy now. He thought to himself, if I don't, and I'm caught with a saintess and a high-ranking elf, it'll cause a huge commotion. Even with the cloaks, their beauty and charisma couldn't be completely hidden. Still, Ray thought it was better than nothing. Before leaving the academy, Ray couldn't help but lament, why can't I have even one peaceful day? Ray took the girls to a restaurant. The surroundings surprised Era. It hasn't been that long since I last visited a human village, but it seems like a lot has changed in this short time. Ray thought to himself, a short time. I wonder how long it actually has been. Just then, the restaurant waiter timidly approached their table with a few guests. Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry, but would it be alright if you shared your table with these guests? Ray and the girls readily agreed. I don't mind, I'm okay with it too. I guess we don't have much choice, do we? The waiter beamed. Thank you so much. He then ushered the guests to their table. This way, please. One of the guests nodded politely to Ray. Thank you for agreeing. We've been waiting for a table for a while. Ray smiled back. No problem. Are you four adventurers? He thought to himself. Based on the flow of mana, it seems like 1 mage and 3 swordsmen. The guests looked a bit sheepish. Adventurers? Actually, we're mercenaries. I guess you could say that. The only woman in the group of mercenaries introduced themselves. We're members of the Billical Mercenary Corps. Ray pondered. Billical. I've heard of them before. Most of their members are quite seasoned, and they've been growing rapidly lately. This is a rising mercenary corps. Iriel, piqued with curiosity, asked them, I've heard a lot about you guys. What brings people like you to this village? The mercenaries readily showed Iriel a mission paper. Oh, about that. We received a direct request from the Holy Kingdom. We were asked to suppress the resistance forces and the monsters around here. Ray and Iriel's faces froze as they saw the mission paper with the Holy Kingdom seal. Iriel suddenly let out a forced laugh, trying to hide her embarrassment. Wow, is that so? That's impressive. To be directly requested by the Holy Kingdom. Ray glanced at Iriel suspiciously. I thought you were done with this, so you just pushed it onto the mercenaries. While Iriel was flustered, Era suddenly spoke in a gentle voice that drew everyone's attention. Oh, maybe it's because I've always lived in the forest, but I find this story quite interesting. Era looked at the mercenaries and softly requested, please tell me more. The mercenaries immediately blushed at her captivating beauty. The mercenaries began to talk freely about their experiences, and Ray gathered a wealth of useful information for the first time since arriving at the academy. The resistance forces and the number of monsters had significantly decreased. However, this was only true for the low-level monsters. The mid-level monsters remained in large numbers, and as if someone was controlling them, they started to work more efficiently and utilize tactics. As Ray listened, he pondered. Iriel must have considered this. It would be difficult to use her own people against such opponents. That's why she sought out this mercenary group. While they were engrossed in conversation, a sudden pressure descended from the sky outside the restaurant. The wind howled, and dust swirled around. Immediately after, screams of terror echoed from the streets outside, startling everyone. Kaya, it's the monsters. Iriel instantly stood up and signaled Ray. Ray, let's go. Ray quickly got up. All right, Era, follow me. Not only Ray's group but also the mercenaries rushed out to the street to assess the situation. As they looked up at the sky, they were struck with terror, their faces turning pale. This is... Above the city, a wyvern with dark gray skin roared and flapped its wings, creating swirling gusts of wind. Facing the wyvern, the mercenaries stood frozen in place under its terrifying pressure. A sense of fear and confusion surged within them. What's happening? I can't move. Don't tell me, this is fear. Just as the wyvern reveled in its dominance and prepared to attack, Era suddenly appeared with a calm and captivating demeanor. Interesting, a wyvern using fear. First of all, remember that fear is only used to toy with the weak. Despite Era's fearless presence, the wyvern arrogantly charged towards her with its jaws wide open and a deafening roar. Facing the wyvern just a few meters away, Era calmly pointed her finger down to the ground. In an instant, the wyvern was slammed down, crashing into a street stall and disappearing into a pile of debris. Era calmly approached the wyvern with a look of disdain. She furrowed her brows and admonished it. How dare you use that on an opponent stronger than yourself? The wyvern didn't easily submit to Era. It rose from the debris and let out 2 roars, each creating a barrage of ice shards that shot towards Era. Ray, now standing in front of Era, chanted towards the wyvern, destroy, bind. The wyvern's ice shards vanished in a flash, and the creature itself was tightly bound by magical chains. Era stared at the monster in surprise. This wyvern, it was able to cast a spell after experiencing my fear. Ray understood her meaning and added, that's right, it's strange, it acts as if it doesn't have its own consciousness. While Ray and Era were carefully assessing the wyvern, Iriel urgently spoke up. Ray, there are more monsters over there. I'll take care of them. Ray nodded. All right, thanks. Ray frowned worriedly, thinking, there are more. I underestimated this situation. There's definitely someone else besides Sahard behind this. I need to talk to that damn necromancer first. At the same time, deep within a dark and damp dungeon lit only by a few flickering torches, a helpless groan echoed. After a sigh of frustration, Gaiman spoke to the necromancer. You're still keeping quiet. I commend your loyalty. Do dark mages normally endure even physical pain? The necromancer scoffed. I can't let my grand plan be exposed so easily. Selena, losing patience, suggested. There's no other way. Let's try using a mind spell. Sir Philia. Philia immediately nodded. Understood. Allow me to assist. Philia stepped in front of the necromancer and cast a spell. Allow us to read your mind. Mind reading, mind reading. The necromancer continued to sneer. Kaha, do you really think these spells will work on me? He mocked his interrogators. I don't know where you found this 6th tier mage novice, but the low-level spells she's using are unbelievable. Come on. Don't you think you should bring the saintess here for me? Kaha. The necromancer chuckled inwardly, feeling smug. Do you think I don't know what's going on outside? I used my dark magic to learn that the saintess has arrived at the academy. If the saintess comes here directly to get information from me, I will target areas far away where he cannot reach. Kaha. The necromancer grew more and more arrogant with his thoughts. For a monster tamer, this is not difficult at all. He narrowed his eyes, looking at his interrogators with a defiant expression. He thought to himself, then, we will use the Merchant Association to put pressure on the Holy Kingdom's economy, and soon, the Holy Kingdom will be destroyed. As the necromancer was feeling triumphant, Eclay approached with good news for him. Perfect, I just received information that the saintess is here. Eclay sauntered up to the necromancer, and, it seems you are mistaken about something. What you have planned doesn't matter at all, haven't you realized yet? Eclay leaned closer to the necromancer's face and smirked. After all, your plans are nothing but a fantasy. The stubborn necromancer, baring his teeth, which hadn't been brushed in a millennium, challenged them in a high-pitched voice. Kiki, go ahead and do what you want with me. He then burst into a savage, taunting laughter. We'll see who's laughing in the end. Ka-ha-ha-ha. As dusk settled over the city, the streets were littered with monster corpses. Ray sighed in relief. Phew, okay, it seems like we've dealt with them all. Iriel wondered aloud, why did the monsters cause this commotion? Without any clues, Ray could only shake his head. That's what we need to find out. We need to strengthen the Academy's defenses for situations like this. But for now, what do we do with these bodies? Iriel suggested, let the reinforcements handle the rest. The hides can be used to make good armor. Although the situation had calmed down, Era furrowed her brows in contemplation. Ray quickly noticed her reaction. What's wrong, Era? After carefully observing their surroundings, Era spoke in a serious tone. Ray, I need to talk to you in private for a moment. Ray looked at her in surprise. Now? He quickly followed Era to a secluded corner nearby. Ray asked curiously, what's wrong? Era vigilantly glanced around once more before casting a silence spell to prevent their conversation from being overheard. Era spoke with slight hesitation. I don't know much about human affairs, as I've always lived in the forest. That's why I can only share with you what I feel, even though I'm not sure what it means. Era looked seriously into Ray's eyes. Right now, including the area you call the Academy, large-scale magic circles are being deployed in countless places. Seeing Era's serious expression, Ray understood she wasn't joking, and the obvious issue was that this was very strange. Unable to sense the magic circles, Ray looked around in confusion. Magic circles. Era described her perception. Yes, there's a huge magic circle there. At first, the flow of mana was very weak, but now it's gradually getting stronger, right after the monsters were caught. Ray worriedly asked, Magic circle, what kind of magic circle is it? Era replied, I can see you don't know about it. I can only detect a faint magical power from it that I can sense. But, Era warned Ray seriously, breaking a formation of this size won't be easy. At the very least, we should anticipate some areas being destroyed. Ray asked in astonishment, can we remove the magic circle right now? Era shook her head. That's almost impossible. To destroy a magic circle, we need to eliminate at least 30% of it. In this case, since we don't know what they used to draw the formation, things are even more difficult. Ray fell into deep thought upon hearing this. That's right, if the formation was drawn with stone powder or bone powder, it would have been removed long ago. An active magic circle means it has been there before and hasn't been erased. The size of the formation is also a problem, but, to think that I couldn't even sense it, erasing this level of magic, no, not to mention erasing it, I don't even know if I can stop it. The urgent matter now is, we need to evacuate everyone. Immediately after, Ray didn't dare delay a second. He and Era quickly began preparing for the evacuation order. As soon as Iriel learned about this, she calmly considered how to evacuate the people in the shortest time possible. Iriel pointed to the map and explained to Ray, overall, the Academy is divided into the north and south areas. It's best to evacuate the north area to Geralt and the south area to Sulian. However, because of the many mountains between the north area and Geralt, they couldn't accurately redraw the detailed map of this area. After grasping the situation, Ray entrusted the evacuation of the north area to Iriel since she was familiar with the Holy Kingdom's terrain. He also entrusted the protection of the south area's population to Era. Ray looked around anxiously. We need to inform the people. Is there a high place around here? Should I climb onto a roof or something? Seeing this, Era said, Ray, just stay there. In the next instant, a massive earth pillar rose from beneath Rei's feet, lifting him into the air. After a moment of surprise, Rei shouted towards Era, "Thanks, Era." Rei then used sound amplification magic and took a deep breath, ready to make an announcement to the people. "Everyone, please evacuate to Geralt immediately." The people immediately became agitated upon hearing the news. "Eva, evacuate, what are they talking about? Oh, but that voice is..." Rei quickly threw off his cloak so the people could recognize him. Rei repeated emphatically, "I command you all, in the name of the Holy Kingdom, leave this place immediately, this area is dangerous." The people gathered and murmured amongst themselves, "That's Saint Rei, why is he telling us to leave?" Seeing the crowd gathering, Rei grew even more anxious. "Ugh, we don't have much time to convince the crowd." In the next moment, a small explosion occurred in an area where there were no people gathered, causing the panicked people to scatter, fearing further monster attacks. An explosion, run. Meanwhile, Rei was discreetly snapping his fingers with a sense of awkwardness. There's no time to explain, so this is the only way. After each snap of his fingers, another small explosion occurred. After about 10 such snaps, a corner of the area was scorched but without causing any casualties. Rei sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "Phew, that should be enough. Now, I'll leave the rest to them and head to the outskirts." Rei immediately took off, flying towards the source of the problem. He thought to himself, "I don't know who you are or what your intentions are, but you better be prepared that you won't get away with this easily." That night, everyone, whether it was the citizens or Rei, Iriel, and Era, were acting with urgency, constantly moving according to the evacuation plan. At this time, Iriel was running through the forest north of the academy, calculating the evacuation plan in her mind. Emergency evacuation of most residents will take an estimated time of more than 3 days. Before riots break out, we need to meet the essential food needs of the city's residents as well. During this time, she couldn't help but worry, not to mention, the north area has a difficult path and longer travel time, so they are more likely to encounter danger than the south area. Suddenly, Iriel glanced cautiously behind her, where the trees obscured most of her vision. "Monsters, or something similar to them, are chasing me." With her keen senses, Iriel quickly determined the strength of her opponents. Their mana is quite strong, there should be 5 of them. They're at least at the level of supporters, or even higher. After a few seconds of assessing her opponents, Iriel suddenly stopped in a clearing within the forest. This is a suitable place. Without hesitation, she removed her cloak and turned to face her pursuers directly. "What do you want with me?" Several burly men appeared immediately. One of them said to Iriel mockingly, "Wow, it's really the Saintess." Another one reminded him, "Don't talk in front of the enemy." The first one scoffed, "Oh, come on, what's the point? She's going to die anyway, ha ha ha." Iriel simply observed them silently. 3 young men and 2 middle-aged men behind them. It seems the middle-aged man has mana and energy levels comparable to Zeke's. This is troublesome. One of them clicked his tongue and grumbled, "I'd rather fight a Saintess than a saint." Iriel scoffed in response, "Things like this happen, despite you knowing my face. If I punish you, will you tell me which kingdom is responsible for this?" The leader, a man with spiky hair, lunged at Iriel with a hateful voice, "Don't underestimate us. We may look like this, but we've silenced countless priests who mocked us like you." Iriel simply turned around, effortlessly knocking them back. She mocked them in a high-pitched voice, "How reckless." Iriel, filled with murderous intent, approached the bald man who had mocked her with her sword in hand. "Just lie there and daydream or count the stars or something. I'll kill you all soon." He cowered in fear. Help me." As Iriel's sword aimed straight for his bald head, one of the swordsmen stepped forward to block her strike. The remaining swordsman also joined the fray, raising his sword towards Iriel, forcing her to take him seriously. Swordsmanship and flow of this level, as expected, this is a high-ranking swordsman. Iriel pondered, but which kingdom sent 2 high-ranking swordsmen? It could be the Lessian kingdom, but they have no reason to target me. More importantly, they can't handle a Saintess, so they wouldn't do something this foolish. Iriel continued to wonder, a dark force that includes a necromancer, a bone dragon, and even high-ranking swordsmen. What is going on? But there's no time to think about this now. Iriel forcefully ripped off her cloak and threw it aside, ready for battle. She thought to herself, "If they catch any of my mistakes, I'll be killed." Iriel stepped forward gently and reminded herself, slowly, "Compared to a normal sword, my divine magic has a wider range of combat. I can close the distance a little, bit by bit, little by little," Iriel thought as she slowly approached the long-haired swordsman. At this moment, the long-haired swordsman quietly sat down but looked in another direction as if he was plotting something. In the blink of an eye, he leaped from his position with such speed that his movements were impossible to see. Iriel was startled when, in the next instant, the long-haired swordsman was right next to her, and the other swordsman was approaching from behind. They're attacking at the same time, while I was focused on one side. Did they plan to lure me out of the blind spot of the other? In the moment she was pinned down by the two swordsmen, Iriel suddenly smiled cunningly. One of them must have been ready to sacrifice himself, and they're not even a low-level warrior but a high-ranking swordsman. But, unfortunately, this is a completely wrong move. Iriel ended her train of thought with a sudden power-up technique, Holy Light. In an instant, she was enveloped in a radiant aura. Iriel enhanced herself with a series of combat attributes. Blessing, Holy Mark, activate Holy Power, she thought to herself. In a battle against high-ranking swordsmen, even a small variable can determine the winner. Thanks to her enhancements, Iriel effortlessly countered the simultaneous attack of the two swordsmen with a single swing of each arm. The long-haired swordsman, who was closer to her, was instantly killed by a slash across his chest. While the remaining swordsman was panicking and retreating to defend, Iriel quickly seized his opening. She immediately counterattacked with a clean strike that severed the swordsman's sword-wielding wrist. Seeing him scream in pain and collapse without any resistance, Iriel calmly approached the one-armed swordsman and mocked him. You gave up on your life too easily, like throwing away a piece of trash. The swordsman replied coldly, You're strong, Iriel responded, because I've worked hard to become this way. The swordsman's voice suddenly changed, tinged with bitterness. But what if, even with such strength, there are still forces that render you powerless? What would you do then? Iriel calmly replied, I would try to negotiate or compromise. The swordsman laughed bitterly. Ha ha ha, there's that solution too. Huh, but you know, that force doesn't have the concept of negotiation. Iriel coldly turned her back on him and said, Then the only way is to destroy them. The swordsman asked again, Even if they're stronger than you, can you do that? Iriel smiled confidently at him. If it were just me, it would be impossible, but I know someone who has the ability to make it possible. The swordsman was completely taken aback by her confident attitude. Iriel asked him again, Do you have anything else you want to say? The swordsman closed his eyes with a satisfied smile, accepting his death. No, that's all. Then, only the sound of a sharp sword slashing through the air was heard. The executed swordsman had completely resigned himself to his fate and didn't even utter a sound. Iriel coldly glanced towards the dark, dense forest. There are 3 boys left. They fled in that direction. At any cost, I won't lose track of them. Meanwhile, the 3 young men were running through the forest for their lives, exhausted and complaining. Damn it, who would have thought that Saintis would be that strong? They panicked and discussed amongst themselves. Even the 2 high-ranking swordsmen couldn't defeat her. How can we possibly capture someone like her? If we go back now, we will. While they were hesitating, Iriel suddenly appeared, blocking their path with a sharp gaze. No, don't worry, that won't happen. There's no chance of going back there. As I thought, with your abilities, you couldn't have gone far. Alright, come here now. The young men looked at each other in confusion. I didn't think she could get here so fast. Iriel growled in frustration. Why didn't you just follow me quietly while I was being nice? Even if you refuse, I'll still bring you along. The young man with shaggy hair immediately cowered and declared resolutely, rather than confessing, I'd rather. Immediately after, he bit down on a poison pill hidden between his teeth and chewed it fiercely. Iriel's eyes widened in surprise at his strange action. He just chewed something. The other young men simultaneously vomited blood in front of Iriel, leaving her stunned but quickly understanding. Did they hide poison in their mouths? They dared to resort to suicide to protect their secrets. Seeing the young men writhing in pain and collapsing as the poison took effect, Iriel immediately used her divine power to heal them. The saved men seemed to be suffering even more than death. Iriel looked at them with pity. Do you think you can die so easily after all you've done? Behave and follow me, or I'll chop off your legs and drag you along. One of them, bolder than the others, made a condition. Can you promise to release us if we go with you? Iriel sighed and replied, Do you think you're in a position to make conditions? Iriel threatened them coldly. Assassinating the Saintis is a crime punishable by immediate execution on the spot. Of course, after interrogation, you will still be executed. The young man with spiky hair sighed and replied, Even if we tell you everything, the Holy Kingdom won't be able to do anything. Iriel said coldly, We will be the ones to decide that. You just need to honestly confess everything you know. The young man with spiky hair tried to compromise. If we tell you, just promise me one thing, or at least consider it. Iriel nodded without hesitation. If you swear you'll only tell the truth, I'll try to do it. The spiky-haired young man's 2 companions immediately opposed him. You bastard, you're going to tell them the truth. This isn't just about you, we'll all die. The young man with spiky hair defied his companions and made an oath. Froth, swear on my mana that I will only tell you the truth. Iriel thought, mana oath, if the oath taker breaks it, the mana within their body will flow in reverse, then what he says from now on must be the truth. Froth began to reveal what he knew. The Holy Kingdom doesn't know, but our group, Phroxia, infiltrated the Holy Kingdom more than 20 years ago. Iriel quickly grasped the origin of the organization, Phroxia, and 20 years ago, that means the massacre of the Geralt outskirts. Froth replied, so, that's the source of everything. Froth confessed truthfully to Iriel, revealing information that shocked her. People say it was a monster attack, but that's not the truth. Everything was Phroxia's doing. Froth continued with a bitter tone, we are the survivors who were kidnapped during the massacre in the Geralt outskirts. They only chose to kidnap a few people who looked healthy. The rest were left as food for the monsters. The two high-ranking swordsmen from earlier also seem to be kidnapped from other kingdoms. I guess they're like us. They hold our families hostage and will kill them one by one if we disobey them. Froth poured out his heart to Iriel, hoping for mercy. They even took my younger brother hostage, but he didn't want mercy to save his own life. Instead, he pleaded with Iriel for something else. So, please promise me that you will destroy Phroxia. Iriel, no longer the cold and ruthless saintess she once was, told him, I understand. Now, leave here, right now. Froth was astonished and couldn't believe it. What, you're letting us go? Just like that? Iriel waved her hand dismissively and turned away. Yes, whether you choose to return to your families or die alone, do as you please. Before leaving, Iriel resolutely told Froth, oh, and don't worry about Phroxia. I can't guarantee their destruction, but I can still push them to the brink of it. Just as Iriel was about to continue with the urgent evacuation at hand, Froth's two companions stopped her. Excuse us. The two of them stepped forward hesitantly and offered, I also want to tell you a few things I know about Phroxia. Me too, Iriel agreed. All right then, follow me. I'll listen to you on the way. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the academy, Ray had arrived to check where the magic circle was located, but he still had no clue. Strange. I don't see anything like a magic circle, but there's definitely a magical reaction here. Ray looked around anxiously, growing impatient. If I don't break the magic circle quickly, the magic will continue to activate. Ray carefully examined the village. Now engulfed in death, there were traces of explosions, mana usage, and blood spilled on the streets, and most importantly, the villagers had all turned to stone. Strangely, however, none of the buildings were damaged by the chaos. It seemed they had deliberately prevented any harm to the structures. With this thought, an unbelievable suspicion flashed through Ray's mind. No way. Ray recalled Era's earlier words, to destroy a magic circle, we need to eliminate at least 30% of it. In this case, since we don't know what they used to draw the formation, things are even more difficult. Ray realized with shock, not stone powder or bone powder, but a giant magic circle that won't be easily destroyed. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and destroyed a nearby house. After the house was destroyed, Ray became more certain of his suspicion. As expected, even if it's just a little, I can still feel the dispersion of the magic circle when this house was destroyed. That means, this village itself, a structure 1,000 times sturdier than any kind of powder, made up of solid houses, has been arranged into a giant magic circle. At that moment, a shout interrupted Ray's thoughts. Ugh, it's about to collapse. Dodge. He immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Alert, there are still people here. Seeing two men running out, Ray worriedly asked them, everyone was told to evacuate. Why are you two still here? The two men seemed happy to see Ray. Ah, oh my god, it's the Holy Knight. The two men were so flustered that they stammered. We're not disobeying orders, it's just, everyone was turned to stone and killed, so suddenly. Yes, that's right, we thought we would also turn to stone if we evacuated, so we couldn't run away. Ray furrowed his brows and looked at them with suspicion. I see. I understand. So, who turned everyone to stone? The two men explained in panic. I'm not sure if you know, but there's a monster called a ghost. They often use dark magic. When we sensed it, a few of them were running around the village. Ray nodded in response. I see. It's because of the monsters. Behind the forced smiles of the two men, they were actually hiding their anxiety, thinking, we had to hide so as not to disrupt the activation of the magic circle. But I can't believe someone started destroying buildings left and right, and who knew that crazy guy was the monstrous Holy Knight himself. The man's eyes flickered, revealing his guilt. Unfortunately for the two men, Ray wasn't easily fooled. He placed his hands on his hips and questioned them directly. But why didn't you two think of catching the monsters? You're both supporters, aren't you? The two men who were questioned turned pale with fear. He figured it out. Ray continued to press. And the red stains on your clothes. That can't possibly be blood from the bloodless ghosts. Besides, You said you were hiding inside the whole time. With no room for doubt, Ray glared at them with murderous intent and said, "So you killed the warriors who were trying to fight the ghosts and help the monsters escape, and after eliminating the reinforcements from the Holy Kingdom, you stayed hidden in the building to keep watch, right?" Unable to justify themselves, the two men gritted their teeth and chewed the poison in their mouths. "If we've been discovered, we have no other choice." Ray was instantly shocked as he saw the two men disintegrate in the blink of an eye, melting like water. "Are they using poison?" Ray was both curious and astonished. "A poison that can melt the entire body instantly? Huh, I've never heard of this kind of poison before. Unbelievable that they would take poison to avoid revealing information. Who is behind all of this?" Ray became more and more confused as he thought, "Damn it, I need to figure out a lot of things, but there's no time to do all of this. I have to break the magic circle first." Ray didn't dare delay and immediately activated his mana detection skill. He thought to himself, 30% of the city, just using bombardment won't be enough. Ray carefully scanned all mana sources within the village, the people around here. Those two who just died were probably the last ones remaining. I need to finish this quickly, by drawing out as much mana as possible. As soon as he confirmed there was no one else alive, Ray began to gather a large amount of mana in his palm. When the energy sphere reached the desired size, Ray forcefully pressed it down onto the ground with a spell that caused an earthquake. Immediately, the energy flow exploded beneath the ground, destroying a large area of the village. The powerful aftershocks continued to spread, causing the buildings to collapse on top of each other in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, with Iriel, the individuals controlled by Phroxia finished telling their story. They said sadly, "That's how we were kidnapped by Phroxia." Froth scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "After that, we had to go through harsh training, and I think we've done all kinds of dirty work, haha." Iriel silently glanced at Froth. "They are at the bottom of the group, so they don't have much intelligence, but I still got some information." She thought to herself, the scale of Phroxia, a rough understanding of their forces, skills, methods of information delivery, and many other things. Compared to knowing nothing before, knowing these things is already a pretty good result. Suddenly, Froth interrupted Iriel's thoughts with a cautious question. "Excuse me, Saintess, what about you?" Iriel paused, not understanding his meaning. "Huh, what do you mean?" Froth replied sheepishly. "I mean, about when you were a child." "Ah, you look like someone who grew up in a wealthy family, haha." Hearing the unexpected question, Iriel immediately fell into deep thought. "When I was a child." Iriel reminisced about her childhood in a peaceful and beautiful countryside, with nostalgia for her gentle father. "Iriel, are you there?" Iriel at that time had much brighter golden hair than now, and her eyes were also very clear, exuding innocence, intelligence, and obedience. "Ah, yes, I'm here." Many years ago, at an orphanage church on a small island belonging to the Holy Empire, where a kind priest took responsibility for caring for the unfortunate children, there was a beautiful and lovely girl named Iriel, with bright pink eyes and soft, shimmering blonde hair. Iriel was like a crane among chickens when standing with the other orphans in the church. She was like an angel with exceptional intelligence and a rare compassionate heart. Everything passed peacefully until one day, the priest whom Iriel deeply respected asked her, "Iriel, do you want to explore the outside world?" Iriel was surprised and couldn't believe her ears. "The world, outside?" Priest George smiled kindly and asked her, "You've always been curious about the village, haven't you? Don't you want to go explore the world?" Iriel, although she liked the priest's suggestion, still replied hesitantly, "I am curious, but if I go out, what can I do? I'll be sad to leave my friends behind." Priest George encouraged her warmly. "You're a smart girl, Iriel. I'm sure you can do anything. I'll help you." Priest George gently patted Iriel's head and encouraged her. "Your talents are being wasted in this church. I can see you have potential that will have more opportunities to develop out there. Until you find what you want to do, I will still be by your side to help you." Priest George thoughtfully added, "And of course, you can come back anytime to visit your friends." Hearing this, Iriel cast aside all her worries and exclaimed excitedly, "Okay, I want to go." Priest George gently told her, "Good, so why don't we go today?" Iriel was a little confused. "What, but I haven't said goodbye to my friends yet." Priest George urged her anxiously. "I'm telling you this because a very good opportunity for you has just appeared. If we don't go, we'll miss it. Come on, hurry up." Iriel innocently thought, "Father said I can come back to see my friends anytime." She nodded without hesitation. "Okay." Sitting in the carriage leaving the small church, Iriel still felt a bit gloomy. She said to Priest George, "I'm sad that I didn't have time to say anything to my friends." Priest George chuckled and comforted her. "Haha, it's okay, you can write letters later, okay?" Iriel obediently replied, You're right, everything will be okay, right? Then she was a little surprised when she looked out the carriage window. Ariel asked Priest George in confusion, "Father, we've passed the village." Priest George maintained his gentle smile and told her, "Oh, that's right, we're heading towards the harbor." Ariel asked in surprise, "The harbor?" Priest George explained to her, "Yes, we'll board a ship to go to Jehol. Jehol is a city many times larger than this place." At that moment, the carriage stopped, and Priest George said to Ariel with a smile, "That place is much better than this village, you'll be able to explore many places." "Okay, it's time to depart." Ariel, still not fully understanding what was happening, obediently followed Priest George. Better than the village. Ariel excitedly ran after Priest George onto the boat. "I'm so curious, what kind of place is Jehol?" On the deck, there were many other children who were just as excited as she was. And so, the boat carrying Ariel's desire to explore the new world set sail, leaving behind the small but peaceful island. Soon after, the land appeared before their eyes. Priest George happily told Ariel, "We're here, that's Jehol." Ariel's eyes sparkled with hope and joy. The boat soon arrived at a spacious and well-maintained harbor. Priest George led Ariel down to the harbor in high spirits. "Do you like it, Ariel?" The girl looked at the new scenery with delight, her eyes wide open. "Wow, it's amazing. Where are we going, Father?" Priest George took out a water bottle and said, "We need to talk for a bit." "Ah, Ariel, take this." Ariel obediently held the cup in her hands. "What is this?" Priest George replied, "It's tea made from holy water. It's not much, but I prepared it to celebrate our new beginning in Jehol." Ariel looked at Priest George hesitantly, about to say something, but he interrupted her and urged, "Why don't we drink it right now?" Ariel nodded innocently, "Yes, sir." Then, without hesitation, she enjoyed the precious cup of holy tea. However, just a moment later, Ariel felt dizzy, and the world around her seemed to distort. She gradually lost consciousness. "My eyes are closing." The last image Ariel saw at that moment was the gentle smile of Priest George. When Ariel vaguely woke up, she faintly heard Priest George's voice talking to someone. "2 platinum coins. This girl is only worth 2 coins. It should be at least 3. Another man's gruff voice replied, "TCH, fine." Ariel wondered vaguely, "Where am I? Did I fall asleep? I drank the tea Father gave me." Ariel softly called out, "Father." Priest George immediately smiled at her. "Oh, you're awake. I hope you have a good life here." Meanwhile, the burly man told Priest George, "Here, take the money." Ariel looked at Priest George in panic. "Is this the place you mentioned?" "But this place is." Priest George replied calmly, "Yes, this is the slave trading post." Ariel stammered in horror, "Huh, you just..." Priest George scoffed and said indifferently, "Yeah, I just sold you." Priest George, feeling his previous words weren't damaging enough, emphasized, "As a slave." Ariel felt as if the sky had fallen upon hearing this. Her eyes turned dull and dark. Ariel questioned Priest George in panic, "What are you saying? I thought you were taking me to a wonderful place. You said you would help me find what I want to do until..." Priest George turned away indifferently. "Ha, you're so naive." "Of course, I lied. Sorry." Priest George said to her casually, "But you're a smart child, so I'm sure you'll do well." Ariel became increasingly confused. "No, it can't be." Before stepping out the door, Priest George cheerfully said to her, "I'll promise you one thing. Write a letter when you want to see your friends. I'll send that friend here to keep you company." "Ka-ha." He turned back to look at Ariel with a sinister smile that she would never forget. Ariel was paralyzed as she saw the true nature of the priest beneath his kind facade. She let the slave trader drag her away. "Follow me." And so, after being deceived, Ariel sat silently staring at the 4 walls for 4 days, as if she had gone mad. She looked like nothing more than a broken doll. But no, she was just pretending. After a while, the slave traders began to let their guard down around such a lifeless and unresisting doll. And during that time, Ariel had enough opportunity to observe and analyze the surrounding area. She memorized every action, characteristic, and even the smallest habits of the people who came in and out of this house. Then the day came when Ariel was to be sold to another slave owner. She carefully took out an object from her bosom that she had always kept hidden. Ariel held a small cross in her hand and recalled her mother's dying words, "Ariel, I'm sorry." While lying on her sickbed, she handed this cross necklace to Ariel and instructed, "As a mother, I should have protected you, but always remember, as long as you hold this, the goddess Gaia will always be by your side." Ariel still remembered her mother's words vividly. "That's why you'll never be weak, Ariel. Become stronger." Now, as she faced imminent danger alone, all Ariel could do was force herself to be resilient. She resolutely grasped the cross in her hand with a rising spirit of resistance. Just then, Iriel heard the slave trader's voice from outside. This girl is special, so she'll be in high demand. She closed her eyes tightly and thought to herself, it's time. Although I've hesitated a lot over the past 4 days, I only have one choice. The slave trader was so happy that he let his guard down, approaching Iriel leisurely. That stupid priest, he only took 3 platinum coins for this girl. What a bargain. Iriel deliberately sat still, thinking to herself, this slave manager, I can't compete with him in strength. Even if I manage to escape, a girl like me can't outrun a big man. The slave trader, seeing Iriel motionless, approached her anxiously. Are you sleeping? Hey, wake up, it's not moving. Is it dead? When the slave trader got close enough to Iriel, she suddenly opened her eyes with a flash of murderous intent, thinking to herself, that's why I had to make him let his guard down, and then kill him to escape. Iriel quickly jumped up and plunged the cross directly into the slave trader's throat while he was completely unprepared. The slave trader couldn't even scream as his throat was ripped open by the cross. Iriel, without hesitation or fear, pulled the blood-stained cross straight out. Even now as an adult, she still carries that cross with her, as a reminder to never forget that painful past. After those long reminiscences, Iriel coldly said to Froth, back then, I guess you could call me a murderer. Froth was flustered and could only laugh awkwardly, changing the subject. Is that so? Oh, we've arrived at the front gate of Jehol. At this moment, a familiar figure knelt before Iriel and bowed. Greetings, Saintess. Iriel stared coldly at him with a sharp gaze. It's been a while, Priest George. Her voice hardened with bitterness. Or should I call you father? Just that one sentence was enough to make Priest George sweat profusely, not daring to raise his head. Iriel's childhood story didn't end there. Killing the slave trader didn't end the tragedy of her life, because as soon as his companions found out, they relentlessly hunted Iriel down every path. The little girl went this way. The burly men roared in anger as they searched for Iriel. This time, I'll definitely catch her. After killing someone for the first time in her life, Iriel fled, but the slave traders relentlessly pursued her. Iriel hid from place to place, but they persistently chased her for months. And whenever they were about to catch her, Iriel used her intelligence to trap them and counterattacked without hesitation. She escaped the slave traders using the same method she used the first time, making them let their guard down and attacking them by surprise from the shadows. Iriel even repeated the gravest sin taught as a doctrine while in the church: murder. As Iriel's body became more and more stained with blood, the stains also clung to her hair just as the sin clung to her. And just like the traces of those sins, which didn't disappear but became more and more pronounced, the feeling of guilt gradually faded away. In the end, Iriel resented the whole world for pushing her into this situation. At some point, Iriel's soul had completely become that of a murderer. She was even haunted by the thought that she needed to kill people, along with a deep resentment towards the deceitful priest. At the moment when Iriel stood on the verge of becoming a demon, a brilliant light suddenly shone upon her life of darkness. The goddess Gaia suddenly appeared before Iriel, and for some reason that even Iriel herself still doesn't know, the goddess chose her. Standing before that gentle light, Iriel gradually realized how precious life was and how meaningless the revenge she was seeking truly was. That's why now, even as Iriel stared intently at the face of this shameless deceiver, she didn't feel anything at all, a sense of indifference that was completely unfamiliar to her. Iriel's gaze fixed on the back of Priest George's neck, but that chilling feeling must have been even more terrifying to him than hatred. Meanwhile, in the outskirts, Ray was still trying to break the village's giant magic circle. He thought to himself, I can't just destroy this so simply. After creating the first small earthquake, Ray sat down again and activated his scanning magic. I have to find all the magic circles deployed throughout the city, identify their types, and figure out their purpose. After a thorough investigation, Ray concluded, it's true, the city center and even the structure, weight, and shape of the buildings all bear the mystic language of magic circles. Comparing the mystic language of the buildings, the design of each floor creates a magic circle. Ray thought to himself, there are definitely less than 6 magic circles, and I just need to stand here and isolate them. Just at that critical moment, Ray had a nosebleed. He immediately sensed something was wrong and looked up to see that he was trapped by another newly created magic circle. This magic circle quickly exerted immense pressure on Ray's body, as if he was bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds. Ray was startled. The mana of this magic circle is hindering me. Ray struggled in vain. When did it appear? I didn't sense it before. Wait, did they overlap? The magic circles of the buildings are disrupting the mana flow. That's why I couldn't sense this magic circle. Ray became more and more confused as he thought, is this a type of magic circle with a curse seal? The maximum amount of mana in an active formation amplifies the sealing magic, increasing its power. After a while of resisting, Ray finally had no strength left to fight back. More importantly, after using a large-scale spell like causing an earthquake in the entire village, his mana couldn't hold out any longer, so he couldn't release mana from his body while being sealed. As his body gave up, Ray panicked even more when he smelled a familiar scent. He thought to himself, not to mention, this scent, no way, isn't this the same magic that Era was afflicted with? Ray was completely bound by the cursed magic circle and collapsed to the ground. He couldn't even move, let alone resist it. At the same time, ominous spatial gates opened up in the sky before Ray's eyes. A horde of enormous monsters emerged from the spatial gates, leaving Ray stunned. Even monsters, are they also summoned here by this magic circle? Ray began to panic as he found himself in a difficult situation. I can't fight them in this state. The monsters, upon arriving, attacked anything they deemed a target. Ray struggled to use his mana to create a sword to attack the monsters. If I don't stop them now, they'll surely go after the evacuees. Creating a mana sword this big is a bit too much, but I have no other choice. He used all his remaining strength to swing his sword and slash in all directions, managing to take down a few of the large, ferocious monsters. But after only a few swings, Ray felt his body becoming unstable. Ugh, the mana flowing through my body is. Ray paused in pain. I feel like my blood vessels are being torn apart. Mana is flowing in the opposite direction. This is not good. While Ray was distracted by the pain, several arrows shot from behind him, piercing his back. After a scream of pain, Ray fell face down on the ground and lay motionless. Ray struggled to turn over and gasped for breath. Did they anticipate this would happen? I was attacked like this. I was so careless. I was too arrogant. As Ray lay exhausted on the ground, the bloodthirsty monsters immediately surrounded him and closed in with murderous intent. Ray whispered to himself, is this the end? At the same time, at the southern gate of the academy, where Era was responsible for evacuating the people, everything seemed to be going smoothly according to plan. Era stood on the city wall, witnessing the supplies being transported one after another. It seemed she was doing a good job. Era thought to herself, they're moving faster than I thought. At this rate, the request I received will be completed soon. Then, I need to go to Ray's place right away. Suddenly, Era heard Ray's faint voice echoing in her mind. A bad feeling flashed through her, making her startled. Era immediately checked the mark that connected her to Ray. Ray's life force is fading away. What exactly is harming that child? Sensing danger, Era hurriedly set out to find Ray immediately. She hastily opened a teleportation gate and rushed through it at lightning speed. Era stepped through the teleportation gate just in time, as the bloodthirsty monsters were merely a step away from Ray. She screamed in horror, "Stop right there, you vile monsters! How dare you touch my people!" With just a look, Era blew the heads off the monsters. She rushed down to the unconscious Ray on the ground at full speed. Seeing his tragic state up close, Era was even more horrified. Ray was lying in a pool of monster blood, his body completely still, unable to even open his eyelids. Era used healing magic on Ray while continuously shouting to wake him up. Ray, are you alright? Wake up, can you hear me, Ray? After a while of shaking him with no response, Era noticed the scent lingering on his body. This scent. Ever since Era was exposed to that scent, she could never forget it. A disgusting, sweet, and pungent fruity scent that had imprisoned her for 20 years. It was the sign of the terrible curse that had plunged her into a seemingly 1,000-year-long sleep, a terrifying nightmare of loneliness that only those who had experienced it could understand. And now, Era's throat tightened as she realized that the sweet scent was engulfing the body of the man who had saved her life. Era's tears fell uncontrollably in helplessness and heartache. Is Ray also emitting the scent of that curse? No way, it can't be. Era collapsed to the ground in despair. Looking at Ray, she tried to call out to him with choked and bitter sobs, but only a terrifying silence answered her. Time passed, and for Era and the entire Holy Kingdom, each day felt like an eternity because Ray had been in a coma for a month. After the news of what had happened to Ray, the saint of the Holy Kingdom, spread, his supporters were shocked and heartbroken. As Ray fell into a sleep with no known date of awakening, the people of the kingdom expressed their respect by holding a hero's ceremony for him. In the grand memorial service, before tens of thousands of the Holy Kingdom's citizens, Pope Glacier praised Ray's glorious achievements. Then, he bestowed upon him a heroic title that no one in the Holy Kingdom had ever received, the title of Abel. With the figure symbolizing the Holy Kingdom's strength, the saint, currently absent, the kingdom was at risk of foreign invasion, and without wasting any time, Phroxia's people began to spread throughout the kingdom. Finally, war broke out between the two sides. Iriel, on the front lines, was able to joke despite the tension. At this point, the sky won't fall down, will it? Zeke, swinging his sword, complained, you must be pretty relaxed to be joking like this. Iriel thought to herself, it's already the third day, the enemies keep attacking continuously, even though divine magic can relieve physical fatigue, it can't erase everyone's mental exhaustion, there's no other way at this point. While everyone was fighting with all their might, a shout came from behind, Saintus. Iriel immediately turned around and saw Marquis Harold leading his troops to their aid. We're here to help. The Marquis brought Sereth with him. The young mage immediately cast an attack spell, defeat the enemy before us. She and Grayan combined their powers to summon a storm of lightning that continuously struck the enemy soldiers, each attack taking a life. Even the once immature Berith enthusiastically participated in the battle, showing strength that rivaled a high-ranking swordsman of the Holy Kingdom. Iriel was a little surprised by this scene. Grayan, Sereth, Berith, I thought they weren't mature enough, but now they've all become strong warriors. Marquis Harold replied, yes, if the saint saw this, he would be very happy. Iriel smiled optimistically and said to him, yes, that's right, Ray also needs to rest, until the battle ends and he wakes up afterwards. While the Holy Kingdom's army was gaining the upper hand, the enemy suddenly turned the tide. Several knights on the front lines were struck down in the blink of an eye. An old woman emerged from the shadows with a sly smile. Kiki, I knew it, after all, how could low-ranking soldiers fight against the Saintus? Zeke's eyes widened in shock as he saw the new enemies joining the battle. Saintus, those people. Iriel couldn't hide her surprise either. It's absurd. Rumor has it that they appeared in Selene just a few days ago. How could they have reached Salonia so quickly? The strange group strolled forward with mocking jokes. Her face is pretty now, but she looked chubby as a child. Oh, is there anything else besides that? Abu, you too. Stop it. I'm embarrassed just looking at you two. Iriel looked at the dwarf leading the group and couldn't help but worry. On our side, only Zeke and I have reached the high-ranking swordsman level. Ignoring the difference in numbers, just looking at the color and intensity of his aura, there's no doubt he's at least a mid-level high-ranking swordsman. In other words, we can't possibly fight him. Iriel immediately glanced at Zeke with a look of worry, and Zeke responded with an equally uneasy look. The dwarf, taking advantage of their distraction, suddenly leaped towards them and said sarcastically, the way you two look at each other is so pathetic. Iriel swiftly raised her sword to block his sudden attack. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick enough. The dwarf scoffed at Iriel's effort and challenged her. You managed to block my attack, then try blocking this one. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his blade, creating a powerful sword aura that shot towards Zeke and Iriel. Zeke hastily pushed Iriel away. Saintus, step back. At this point, Zeke couldn't dodge the dwarf's attack. He could only watch helplessly as the sword aura hurtled towards him. Then, a loud explosion rang out, followed by a series of earth-shattering tremors. The blast spread out for dozens of meters with unimaginable force. Zeke's mana managed to block most of the damage from the dwarf's attack, but he still couldn't escape unscathed. Zeke was filled with worry. He can do this much with just one attack. He thought to himself, he's clearly far superior to us. No doubt, he's a mid-level or high-level high-ranking swordsman. Facing an enemy with overwhelmingly superior strength, Iriel urgently ordered everyone, retreat, get out of here immediately. The dwarf immediately changed his target and rushed towards Iriel. You think I'll let you do that? Don't even dream of escaping from me. Just as the dwarf was about to reach Iriel, she suddenly stretched out her hand and stopped him. The dwarf actually froze unconsciously. Iriel seized the opportunity and used her special ability, Omnipotent Holy Power, Light of Gaia. After Iriel's chant, a beam of light appeared in the shape of a giant cross and struck the dwarf's location. Even after that attack, the dwarf remained unscathed, but he stopped attacking. You've been hiding this power all along, huh? The dwarf looked at the empty space in front of him and chuckled with delight, thinking to himself, in that moment, I felt all my hostility vanish. Could it be that she borrowed the power of the gods? TCH, interesting. Afterwards, the Holy Kingdom's forces retreated safely to their encampment. Inside the command tent, Iriel was listening to the advisor's strategy presentation. While the 7 Holy Knights are defending at the front, let Marquis Harold's cavalry prepare to attack from the rear. The girl named Greya explained the strategy in detail. Let the saints manage the actions of the Holy Knights, and the battle will take place in the northwest forest. In Iriel's eyes, Greya was an outstanding girl among the academy students who volunteered for the war. She had a keen perspective on planning, which compensated for her lack of physical strength. Iriel pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement with Greya. That's a good plan, let's implement it. If this operation succeeds, the situation will be balanced again. We can do this. Iriel stood up, feeling a bit weary. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone, take this opportunity to relax a bit while they haven't shown any signs of wanting to attack. Iriel walked out of the command tent tiredly and approached the campfire that was burning brightly. She couldn't hide her sigh any longer. Zeke asked Iriel with concern, "Is it very difficult with the saint absent?" Iriel forced a smile and said to him, "It is indeed very difficult. Now I understand how much he has done for us all this time." Iriel tried to encourage herself with a bright smile, "But I can't keep relying on the saint forever. I'm also a saint of this kingdom." Berith suddenly stepped forward and said to Iriel, "That's right, Saintess, now it's time for us to repay the saint's generosity and sacrifices." Berith, along with his companions Gran and Sereth, bowed respectfully before Iriel. "We are honored to serve you, Saintess." Zeke teased Gran, "Why did you leave that comfortable chair to come here?" Gran replied cheerfully, "What good is a comfortable chair when war is raging?" Iriel smiled silently as she saw them getting along, a stark contrast to the situation during Ray's welcome party. She thought to herself, perhaps this is the result of the Holy Kingdom's restructuring plan that Ray had devised. Iriel pondered happily. They were nobles who only worked for their own personal and family interests, but now everyone is willing to voluntarily work together towards a common goal. A feeling that was difficult to put into words arose within Iriel. "I could never have imagined that I would feel close to them someday. It's a strange feeling, but not bad at all." At this time, Ray's residence was shrouded in darkness, not just because of the night but also because the place lacked Ray's vitality. For over a month, Era had been constantly by Ray's side, taking care of him and using purification magic to try and remove the curse. Euclid also never left Ray's bedside. She worriedly asked Era, "How is the saint doing?" Era replied with a heavy heart, "Still the same. Although his mind is awake, his body can't move. You should stay by his side and talk to him so he doesn't feel lonely." Era sadly left the room and carefully instructed Euclid, "I have to go now. Please take good care of Ray. What's good for him is good for you." Euclid nodded, "Okay. I wish you a safe journey." Euclid looked at Ray with heartache and whispered, "A human who receives the love and care of high-ranking elf deities. No one can do that but you, Saint." Euclid gently stroked Ray's hair with rare tenderness, "And not only that, do you know how many people are worried about you right now?" Euclid silently bowed her head in the darkness and choked back a sob as she prayed, "So please, quickly, wake up." The situation was completely opposite to when Ray had first arrived in this room. After Euclid left, Ray's little finger twitched slightly, as if he was starting to react. Soon after, the demonic energy of the bone dragon, accumulated within Ray's hand, gradually dispersed outwards.